Hey, welcome to the stream, everybody. I know we've been gone for a couple days, but welcome back. Happy Valentine's Day. Or if you don't have a significant other, happy Palentine's Day. If you don't have any pals to hang out with, well, you can be my pal today. And I could be your Palentine. I can't be your Valentine. Okay. I can't be. I can't be your Valentine, okay? But what I can do is we can hang out and react to a 5-minute video that took an hour and a half. And it'll probably take about 8 hours for me to react to. So strap yourself in. By the way, don't worry about this. This is actually healing up pretty well. It's just a scab. Don't pick at it. I have a really bad habit of picking at scabs. This happened. I was rollerblading and I just kind of fell. It was really stupid, how I fell too. It wasn't even, I was just like going really slow too. I wasn't even like going fast. I was just like rollerblading and like fell because of it was like right at the start of my rollerblading session. And it was like really kind of, let me just tidy up a bit. Let me get some water. And basically, this video is about, more or less, this video is about a small streamer reacting more than she should have, honestly, to somebody who was harassing her. And honestly, the best way to react to somebody who's causing you problems is just ban them, block them, whatever. The more you get into it, the more problems it's going to cause. And I know people say, oh, but you need engagement in your videos. You need engagement. And it's like, yeah, but that's the wrong kind of engagement. For the most part, I try to be pretty damn tolerant. Anybody remember that stream? Pow World? For the most part, I'm pretty damn tolerant of what I allow to be talked about in my stream. There's certain things I'll just immediately ban, and it's taken me a long time to figure that out. But it's like this idea that, like, obviously people have repeated this over and over and over again. They say, don't feed the trolls, don't feed the trolls. It's really something that you can know but not actually truly understand until you've like gone through enough people going through there where it's very obvious it's going to keep happening if you give them the response that they want, because they want you to react. They want you to have like some kind of problem. Okay? And until you stop reacting, they're going to keep coming back. Honestly, in this case, this person kept donating. She should have just allowed the donations to happen and just kind of accepted the money and not deal with the harassment. Everybody who's like an actual viewer is going to see it for what it is, which is a weird loser trying to get her attention, and she kind of gave him what he wanted. And unfortunately, like, I don't really know the full situation, so we're gonna watch the video. I do need some water though. So I will be right back. Oh, and I'm gonna get some coffee too. I'm gonna get some coffee as well. Yeah, it's time to make some more coffee. Yeah, sometimes I know it's really hard sometimes because you'll see like, you know, like I'll see like, you know, obviously my social media not doing too well. Sometimes, you know, it's like I do try to take information from like a objective viewpoint, you know, that like, you know, my content just needs to be better. I mean, my sexual content is really great. It does really well. But even that needs to do better. You know, but that can't even work on that right now. But we're not talking about that. Basically, I'm talking about the sense that like it's really kind of disappointing sometimes when it's like other people, I don't like comparing myself to others. What I mean is like when it's like I try to take all the information I have and try to make better content and try to be more engaging, try to be more entertaining, and yet like I still don't perform very well even after like I've collected data, made changes, and then it just sometimes it makes me feel that like, am I just fundamentally unlikable? And in that case, how am I ever going to make success in any industry whatsoever if I'm just unlikable? But I don't think that's the case. I think it's just a matter of obviously figuring out my niche, and maybe I'm just really meant to just do pornographic content. Maybe that's what I'm good for as far as being popular. I feel like with other content I'm not so popular, but I don't have to be popular. I just have to be meaningful and true to myself and the people who resonate with that. Because there are people who truly, you know, I think that's really what matters as far as like, you know, my more intellectual based content, such as like what I have to say about stuff, like for whatever we're going to talk about during this video. You know, I don't always know exactly how these are going to go, but a lot of the time it's really kind of upsetting when no matter what you try differently, nothing seems to work. But I just haven't really found it yet as far as like my non-pornographic content goes. With my pornographic content, I just need to keep going, but I can't keep going until this surgery thing is settled. It's going to be quite a while. But yeah, there's a very specific problem preventing me from making that kind of content, and that's gender dysphoria. And you know, it's kind of like it's taken away everything in my life that's made me happy. And making sexual content makes me very happy, and gender dysphoria stole that away from me. And but I'm dealing with that. I'm getting a surgery very soon, like basically like next month. I mean, yeah, next month. It's happening next month. And you know, then there's going to be like 3 to 9 months of recovery and whatever spiritual recovery I need before I can get back to work. But things are going to work out with that, so I don't need to worry about that. That's a matter of just showing up and doing the, you know, the grind. Like I'm at a point with that where at least I'm very like not content, but I'm at least content with the fact that with that kind of content, I'm at a place where I can just show up more and it'll improve. But with my other content, like my React content, like my comedy content, like my inspirational content or my educational content, I just don't hit the mark. It's really frustrating because I'm trying my hardest to try to take in all the data and try to make better content in those specific genres. So yeah, I mean, obviously I can't be good at everything. Maybe I'm just meant to be a porn star. And, you know, if I can make that work, it won't really matter, you know, because I'll be able to make that work and I'll be happy with that. And at least I'll be able to make a living somehow. But besides that, you know, I'd like to be able to, like, you know, pursue my other creative endeavors, because the thing is if people don't like my content, people don't like what I have to say, then, you know, it doesn't matter how much content I make because people won't like it. No matter how much thought I put into it, no matter how much effort I put into it, it doesn't matter. And it's like, I mean, it does matter to me, but like, you know, it's all improvement. It's all data points. But as far as like putting more effort into, like, if I write a novel, for example, it has to be good enough for people to want to read. And even if like it feels like when you write something, when I write something, it never feels like it's like good enough, you know, for you know, to be able to sell. And obviously I've never even gotten to that point where I finished more than a second draft. I've gotten a first draft out for my novel, and now I'm on my second draft. And, you know, that's going to take a couple of rewrites and some revision and an editor and beta readers, and, you know, taking those data points and adjusting it. But it's just like there's always this fear that, like, you know, I do these things and it doesn't even matter, because it doesn't matter how much effort I put in, nobody's going to see it. And it's frustrating. It makes me feel really depressed, because it makes me feel like I don't matter. It makes me feel like nothing I do is ever going to work out as far as like my creative efforts. You know, at the very least, I know I have value as a sexual content creator, and maybe that's good enough. I can't be good at everything. Maybe that's just my calling, is maybe I'm a porn star, and that's fine. I'm actually, that would make me really happy if I could make that happen, actually. But I'd also like to be a novelist. I'd also like to be a public speaker, inspirational speaker, educational speaker. I'd like to do comedy. I'd like to be an actress outside of the porn industry as well. I don't know, one step at a time. Starts with this surgery, going back to school, taking acting classes, going to modeling school, and then getting back to work on my own time, you know, in order to start my porn career back up. That's going to be a very uphill battle, all in all. But, you know, obviously I don't like to, you know, no video analytics is going to determine my worth as a person. It might determine that video or that book even. Like if I write a book and I sell it, and no agent for any publisher wants to buy it, and then I just self-publish it and nobody buys it, then that book might not be that great. But it doesn't mean I'm terrible. It doesn't mean I'm useless. It just means that work just wasn't really resonating with people. And I don't know, at what point it's like, why can't I seem to resonate with people? It's like maybe I'm just different. But I would like to, and I know it sounds like really vain or whatever, but I'd like to be popular, you know? I'd like people to like what I have to offer. That's really what it is. Not about being popular or whatever, some, you know, arbitrary thing. It's like I'd like people to enjoy what I have to offer instead of being disinterested. I don't know what to do about that. I try my best to make changes. Yeah, it makes me feel really depressed sometimes, because it's like you make changes and you try to appeal to people, and it just doesn't seem to work out. You know, none of my TikTok videos ever really break 1,000 views. You know, obviously, you know, I have a lot of work to do with quality, and maybe I'm just not that interesting, but it's just like I want to be interesting. I want to learn how to be interesting. And I don't know, maybe it's just a matter of keep trying and keep learning. Going to like an improv class, taking an acting class, that you know, that could really help. And then also just that'll give me life fulfillment too, because then I get to work with people, and you learn so much from working with people. But yeah, you know, I do. Thanks for the follow, same boat as before. Yeah, you know, it's like, you know, it's like I try to like, I try to understand, obviously, nothing that a video analytics or anything like that says anything about me personally. And, you know, it's very hard to feel like, it's very, I mean, it's very easy to like become emotionally attached, you know, to your social media, because it's like, it's your face, it's you, but it's not you. It's just like a public version of you. It's not necessarily you. And I think it's really easy to forget that, for anybody. I don't think anybody's exempt from this. I'm pretty sure even Asmongold, somebody who's like, you know, known for not giving a fuck. I'm sure he cares too. We're all human. What's up? What's up, One Gun? We're doing some React content. This is like kind of about something I can really relate to, because I've been harassed, you know, from, you know, during my stream. I've been hate rated. I've had people, you know, make nasty clips of me and share them around. I've had all that kind of stuff. You'll be your Palpatine? Oh, my Palantine. Yeah, I think McRocket. You know what's interesting? I just watched Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 yesterday. Speaking of Rocket. He'll be my Palantine. My Palatine. My Valentine. My Palantine. Yeah, I heard the term Palentine's Day at a group last you know, a couple weeks ago. Yeah, the streamer that was harassed by the YouTuber. Yeah, we're gonna go over this. I just saw this on my feed, and it's an hour and a half, so I decided I should probably, it's something I can relate to, and I might have something to offer, to talk about it. But you know, it's like, I generally like, if I'm gonna watch an hour and a half video about something, especially if it's something that I could probably talk about on stream, I'll just watch it on stream, instead of watching it. Yeah, I feel like it's a better use of my time, because then it's like, I could just watch an hour and a half of something, or I could watch an hour and a half something and talk about stuff, and maybe 8 hours will go by. And I'll have like, I'll feel more productive. And maybe that's useful, maybe it's not. I have no idea. But it's just, it's so easy to become emotionally attached to how your social media presence is received. Oh, you watched it this morning? Oh, well, I'm gonna watch it, and I don't, you know, so it's like, if you already watched it, I mean, unless you want to hear what I have to say, then you know, I hope you enjoy what I have to say. I usually have a lot of things to say, so this might take a long time. I'm just giving you, I mean, you should already know this by now. You're not new here, One Gun, so yeah, be forewarned. I can go for hours and hours and hours. An hour and a half video can take me like 12 hours. Because there's a lot of stuff that I can, you know, kind of riff on. I'm really good at that. Which, if I can learn how to like be more generally appealing and more entertaining, which I do want to take like an acting class and an improv class. I want to be funny. I know I am funny. I'm not really good at delivery. I need some practice with people. I think that's really it, because it's like being in front of a camera, that's one thing. I do get feedback from the chat, but I also don't have too many people chatting. So it's like, I might get feedback from you, but you're not always going to be here. And, you know, I might get feedback from someone else, but that person's not always going to be here. And then it's only, you know, obviously everyone's opinion individually, you know, is just, it's an additional piece of information, and it's very valuable. But some person might find something funny, and it's not funny to someone else. And it's like, getting direct feedback when you're actually around other people, like in person, is like the best feedback you can have for having a good time, but also for being funny. Somebody's car alarm is going off. So, you know, it's like, I don't think you can really be funny. I don't think you can force it. I think you either are funny or you're not. However, I think everybody is funny in their own way. But I think it's a matter of delivery and a matter of like kind of understanding your style. And not everybody, and when you're trying to be funny, what they really mean is not that you're not funny, it's that you're not funny in that way. I'm a different kind of funny. You know, funny like a clown? What the fuck is so funny about me? Yeah, I'm kind of goofy. I'm not really always like, I'm kind of cringe. But I think a lot of people are cringe. I think sometimes people think cringe is funny. I don't know. There's a lot to it. And I think as long as I'm just making content alone on a webcam, it's never going to be the same as actually having like face-to-face interactions. I really love being on stage. I love, and just being in a group of people, just being, like, having fun. Like, I really think it's fun to just, like, make stupid jokes, like, and improvise, like, improv. And, like, have little skits that you do. And, like, little, like kind of go by, like, a little story that you kind of make up on the spot. I really like that kind of stuff, and I really hope that when I go back to school after all this surgery stuff, maybe even this summer, but if not then maybe in the fall, I can go back to school and take an acting class and just, you know, I feel like in an improv class especially, if I can, you know, find an improv class somewhere, might have to pay some money, but I think it would be very worth it, because I think I am really funny. Most people really like me. I have like a really positive energy when I'm working with people, and I really want to do more of it, but I don't really know how to make those opportunities happen, especially right now. I'm just kind of like really depressed, and I'm getting ready for a surgery. We've talked about this a million times, but basically, yeah, I think that, like, in the end of the day, I don't think anybody can tell you like exactly what's going to make you popular or liked by a lot of people, and but then I think attaching an emotional attachment to your content is never really going to work out. Obviously it's going to happen, and I think there is a way to do it where it's like, obviously you should take pride in what you do. You should really, you know, but remember that that's a product of you. It's not you. It might have your face, and you may have written the content, but that's a product of you. That's not actually you. It's like when you make a painting, or you write a book, or if you're an actor and you're on stage, you're playing a part, and it's from you, and that's meaningful. But it's you that's important as far as like the emotional understanding of yourself and like how you relate to the world around you and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can't be a comedian and worry about offending people. Yeah, you're gonna offend somebody. I mean, if, obviously, here's one. You should just get this out of the way already. I really enjoy eating meat. I do, and I'm sorry, but I'm not very vegan friendly. So I'm gonna offend some vegans. I mean, so obviously vegans are not gonna think I'm funny. Honestly, I'm transgender, but I feel like I can probably, you know, transcend that barrier. I know people have transcended barriers before. There's been comedians that, you know, people generally think that if you're not a man, then you're just not funny. But there's been plenty of women who have beaten that. You kind of have to go about it differently because, you know, that you have to be able to make people laugh. And that's really what matters. And I try to make people laugh in my own way, but I don't really... I make myself laugh. I should start there, right? I make stupid little noises and voices and little like skits that I do. I want to do more of that. I'd like to do that with other people, and then you have more direct feedback, and you know what's funny and what's kind of cringe. And yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't really care. I don't give a fuck if people think because I can always make another video. I might make a really bad joke. Like, it's just not funny, it's just stupid, or I'm annoying or cringe or whatever. But then it's like, that's information I can use to make it better, do better next time. Yeah, especially if you smoke crack. No, don't smoke crack.
I'm gonna watch 5 minutes of this.
Yeah, we all know this is not 5 minutes. It's an hour and 29 minutes and 58 seconds.
Just to start, So to those of you that were here the other day when I was playing Outer Wilds, completely unprovoked, completely unprovoked.
Yeah, and of course, everything on the internet, by the way, is always unprovoked. And I feel like this is like a rite of passage for any streamer, especially, but like for any content creator online. There's going to be people coming into your stream, and they might even just be bots. Okay, they're not all bots, but you should treat them as if they're all bots. Like, I know that you're not a bot, but you know, mentally at least, I should treat everybody as a bot. That you're saying something that may or may not be even related to anything remotely what I'm talking about. You might actually be a bot, and you just happened to say something that aligned with what I was talking about just now. I know you're not a bot. I mean, you might be. But, you know, at the same time, it's like, just never take what people say seriously, especially if it's on stream, and especially if it's very critical of you. Especially if it's about your appearance or anything that you can't change. Like, I can't change my appearance very much. Like, I mean, I'm a woman, but I have a trans feminine appearance, okay? I can do, like, surgeries and stuff. I can wear more makeup. You know, every woman can augment her appearance, but in the end of the day, you still appear a certain way, and that's okay. Look at Asmongold. I mean, he's a pretty handsome guy. But do you think he really gives a fuck about his appearance? Wears a freaking white t-shirt that he hasn't washed in, like, months, hasn't showered. You know, like, I mean, it's like, come on. I mean, he keeps his beard pretty clean. You know, he's got a clean dick. I think in the end of the day, people put way too much stock in appearance because appearance is something that you can, like, work with. And people want to blame something for why they're not successful. Like, you know, for example, the type, you know, you all know the type of person I'm talking about, where there's like a guy streamer. He has like 2 viewers in his chat, and they're from his Discord. And he sees like a titty streamer, like doing ASMR, which is clearly not the content that he's doing. I mean, he could be doing ASMR, like, you know, masculine ASMR, which is definitely popular, by the way. And he could be doing that. He could be doing sexual content, but he's not. He's like playing like Call of Duty, and he's just sitting there talking to his Discord friends, and he's not even really that high energy, not even talking about anything interesting, just like, yeah, stupid shot. Yeah, oh, the guy's over there behind the bush. Yeah. Like, it's like this guy is doing nothing even remotely as entertaining as this female streamer who's doing ASMR and has, like, you know, kind of more sexualized appearance. You know, like there's, you know, like there's a very big difference, but this is the same kind of attitude where it's so easy for that streamer to say he's not successful because of her. Asmongold is cute. He's like a little stuffed animal. He's like a little, like, Sasquatch. Like, it feels like if he nuzzled up against you, he'd be all warm and fuzzy. I mean, he's like a little Sasquatch that, like, says, he just, like, you know, wants to piss everybody off, but it's like the one person who's like, oh, that's so cute. And like, and he doesn't know what to do with that information, because he's like, what? I thought everyone hated me. And it's like, oh no, you're really cute. like what? Like, throw him off guard, you know? I'm not making fun of him. I know it sounds like I'm being like, I know it sounds like I might be being like kind of what's condescending. I actually do think I think he's very attractive. I don't know if I'd want to date him. That's not, I mean, I'm just another content creator. I mean, this is not what this isn't like a dating situation. I'm just saying he's a very handsome guy. You know, he holds himself a certain way. He has like kind of a weird attitude. You know, I feel like he could stand to like kind of soften up a bit. You know, maybe he just needs more hugs. I would hug him. I'd cuddle up with him. He'd probably be all fuzzy with his beard. But obviously that's not going to happen. He's not going to cuddle up with me. And honestly, I have some issues with some of his opinions about things. You know, that makes it like kind of less likely for me to want to go near him. But you know, that, like, you know, there's worse things in life, honestly. Like, there's people that are way worse. I think he's pretty reasonable. I think it's just the way he says things is not really fully fleshed out. Like I said, I've said this before. I feel like the difference between him and some random, like, YouTube troll, like, commenter, is that, like, I feel like he's, like, one or two conversations from kind of, like, reaching a middle ground. And I feel like he's very, like, understanding of concepts in general. I just think he's, like, a few conversations behind. He's okay appearance-wise. I mean, obviously, he doesn't even try. What I'm saying, the whole point of what I'm saying is that it's easy to blame something else than to actually take responsibility for something. Like, I could say, oh, it's because I'm not very pretty. Like, okay, well, there's people with, like, I mean, there's people who don't even try to take care of their appearance who do pretty well. I mean, what, 2.4 million subscribers? Asmongold is, like, not, like, he's not, like, a freaking, like, I don't know, who's a very attractive man. Edward Norton. I mean, come on. I mean, he's not this, you know? I mean, he's not this. But, like, you don't have to look like this to be attractive. This is just a very specific type of attractive, you know? But, like, you know, here we go. Asmongold workout. I mean... I mean... it's not the worst thing in life. I mean... I'm saying he's not, like, unattractive. He's not, like, unattractive, right? He's just, like, not, like, Brad Pitt. You know, like... And, you know, he's got a certain personality. I mean, he's cute in different ways. Like, he's just kind of got a kind of, like, he appeals to a lot of the internet audience, which are kind of like the people I was talking about, like the people who, like, kind of, like, blame women for why they're not successful streamers, for example. But, you know, women blame other women too. They're like, oh, I'm not as pretty as her. I have smaller breasts than her. Or, you know, I weigh more than her. It's like, no, you could weigh 800 pounds and be a successful influencer. Like, aren't there, like, 800-pound influencers? Like, 800-pound influencers. Like there's social media influencers who, I don't know why. I typed in 800 pounds and none of these people look 800 pounds. Yeah. I don't know. You know what I mean? But you know what I mean. Yeah, he's showering. I mean, that was the first time in 8 years that he showered, and I don't think he's showered since then. But, you know, your appearance is, like, the least important part of being a social media celebrity. I know people want to use their appearance as an excuse because appearance is something that you can change for the most part. You can, like, work out, you can put on makeup, you could get surgeries. And, you know, obviously the reason I'm getting my treatments and my surgeries and stuff is for a personal reason. It's not because I need other people to like me. Do you understand? Like, there's a healthy reason to get surgeries and stuff, and there's an unhealthy reason. The healthy reason is because I need to feel like my body is mine. Like, I'm a female and I want a female body. And that's just all there is to it. And whatever that does for what other people think about me, there are people who liked my body before, and there's people who like my body now. And, you know, it doesn't matter what other people think, because somebody's going to like you. And people are so preoccupied with like, oh, I could never start an OnlyFans because I'm, you know, they're not a woman, and they, you know, nobody wants to see their body because they have a, you know, because they're not like, you know, they don't have like a six pack or big biceps or whatever. And it's like, you don't need big biceps. You need confidence. And people like that. And also people just want to, here's the end. And I know people don't really want to hear this. Nobody cares about how you look. They just want to come. That's it. And so your job isn't to be as attractive as possible. You're not like even like a fashion model or like an actress or an actor. Your job is not to be as attractive as possible, because that's arbitrary and nobody has like any single definition of what that is. Your job is to get people's attention and hold their attention. That's your job. And if you're going about it with like, oh, I need to get extensions, I need to get you know, I need to get like a facelift, I need to, you know, lose 200 pounds, it's like you're going for the wrong reason. Your goal is not to be this arbitrary definition of beauty. You can be, but your goal is to, if depending on what you're doing, if you're doing like OnlyFans, your number one goal is to keep people in your OnlyFans inbox because they want to come. Like, that's it. They want like an artificial sense of connection as well. But it most of the time, especially if you're doing like you know, if you're doing like porn, people want to come. And so your job is not to be this arbitrary standard of beauty. Your job is to make them come. That's it. And anybody can make anybody come. At least the people who want to come to that. You know, if that makes any sense. So like that really, I know that it's like kind of weird to think about it, but as soon as I started being a cam girl, everything else about every single other style and genre of content started to make sense. That like if you're doing comedy, your goal isn't to like say something really clever. Your goal isn't to like have a certain type of like rhythm. Your goal is to make people laugh. And how you do that is up for debate. But like your goal is not to match some specific arbitrary style. Oh, that's not trending right now. That, you know, that's not what's funny. Your goal is to make people laugh. Period. And if you can't make people laugh, then you haven't achieved that. And it doesn't matter how much past success you've had. It doesn't matter like whether or not you're dressed a certain way or whether because you're talking about a trending topic. None of that matters. And so like being a streamer, for example, streamers don't really make it unless they have an audience somewhere. And, you know, like, and everybody has their different ways of doing that. Most likely mine, I get some, you know, obviously you're an organic viewer, and I'm really good with organic viewers. But to be successful as a streamer, you need viewers that are organic from somewhere else. I feel like my viewership is mostly going to come from where my porn career takes me. And I don't really care what happens with like streaming and stuff, if that's the case, because that's a completely different world. But it might bleed over. But I think most of the time, if people are going to show up to my streams, it's probably because they like. It'll probably be because of like some YouTube video or a TikTok, and they like wanted to hear more about how I think, because usually when I'm doing streaming, I'm talking about what I think about, because it's a different type of content from what I do like with sexual content. So like it's a completely different audience. But like anyway, like what I was trying to say is like as soon as I started making people come, like it clicked, like what your job as a content creator is. All these ideas that people think that makes you successful are just wrong. Because people say, oh, I can't be successful because, you know, I don't have big breasts, or I can't be successful because you have a dick, or you can't be successful because you do have it, like you can't be successful because you don't have a dick. You know, like there's all sorts of reasons why people convince themselves why they're not successful, but they're not successful because they're not doing their job. That's it. It has nothing to do with your appearance. There's people of all types, all walks of life, all appearances, people missing limbs, people who are morbidly obese, people who are, what some people might consider to be ugly, who are killing it. They're absolutely like, millions of people watching their videos, or at least hundreds of thousands. There's people who are absolutely fitting into what people would say is the definition of beauty, who have like 10 viewers. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, you can match these standards, but if that's all you're chasing, it's going to fall short at like the first sign of trouble. Yeah, I mean, you should always take care of yourself, but that's for you. That's not for anyone else. What I'm trying to say is that you don't need to do that, because look at Asmongold. He doesn't give a fuck about his self-care, and he does take care of himself. He's talked about this. He's made more of an effort to take care of his health. And his appearance probably is next. Your health comes first, and then appearance is like a byproduct of health. I feel like the whole localization thing is kind of like kind of algorithm bait. I really think Asmon can do better. I honestly think it's lazy. I think he's not really doing the effort required to fully give that topic what it deserves. I think he's phoning it in with that. I really think obviously he has every right to, but honestly, I don't blame him. He's been a freaking content creator for like over 10 years now, like 2000, like for like 11 years, 12 years. I think the guy deserves a break. I feel like the stuff with the Japanese games and Japanese anime and the localization stuff, using the woke trend, I feel like that's kind of like off-brand. I mean, it's not off-brand, but I feel like he's kind of doing his content a disservice with that, because he's kind of going surface level, and he's trying to bait his audience, because he knows who his audience is. And I feel as soon as you start doing that, the integrity of your content is going to suffer. Because I don't think it's a brain dead take about what he's been talking about with the localization stuff, because I personally agree with him in the sense that people should not be using their localization efforts as a platform for their agenda. I agree with that, but it's deeper subject than that. It's a much deeper subject than that, because there's reasons why people feel like they need to do that in the first place. And I feel like he's not allowing different sides of the issue. He usually just goes black and white with issues, and that's the biggest issue I have with Asmongold's intellectual dishonesty. It's not that he's intellectually dishonest, it's that he's like too narrow. He's not allowing the bigger issues he wants everything to be binary. He wants everything to be very specific and narrow. But that's not how the world works. And there's reasons why people feel like they have no other option to try to advocate, for example, for trans acceptance, except for like maybe doing their job as an anime localizer. Maybe they don't have any other way to kind of like push for trans acceptance. And I don't think they did a really good, I don't really think that's the appropriate place to do it. But I also know how abysmal it is to even try to make it as a trans person. I mean, do you just want all trans people to be unemployed? I mean, at some point, I know if people don't like, people have mixed feelings about affirmative action. And I do think affirmative action only works when somebody is actually qualified for the job, and then they're passed up because they're a certain demographic, and they're like, oh, we don't want this person, it's like it's because they're trans or whatever. I really don't think it's about that. I think people they're too afraid to hurt their algorithm. because you put trans people into anything and it hurts your algorithm, because it divides your audience, because there's people who just never accept trans people no matter what. And unfortunately, how are we supposed to solve this problem? How are trans people supposed to get their voices heard and be respected as individuals? How are trans people going to be successful? How are we going to be employed in an industry that's like kind of like we're just overlooked because people don't want us because we're so controversial for whatever reason. Yeah, Western localization, censoring. Yeah, I mean, it is a bad hill to die on. You know, I don't want to go into that conversation. I really don't like that topic. But yeah, I really don't. I think it is a weird hill to die on, that people are, you know, it's like when people are saying like, oh, there's a black character in my Star Wars movie. Why are they going woke? Like, okay, what does that imply? That you think having black people in any capacity in your content makes it somehow like political? Like, like, come on. That says more about the person who's calling it woke than it does about the people making it. However, I do think there's a good way to make content and there's a bad way to make content. And I do think in some cases, people kind of put too much of their agenda into their work, especially with localization. But I don't know the full details about that PDF thing that you were talking about. But at the same time, I don't like having that topic on my stream. So, you know, it's like, there's certain topics I just don't like on my stream. I hope you understand that, Twice Slicer, but, I don't want to go there. Okay. You know, I'm not Vosh. Okay. Like, I'm not Hassan. I'm not Destiny. Okay. I don't like talking about that kind of stuff. I also don't like talking about other very unsettling things like murder or, you know, mass shootings, etc. Like, I don't like this kind of discussion. I think it is kind of, from a psychological standpoint, I think certain things are fascinating, but I think there's a time and place for that, and I don't think it's my stream. I think that's more of like, I don't know. I don't really feel like that's my area. I don't really feel like I want to write books about that, or, you know, I don't want to get into studying psychology, and that's, you know, like that kind of stuff. I do think it's fascinating. Maybe there's a time and place for those kind of discussions, but yeah, I don't think my stream is the time and place. I think I usually like to keep the vibes pretty chill, kind of more like kind of surface level stuff, like, you know, stuff like being a small streamer who gets hate rated and gets a whole bunch of people, you know, commenting on the same thing. Look, no matter who you are, somebody's going to hate you. And it doesn't even matter what they're going to hate you about. They're going to find the thing that's most likely going to set you off, and they're going to laser focus on that. For me, for example, it's going to be because I'm trans. Easy target. They don't even have to think about it. They just see a trans person. They're like, ooh, low-hanging fruit. Let's go. And people are getting tired of that. So it's like, you just ban them. You know, people are kind of like, okay, dude, like, we get it. Like, and then at some point, I think most people, when they hear enough people, they kind of see what it looks like for people to be transphobic and weird. Or at least if they're not transphobic, they're at least like a little bit like, kind of like, oh, you think you're pretty, you think you're hot, like, you're ugly. It's like, come on, like, what the fuck? Like, she's not that ugly. Like, she's actually pretty. Like, we actually, you know, she looks pretty good, you know, like, like most people like kind of get to that point. I don't know, maybe I have pretty privilege. I at least have passing privilege, but it doesn't really matter to people who are like gonna have, because people have a problem with trans people. I could look like Megan Fox. Okay, people would still have a problem with me because they would say, oh, you look like a man. Like, for real. There are people who see women who look exactly like her and say that you look like a man. So I don't give a fuck what those people think. Megan Fox is fucking hot. Okay. She is not a man. Even if she's not even trans, for all I know. I don't think she is. She might be. What if she did have a dick? Would you give a fuck? Like, why would it, like, who the fuck cares? Any guy who would see her and find out she has a dick and still not have one, and then like not want to have sex with her because of that, he's fucking brain dead. Like, are you kidding me? I mean, unless they're gay. If they're gay, then yeah, I would understand why they wouldn't want to be with her. Like, if you found out Megan Fox had a dick, I don't like bringing the Andrew Tate arguments, but in this very specific instance, he's right. I mean, like, okay, but like, what if, like, I know this is like the one instance, and people don't like to admit this. Like, it's the one instance where Andrew Tate was right. If you found out this, if you found out that Hulk Hogan had a vagina, would anybody, and I know it's a bad argument because obviously, you know, trans existence, you know, it's like your gender is not about your appearance. If Hulk Hogan identified as female, you know, it doesn't change his appearance, you know, that it wouldn't change that person's appearance. But, you know, there's things you can do about that. I mean, I think with this kind of build, you know, you'd have to go a different direction, especially with, you know, that hairline. But, you know, like, if anybody would see this person and say this is a woman just because this person has a vagina, like, that's so fucking brain dead. Like, that's like the one time Andrew Tate was onto something, but it's still a very surface level and very, like, it's a very, like, kind of like, it's not like the whole picture of, like, what, like, you know, it's not even necessarily transphobia. It kind of is, but it's like preconceived notions and, like, people deciding what they believe and what they like before they even, like, it's like you see, it's like, okay, like, I know I don't really like her, but she's very attractive. I don't really like her as a content creator. Like, Blair White is very obviously female. Okay, like, she has conventional attractiveness. Okay, trans influencers. There's other there's other influencers I do like, you know, everybody looks different, right? Here we go. Samantha Lux is fucking amazing, and she's actually like a very, like, reasonable person as a content. Like, Samantha Lux, for example. Like, are you kidding me? If you're a guy and you're into women, you saw her, and it's like, I believe she's had her surgery too, so she has a pussy. Last time I checked, I think she does. Even if she did have a dick, are you saying you'd pass on her? Like, for real? Like, I'm sorry, but she's a fucking baddie, okay? She is so beautiful, and she's like, I mean, as far as her, you know, I don't know her as a person, but from her content, though, like, from her content, like, she's a very, like, genuinely, like, good person as far as her content. I don't know, maybe she's a bad person in real life, who knows? I don't think so. And then there, you know, there was her without makeup. Yeah, I mean, it's just, it's brain dead. And then people will go and say, like, okay, Michelle Obama is actually trans. Like, no. And what if she was? What would it matter? Yeah, I'm definitely simping for Samantha Lux. She's an amazing woman. Yeah, Blair White's morally bankrupt and she's a grifter. There's other people I don't like Keffels. I don't really like her. There's some in a lot of political and a lot of other, like, political trans influencers I really don't like. I generally just don't like political influencers in general. Like, even like Hassan and Vosh and Destiny. I know there's we're not even going to get into the whole thing about Vosh. there's been a whole bunch of conversations about all three of these people. It's all a tire fire. I mean, Michelle Obama is just a woman, and because she's like black women are generally like kind of harassed more and accused of being trans, or at least accused of being more masculine, which is really fucked up because that's just genetics. And I think black women are really beautiful, and there's a strength, and people just, they see strength as somehow like intimidating. Maybe they're just, I think guys are just insecure, and they see any woman who is strong as like an attack against them. I think men really need some help. I really wish I could help them. But yeah, we're getting way off topic.
While I was playing Outer Wilds, I had a guy come into my stream. His name is T-Mall, and he came into my stream unprovoked, and he started donating. And I'm gonna turn off the music. So he started donating, and
first of all, you see somebody start donating, it doesn't matter what they're saying. If they're starting to harass you, just block them. You know, if they're gonna keep trying to troll you, they're gonna have to make a new account, or they're just gonna have to keep donating. That's money in your bank. But just keep banning them or ignoring them at least, you know, because you can't really ban an anonymous tip, you know, an anonymous donor. If it's the same person keep donating you, like $5, $5, that's money in your bank, and you don't have to engage with that you don't have to engage with that person. You can just ignore them.
I can see why she's being harassed. Yeah, this is awful. Why would he do that to her?
Were anything less than
I think he was being sarcastic because he obviously he's not like responding to the whole. He just heard the donating part. It's like come on, you have to let her cook a little bit.
Harassed. Yeah, this.
And I'm gonna turn off the music. So he started donating, and the donations.
I can see why she's being harassed. Yeah.
I think maybe he thought that she was complaining that she was getting donations. Or I mean, he probably pre-watched, honestly, so he knows exactly how to trigger his audience. He's a social media genius, and I don't know if that's something to be proud of, but it's definitely true.
Yeah, this is awful. Why would he do that to her?
Were anything less than kind.
Oh.
He originally started.
He obviously pre-watched. Okay.
Blocking my stream, and then I had a chatter stand up for me. So I'm gonna go in order. So it, oh, I think these are the same. Okay, so here's the first one. So he comes into my stream initially, and he goes, "Hey, is this really your first time?" Obviously, I respond with, "Yeah, no, this is my first time, because I'm playing a new game I've never played before." And then he says, "Damn, okay, well, hopefully it's your last time too. I found you."
Hey, Solid, yeah, it's about time I showed up.
And I deeply regret it. And then after that, I got a raid from Wrath. Wrath raided me with 164 viewers, right as this was
And you know, like, I don't know if this other streamer, I don't know if Wrath is like somebody that's like, you know, a good person or you know, a disingenuous person. But if you start getting harassed through, especially if it's like through donations, and then you get a raid, those people are probably part of that person's community that they came in to hate raid you. So you should just like anticipate that the next like at least 15 minutes is going to be really wacky. And just I think I got hate raided on my very first kick stream. I got like 600 people coming into my chat raiding me. I just had fun with it. I did. Like I just had fun with it. Like I think I've let me just, oh, oops. Let me just make sure. I need to, whenever I load up like my YouTube studio and stuff, I gotta make sure not to show everything on stream, because I mean, it's just not that there's anything bad that's gonna show up. It's just like, it's kind of like I want to get what I'm looking for first. It's in my other channel. Okay, I need to go to the other channel. Brain takes. Okay, like this was an edited version of what happened during the stream. I got hate rated, and I started ignoring all the people who were saying weird shit in chat, and I kind of gave somebody there was too much to moderate, so I just gave a few people who like maybe they were trustworthy, maybe they weren't, I don't know, it was Kick, whatever, who cares. I gave somebody moderator, and I'm like, okay, moderate anybody who's being really fucking weird, and I just ignored chat, and I just kind of like, you know what, how about I just make them like, you know, turn it around and just have fun and like be stupid and like give them something to cringe about. Like I wanted to be as cringe as possible so that, to know that they're not affecting me, and I like doubled down on being somebody to be like, I wanted them to make fun of me, basically showing them that they're not going to get to me. If they're going to try to hate raid me, I'm just going to capitalize on that and say, okay, well, now that you're here, you know, you're going to have to watch this. You got a 12-inch cock and you're not talking about a sandwich?
Oh, you guys. Always having gay sex. Why don't you ever invite me?
Oh, Velma, I was gonna invite you, but I was too busy. I was busy jacking off. Chat. Okay, smegma? Racking off?
Who can say where the road goes?
But we were told that would cause you to lose your faith. What's happening to your voice, Shaggy? I don't know. I think ever since I saw you jacking off, it opened up a lot of stuff inside of me. Stuff inside of me that I never wanted to mention. Stuff inside of me that if I mentioned, I think bad things would happen. Not just to me, but to everyone I know. Those bad things, they started with you, Shaggy. And that's why I have to go. Goodbye, Shaggy. It was good while it lasted, but it was the worst thing that ever happened to me. It was the worst thing that ever happened to you. Raggy Mikey pulled his balls out again. Oh no, I have ligma. Oh, I'm sorry.
Look at him, look at him, look at him.
Don't you know, pump it up. You got...
Why are you laughing? Why are you laughing? Yeah, but like, you know what I'm saying is like, basically like I had people coming in on Kick and Scooby Dump, you came in on Scooby Doo. What the fuck? Are you a bot? You know, honestly, like, I'm usually like that, but I doubled down on that instead of reacting. Yeah, it just happened like that. You happened to come here during the Scooby-Doo thing. What's the other thing? What was the other one? There was another one. There was another one. I haven't made as much videos as I have live streams on There was another part of this stream too. Here's one. It was like the same stream. I got hate rated, and instead of instead of talking to the people and trying to argue with them why they shouldn't be making fun of me or whatever, I just kind of just did my own thing like I always do. Like I was baiting people to like, I mean, it was like when Kick.com was like basically first made public by Trainwreck, and I would just I was waiting for people to come in and react. And so I was like doing this in my chair where I was doing this really weird thing where I was like, I think what was going on in my head was that like I'm like a blank slate, and like I'm just doing nothing until somebody comes in and then I react to it. Like
Get me out of here. Get me out of here. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. I can't take it.
So this is when I got raided. Right? Like that I got raided by people like, and then to respond to it, I just started acting really crazy. Because people were saying all this weird shit in chat, and instead of interacting with it, I just did this weird shit.
I've been here too long to put up with this abuse that I'm getting. I'm getting so much abuse.
And I mean, it's an homage to Breaking Bad.
If you don't get your shit together and stop acting like weirdos in the chat, you need to get your shit together.
I mean, Kick is full of unhinged people. It's not making it look like it's full of unhinged people. It is full of unhinged people.
Where am I?
I would know, because I'm unhinged.
Where's my corn cob pipe? You gonna fetch my slippers? Because I...
I don't know what the fuck I was thinking.
When I'm going to the store, I pick out a umbrella, and I put it in my pants, and I open it up, umbrella. You there over there, me over here, you don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on.
They thought I was inheriting the Sonichu curse. Well, I know how to have fun and not take things personally. That's the difference, because I'm not on that part of the spectrum. I'm on a different part of the spectrum. But also, you know, we're not even going to get into the Sonichu thing. This is how I deal with a hate raid, because, and obviously you can't see the chat in the video. I was getting a hate raid during this whole time. I was just like not even paying attention to the chat at this point. I was just doing random shit because I'm like, they're gonna like not get a response from me. This is the response they get, is me just like being cringe as fuck, but maybe even making comedy gold. I don't know.
Anyway, guys, that's what I think about that. Basically, you get anybody watching you, suddenly you turn into like a freaking like weirdo. You finally get an audience, and then you start acting like a dumbass. Gotta get your shit together, Rebecca. You can't start acting like that. You're gonna ruin your image. Everything's gonna go foul, and you're gonna ruin your career, because you need to act the same way all the time. If you ever change, then everybody's gonna unfollow you, because you need to have an image, and that image needs to always be the same. You can never deviate from it.
Like, I wanted to give them more fuel to make fun of me. Like, I'm not caring what they're thinking, and I'm doubling down on I'm not trying to change to make them like me. Do you understand? Like, that's how you deal with hate comments. Like, she's like engaging with it, and I feel like obviously it's very human, and this happens to me. It happened. I mean, I think it never really goes away. But, you know, you start getting hate comments, and you're like trying to appease that person. But instead, you shouldn't give a fuck what these people think because they don't like you. Why would you want them to like you? So instead of giving them what they want is they want a reaction from you. They want you to get upset and they want you to derail like your content. But instead of giving them what they want, you have to show them that you don't give a flying fuck what they think and that you're going to double down on being cringe to show that you don't give a flying fuck what they think about you.
Do it for 45 years, and then you have to retire.
No, not like Cher. I think I was sounding like Julia Childs. What was it? Yeah, Julia Child.
The following program.
That way and then cut down and it will. Now, this is blending the stock with the onions and flour.
I think later on she got like way more.
Now, the reason for that is it thickens.
It isn't hot because that starts the egg whites going. That isn't.
She had a voice like this, like, and that's when we put the onions into the, like, she had this, like, she was very, like, had a very specific voice that people remember. Everyone knows Julia Child whenever they saw her on TV. She's that, like, old lady that makes, that, you know, that shows you how to cook.
By donating to a $20 billion charity. How did you do that? Rebecca, you can't. You're the first one ever.
So, like, the storyline to this bit is that there's somebody who's like a, like, you know, there's like a new content creator and then there's like an older content creator, and the older content creator is saying, you can't act like that. You have to maintain an image or you're going to destroy your image and you won't have a career. You have to always be the same. And then it's like the realization that, like, wait, but you know, you have to, but you broke, you know, because, like, oh, what you have to do is you have to have a whole career and then you could show people who you really are after you're ready to retire. You can't be who you are now. You have to be who you are like 40 years from now. Because that's like the traditional, like, you know, entertainer, like celebrity, like you have to be perfect all the time. You have to have this perfect image. And then later in life, you can start being who you really are. But but the character, the storyline of this bit is that, like, wait a minute, like you're the first one ever to break the chain, Rebecca. Like,
to break the chain.
No. Stop it. Just stop it. Okay? Just stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Just stop it. Okay? No more! It's time to stop! It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay?
It's time to stop! It's time to stop, okay? No more! Where the fuck are your parents? Who are your parents? I'm gonna call Child Protective Services. It's time to stop!
Okay, it's time to stop. Where are your parents?
where are your parents? It's time to stop.
Now, I actually read a history book where
Oh, yes, indeed.
there was an event on a website called
YouTube.com, where
there was
there's a man.
He wore weird outfits. and he had a giant clock.
Clock.
And
Now,
he said it's
time to stop. Now, what do you think are the academic implications of this? Okay. When I was young, my colleagues at my college, that I work teach at, and because I'm a tenure, I have tenure, and I was at college, and I was saying this to them, and they said, indubitably.
Emotional damage.
Someone tried to cancel me because I said emotional damage. That's how the internet works. They said I'm racist. Wait, was this the same one? Oh. I accidentally closed the wrong one.
Mad Dog Liam. You can't just do that. You can't just do that. Why? You think that I'm just...
This is where see, I was getting scrolling after scrolling of like hateful comments. And this is the exact moment that it started. Like, I was reading chat here, right? This is what you need to do. You have to find your own way of dealing with this. Everybody does. But when you start to see a hate raid and you see a whole bunch of people in chat talking, you gotta figure out how to react to it to make it into content. Or not react to it at all and just do your normal thing. But this kind of is my normal thing. It's just being cringe.
Mad Dog Liam. You can't just do that. You can't just do that. Why? You think that I just wanted to say to you're in the chat, and you're gonna be there, and you're gonna be saying those things that you're saying. You can't do that.
I was basically trying to make fun of, like, basically what happens here is like what most new content creators will do, and this happened to me, is that when you start getting hate comments, you're like, oh, get the fuck out of my chat, you can't say that, like start, and I was like, you can't do that. And I was like, I was basically doing the thing that, but making fun of the thing that people were expecting me to do, right? And this was all in the same stream. This happened in, like, I think the span of like 20 or 30 minutes.
You gotta stick with your gut. You gotta bring yourself to where all the people are, and you say, hello, how are you? Hi, my name is Wide Peepo. Hi, my name is Keck W. We don't take kindly to you over here. Why? My name is Keck W. Oh, you can't say that. You can't say Keck W. It's wrong, but I can't help it. I'm Keck W.
Yeah, it's basically, this is a commentary on cancel culture and why people are so arbitrary with what you can and can't say. Especially there was a real, and it's still kind of like this. It's a little less like this now, but like on Twitch, for example, like they're saying, oh, you can't say obese, or, you know, like what the fuck? Like, it's a medical terminology. Like, what the fuck?
I can't even change it. Well, you're not allowed here. We don't take kindly to you. We'd only allow emotes like LOLW. It's like,
and it's kind of arbitrary, right? Like, it's very arbitrary, and that's what this whole bit was about.
I don't want to be here, okay? Why don't you guys leave Keck W alone, okay? Cap, what do you have to say about this? I don't know why everyone asks me. I don't care. I just want to watch the porn. I just want to eat pizza and watch porn. Okay? Why are you doing this to me? Okay, well, Wide People Happy, you have to understand.
Gotcha,
Not all
gasm.
emotes are the same as the people who use them. And so when you use Keck W in the wrong context, it's okay to the other people who use Keck W. It's an emote. It can't help being who it is. So don't cancel it. Don't cancel people just because you have some kind of idea of what is and shouldn't be. Okay? So when you cancel people,
when you cancel people, you're not giving them a chance. Okay, like Kick W can't help being Kick W. Okay, and that's facts. That's no cap. Okay.
You know, I feel like I have a lot of work to do on my style and like but like I feel like I have a very like unique comedy style. And it just needs to be developed because I feel like it's very undeveloped. I just think most people just think it's annoying or cringe. But I feel like I don't think there's anybody out there that's like me. And if I can make this work,
You cancel people.
I think I could be really something special in the in the scene. You know, like I really think that there's something. I got something that most people don't. I have a spark. But a spark is nothing without any kindling. So that's the problem.
On.
Okay.
So Wrath raids me, and then oh my god, Wrath raids me, and then he says,
I mean, maybe she's just wants to farm this. I don't know if it's the. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's not super. I haven't gone through this whole thing. Maybe it's not super like controversial kind of like hate raid or hate comments, but at the same time, I mean, this is a huge YouTuber, I guess that's what makes it, but maybe she saw an opportunity to form content, so maybe she made a total genius move, but at the same time, it's like, there's a way to deal with things and there's a way to not deal with it. Let's kind of find out how this goes.
people who just got raided. The stream's kind of whack, not going to lie. Best to get going. And then after he said that, Kui stood up for me. Kui practically said, I don't exactly remember what you said, Kui. I can actually find your chat logs really fast.
I'm gonna just stop it right here and say this. You're making such a huge mistake, like letting people donate and say this shit to you.
Yeah, because you're letting them run the stream when it's your stream. It's not chat's stream. Like, yeah, I'll bring up chat and stuff, and we'll talk about stuff, but in the end of the day, I'm the one curating the content. And when you start making people's harassment as the content, you're allowing the people, you're enabling the people to say, oh, well, I can run the stream. I can get this streamer to say or do what I want them to. And it's like, now you're letting someone else run your stream. And it can really quickly get out of hand, especially even when you're responding to people who support you. The best thing to do is to just ignore it, or like, kind of just let it wash over you. Like, I feel like the way I responded to that hate raid in those examples I showed you, I feel like that's how every streamer should respond to it. And then, obviously if it's something that's really big and it goes on longer for for a couple streams, like people keep bringing up drama or whatever, maybe you need to, and this is a big maybe you need to make an announcement, like a tweet or something, like addressing an issue. Like if it's a big deal, especially if it's something that you're at fault for. I feel like, those YouTube apology videos, I mean, obviously if you're disingenuous, then, obviously just fuck that, whatever. But if you're actually like really genuine about like wanting to like improve as a content creator, you made a mistake and like people keep bringing it up, you could, I think 99,999 times out of 100,000, you should just completely ignore it and just move on, and those people will give up. But I think sometimes that one time out of every 100,000, there's like, you might need to address something and like say like, hey, like this thing happened on stream. I'm human and I made a mistake. I said something really stupid, whatever. And here's how we're going to move forward. And obviously some people are just never going to forgive you, whatever. But you can just throw them away. They can go watch someone else. There's like millions of other videos out there. Why do they have to only watch your video? They can watch someone else. There's always, you want the people coming into your stream, people like Twice Slicer. You want people like Twice Slicer. You want people like One Gun Grave. You want these kind of people in your stream, the people who are gonna like respect you for who you are and your content for what it is, because there's always more. And do you want to attract the people that align with what your vision is, or do you want to attract people who are just gonna try to take over your stream every chance they get? and try to dictate what the content is and try to get a reaction from you. What kind of streamer, what kind of content creator do you want to be? And what she's doing is she's taking screenshots, and yeah, she's a small streamer, so it's like it's a big deal when you're a small streamer. It's like, hey, like here's something, like maybe I can get some clout for it. And yeah, she's playing with fire, honestly, because now, and especially now that Asmongold, you know, is watching, she's always going to be known. And now Asmongold, I know it's like he has absolutely no responsibility for, like, I'm not saying he has a responsibility. What I'm trying to say is he needs to recognize that when he pulls up a small streamer like this, he kind of gets to dictate the narrative now. So how he responds to this video is actually going to determine how people see her a little bit. Don't take all the credit for that, because every individual is responsible for their own image and for their own content. I'm not saying that he's like responsible for any hate she gets. I hate that. I hate that kind of line of thinking people have. They're like, oh, Asmongold, you have a responsibility. It's like, no, he can do whatever he wants. In fact, he could just totally shit on her, like if he wanted to. He could, you know, I think it's against TOS to like direct a hate raid against people, but like he can think or say or do whatever he wants. That's not really what I'm saying. I'm just saying that like he has to at least recognize that because of his audience size, when he pulls her up on stream, it becomes his video. It's no longer her video. And I'm sure he understands this. He does a lot of React content. Or maybe he doesn't. I mean, if he doesn't, and especially if he's watching me, I don't know if he would, but I hope that he understands that, like, he's putting his platform, like, on top of hers. Like, the people who are watching this are people on his platform. So how he paints the narrative is going to change how they interpret the situation.
Like, the moment somebody says something weird, you just instantly block them and stop responding.
Yeah, the thing is you're not gonna, people are like, oh, but I don't have anybody in chat. And it's like, okay, well, you're a small streamer, you're thinking backwards. First of all, you're a small streamer, especially if you have less than like 10 viewers. I would even say like less than 50 viewers. I mean, I guess if you get 20 to 50 viewers, you should just keep trying to grow, and you should not stop trying to grow on other platforms. But you know, I think people don't really understand that 50 viewers is an insanely large amount of people to have currently viewing your stream. Most people are going to be less than 5 viewers, or even less than 2. So, streaming more is not going to make more people come in. People are going to find your stream. 99% of the time, those people are going to be people causing problems. And so if those people come into your chat, don't fall for it. They're going to come in, they're like, oh, but you have to listen to me because I'm the only person watching your chat. It's like, no, I fucking don't. Get the fuck out of here. I'm just going to ban that person and keep doing my thing. And then the cool thing is if you keep doing that, then people like Twice Slicer come around and stick around. People who respect you and people who like what you have to offer. Or at the very least, people who support you. Those are the people you want sticking around. You don't want people like, you know, who said, what can I do to make this streamer react? You know, like, you don't want those kind of people.
Like, she should have done that right away. Like, the moment, like, he went and said, like, stream's kind of whack, like, who the fuck goes in and says that?
Kui said, ban that guy. Ban him a little as a treat. I wonder if there's a way to delay text-to-speech to mods can check them for spoilers. Oh,
yeah.
Brian is crying. Brian, go get some more allowance from your mommy. I think, Kui, you went a little...
Yeah, you're putting gasoline on the fire. That's the thing. You can't really solve the problem by playing their own game. Because they're anonymous. And if you ban them, first of all, if you ban them after you enabled them, they're just going to make a new account and they're going to keep doing it. But if you ban them without acknowledging them, they're just going to kind of move on after a little bit. They're going to make some new accounts, and then they're going to keep finding that you're not going to take the bait. These people, and I know you brought up Sonichu earlier, these people want another Chris Chan. This is the mindset. Your cottage cheese. I didn't say your cottage cheese. I said people like Twice Slicer because Twice Slicer was here. I know you're just joking. solid, but you know, I mean, I don't know, cottage cheese is kind of solid. But yeah, I mean, basically the kind of people who go in and harass streamers, especially small streamers, they want another Christian. They're the same type of person. They want to harass someone to get them to react to it. That's the same exact shit. And if you bleed, I think Asmongold even said this, because he was actually talking about what happened with Christian. If you let them win, you're playing their game, and you're gonna end up like just being miserable, because that's what happened with Christian. Because, you know, that person, she did not understand, well, at the time, you know, she identified as male, but like, you know, she didn't understand because she's like on the spectrum and a very specific mental illness, whatever that's going on. And I hope she's getting help, honestly. She needs some serious fucking help. And then I don't even want to get into the whole thing that people will constantly misgender her because they don't think she's actually trans. Who are you to gatekeep? I don't care if somebody's like a murderer. You know, I don't care. I'm you know, I'm not going to misgender them. And whether they're trans or not, I'm not going to misgender someone just because I don't like them as a person. I mean, it's not like I'm saluting her. Like, there's so many things we don't even, like, we're not even going to get into the whole thing with Christian. Like, that's a whole fucking thing. But basically why I brought this up is because that's what these people want. They want you to react the way Christian reacted. So if you go the opposite direction, then you're not playing their game anymore. If you ignore them, or if you even double down on doing your own thing, keep doing what you do. Keep doing your thing. Don't do their thing. They want you to get mad. They want you to, like, you know, rage and break things. They want you to, like, try to, like, plead with your audience. And I know that's like it's a perfect example of what not to do. Is what happened with Christian. That's how not to respond to hate on the internet.
Overboard, and that might have made him a little more mad. And then, so Brian said, Quake Theater, she ain't gonna get with you, little man. And then you continued, Quee. and then he said, wait, stop, I ain't finished, Quee. Quee is astronomically...
She needs to be splitting these donations with...
I keep thinking that she's saying queef.
Quee, bro, like, this girl's farming her donations.
Down bad. Bro is hopping on you any chance he gets just to get shut down. Little man wouldn't last a second in my hood. Where you at? Keep in mind that Brian is a rich white boy with a daughter.
How do you know
He
that?
is not in the hood. He's just trying to act cool.
Right.
So then after that, he says, Spudsy, he gives me $20, and he says, Spudsy, I want you to give this money to Quake Theater. They can use it on an escort. Sure, he had to pay to get laid, but
Quake, was that a Futurama reference? Like, what? Is there a Mrs. Queequeg?
at least he'll be getting some sort of action.
Okay, I'm actually intrigued. I'm now
and this is why it turned in from a 5-minute react to an 1.5 minute react.
This is way better than what I had expected. This is so stupid it demands my full attention.
That's how you know that you got Asmongold. When it's so stupid, this is what I need to do. I need to get so stupid that even Asmongold finally reacts. I need to do something so stupid.
I want to say this. Number one, what a fucking mistake not blocking this donator. Should have instantly blocked this donator. I think that, you know, she's a...
Yeah, I learned that a long time ago. Like, people come in, they're like... Especially, okay, when there's different types of blocks that I do. Like, especially, like, when people come in, anything remotely transphobic, instant block. Anything talking about my appearance, I take Asmongold's advice on this. Anybody talking about my appearance, about my life, about like my choices in life. Obviously there's a difference between somebody like, you know, genuinely like wanting to have a conversation. But if somebody just comes in and the first thing they do is like, what the fuck are you doing? Go get a real job. Like that's just instant block, okay? You get 1-year bans every time you chat. Tafelgruff, did I ban you at one point? I don't even know, but welcome back. But you know, there's a, you know, there's like a tier list of like, you know, people talking about your appearance, people talking about, especially like with trans related stuff, obviously, because that's low hanging fruit for these types of people. They're like, if I was black, they would be talking about black stuff. You know, like if I looked like Asmongold, they'd be talking about how bald I am or how I don't shower or whatever. You know, like it doesn't matter. Like these people are just going to infinitely farm whatever's lowest hanging. And so that's like an immediate block. If somebody's like, there's like an in between, but like most of the time it's not coming from a genuine place. Like if somebody comes in, very first thing they say is like, you're making a mistake. You shouldn't get that surgery. Like that's a block. Like, fuck you. Like, you don't know anything about me specifically, but you also don't know anything about trans medicine. So it's like, those are people that I'll just always block. You know, if it's somebody who's like genuinely like, hey, I don't know much about trans medicine. Can you tell me a little bit about this? Like, that's a little different. That's like somebody who's actually asking a question, especially if it's not the very first thing they say. But even, you know, there's a different way, there's a different vibe, and I can usually pick up on them. Not always, but as soon as it turns bad, you know, they go down the toilet. I don't give a fuck. I don't care if like I have 0 viewers. I'd rather have 0 viewers and do my own thing than let somebody dictate what my stream is going to be. You know what I'm saying?
Small streamer, she might be new to streaming. She doesn't understand the dynamic. Maybe she needs the money, so she feels like she has to do it. Please never sacrifice your mental health for $4.20.
Exactly. I mean, it's like, yeah, you're gonna get some money for one stream. Obviously, if you're the kind of a person who can actually mentally handle this, and you can, you know, you can actually like profit from this, and you're like okay with, you know, that it doesn't affect your mental health, that's different, and you're a sociopath. But if you're, most likely it's like, you're going to have people who genuinely respect you and care about you if you don't appeal to these losers. Like if I'm going to, you know, I like Tufflegruff, you've been here for a while. Solid Anxiety, you've even played games with me. Twice Slicer, you've been here for a while. Get on. You know, like we even have a meme. You know, One Gun, you've talked with me about a lot of stuff. You know, I have a lot of viewers like you guys. Because I've instead of catering to the people that are having a problem with me, I'm creating a space for people who, you know, who respect me. And if they don't respect me, then at least they're like, you know, they're chill. Because that's the kind of vibe I want. I want people to come to me who are, you know, like, I feel like if I did react as she did, I feel like I would lose your respect. But I also feel like the type of viewers that you are, would have like wouldn't be like constantly weighing like, oh, am I gonna keep following this streamer or do I need to unfollow? Like if anything that I say is going to set you off, then I may as well just like, you know, block you now. Like if anything, if I need to like walk on tiptoe on like ice every single stream, or I'm gonna lose my viewers, those aren't the right viewers. I'd rather have less viewers who are like, you know, who respect me as a content creator or even as a person, and who aren't going to like constantly like harass me, first of all, but even besides that, who aren't going to constantly like say, oh, like this this content creator, you know, better say something that I agree with, or better do something that I think is entertaining, because as soon as that person says something I don't like, I'm gone. Like it's just like it's a weird dynamic, and you shouldn't want that. Like it's not worth it. And honestly, in the end of the day, I stream not for my viewers, I stream for me. And anything that I say or do on stream is because I want to say it. It took me like almost 5 years to figure that out. And a lot of my stream has been coinciding with my mental health journey and with my transgender related healthcare. A lot of it's kind of an amalgamation of a mixture of things. So like my specific stream is like an organic thing that has come, that I feel that has taken me a lot of mistakes to learn from. And one of those mistakes is basically don't give a flying fuck what anybody thinks about you. Unless their opinion is something that you respect, because they're coming from a place of respect and you value their opinion. Because that's how you should treat all your relationships in your real life too. You shouldn't be caring what somebody who like disrespects you thinks. You know, it's like, why are you working for a boss who treats you like garbage? You can get a new boss. But are you going to take years of abuse just for a paycheck? Somebody else can give you a paycheck. It might be hard, and you might have to change situations and industries. And like I said, I'm not saying it's easy, because obviously I'm struggling with the workplace. You know, I'm autistic and I have a bunch of challenges, and I have to find a career path that's going to work for me. And I think I found one. We've talked about this. But at the same time, it's like, I have to be able to take care of my mental health, because if my mental health fails, I'm not going to be able to keep showing up. And so like if your mental health is failing for a couple dollars, like, yeah, you're going to get a paycheck, but like you're going to need a paycheck for the rest of your life. Would you rather get a paycheck from somebody who respects you, or a paycheck from somebody who's going to take advantage of you and abuse you? It's really like, people say, oh, I can't quit this job. It's like, well, why not? There's like a whole bunch of other people who can employ you in that same industry. Why you have to have that boss? Oh, because I've had this job for 10 years and because it's easier to keep the job. It's actually not easier, because your mental health is suffering. The rest of your life is suffering. And if you don't take care of it, it's going to get worse. And your relationships are going to suffer. Your job is going to suffer, because one day you're just not going to be able to take it anymore, and then you're just going to have to quit anyway, or you're going to get fired. Which is also, if you leave on good terms, at least then it's like you dictated the way you handled that situation. And it's no different on stream. You should treat your stream, obviously it's a very different context, but would you let people in your real life treat you this way? I don't think so.
Maybe for the $50 though is, you know, maybe you can take one for that. But $4, nope. Because you take the PayPal transaction out of that, you're really only getting like $3.50, okay?
And then at this point in the game, I die. I fall into a black hole, and he says, "Does Spotty just fall into a black hole?" Yes, but don't let that distract you from the fact that Quake Theater has never felt the touch of a woman. And then Denix said, maybe.
And you know, like, this guy gets off on the idea that he's co-opting the stream and donating money to elevate his message to try to get one over on another person who's disagreeing with him on chat. This is down bad behavior on a level, like, his heart rate right now, whenever he's doing this, is probably at least 130.
Yeah, because it's like
blood pressure.
He's getting this rush that, like, I'm the center of attention. That, like, the streamer's paying attention to me. That everybody sees what I'm saying. That's exactly what they want, and they're fucking losers, and they need to get the message that, hey, like... And, like, yeah, there's different reasons. Like, a lot of people donate because they want to be noticed by the streamer. I don't think, you know, when you're harassing the streamer, that's very different. This is pure narcissism. But, you know, it's like, you know, like saying, hey, like, I've watched your content, big fan, I really liked that event that you did, etc., etc. And that person said, well, thanks, Rebecca. Like, thanks for being here. I mean, that's a normal kind of rush. Like, oh, the streamer noticed me. Like, you know, I've been there. I've donated to a few streamers. But, you know, at a certain point, it's like, there's a point where it's like, well, you know, that's nice and all, but, like, that's not going to fulfill you in life. But, you know, every now and then it's a content creator you really care about. It's kind of nice when they read your messages, because there's like, you know, the chat is like being spammed, and then they notice your message, and you're like, whoa, they noticed me. Like, you know, Asmongold's read my messages before. He has like a whole bunch of people spamming him, and he's read my messages. So it's like, I mean, he didn't like specifically call me out because I don't call him a dumb fuck. Usually he only pulls people up if they disagree with him in a very angry way, and I don't really disagree with him in an angry way. I might disagree with him, but I generally just kind of pick my battles. It's his stream, and it's like, well, he's just gonna ban me if I don't agree with him. So like, you know, if I want to disagree with him, I'll do it off stream. Like, I'm gonna do it on my stream because it's my stream, it's not his. Like, you know, I can react to what he's saying on my platform. I'm not gonna use his platform to spread my message. He's just gonna ban me. Because I know that I'm not new to his community. I know how he responds. Okay,
We're talking like 150, 160, like it's going up.
I mean, he probably has a rock hard erection.
With Queef,
His face
right?
might be getting red.
No, it wasn't, because this guy's completely. Brian's completely fucking rando. So then, Brian donates again, and he says, "I noticed that Denix just said, Quee, maybe it's a friend that's with you, and Denix, you could be wrong because he would have to be he would have to have friends for that to be true, and Quee does not have any friends." Then Brian donated. He gave me the address to the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas, and he said, "Hey Spudsy, this is all for a video."
Oh shit! As soon as somebody, first of all, as soon as somebody actually starts giving addresses out, it doesn't matter if it's a public place because you'd have to Google that. If somebody gives a single chat message that has an address in it, fucking ban them permanently. Never engage with that person ever again. She made a huge mistake. That's actually TOS kind of shit.
This is all for a video. Wait, what?
That address was a T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas because, haha, Quee was a great sport about it, and so were you. I will be leaving now. Have a fantastic stream. I was not.
Yeah, I mean, that's just pretty shitty. These people are fucking losers. You don't need to take shit from someone just because they have more viewers than you. For example, if Asmongold came into my stream and said, hey, I'm going to use you for content and I'm going to harass you because of it. I mean, I would say, like, what the fuck? I mean, I don't think he would ever do that. He would be honest about it. He'd be like, hey, by the way, like, trust me on this. I'm going to make content for you. I'd be like, cool, bro. Like, I mean, if it was Asmon, maybe. But at the same time, if he actually genuinely started being a fucking asshole in my chat like this guy was, I'd be like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're banned. I don't care if you're like got 2.4 million subscribers. And you know why I can say that? Is because he would never do this. Well, specifically for that reason. He would never hear the end of it. What does he have to gain from it? He has everything to lose and nothing to gain. But so it's like, if a content creator who's bigger than you starts acting like this, fuck him. Like, what a piece of shit. What a loser. You know, obviously all their viewers must be losers. Just because they have a large view count, there's like 8 billion people on the planet. How many users are on, how many unique users are on YouTube? 2.70 billion monthly active users. 51% of all internet. So out of 2.70 billion people, not all those people are going to be good people. Some of those people might even be like criminals. Okay, like, so, like, these, if somebody has more viewers than you, it doesn't mean they're more successful than you. It means they attract a certain type of audience, and if that person is acting like a total fucking douchebag, what do you think their viewer, like, what do you think kind of viewers that attracts? You do not want that shit. It's like having a hornet's nest in your house. Get the fuck rid of that.
You just got punked.
A good sport about it. He essentially took my stream hostage for 20 minutes. He came into my stream.
To be fair, you should have fucking banned him. Like, he's a stupid fucking piece of shit, and we're gonna spend the rest of the—
This is what you need to do with people like that. Okay, You need to get the enema, okay? Like, why did she have that ready to go? Because I'm a genius content creator. That's why.
The video talking about how much of a piece of shit he is, but you fucked up. You should have banned him. You should have banned him. You let him stay there. You let him make that your part of the content. You could have banned him. You could have blocked him. You could have done anything. You didn't do it. It's your stream. It's your responsibility. Nobody can take your stream hostage because you own it. He doesn't.
Completely unprovoked.
Yeah, so like obviously if you're aware of that and you do it on purpose, I'm just going to assume that you're trying to farm content. Obviously, not everybody is. Some people are not aware of these things, including myself. I'm not even like a bigger content creator. And there's still a lot of shit I need to learn. Are you kidding me? Like, there's a ton of shit that I don't know. Like, I don't know what it's like to have 10,000 people watching your stream. Like, that's information I don't have. But there's a point where it's like, some people genuinely don't understand these things, and you have to learn somehow. Some people never learn, unfortunately.
Harassed me, and then he went after one of my viewers, and then when he said that he was going to make this into a video, I explicitly said, you do not have my consent. I said, you are not allowed to put me in a video or I'm going to copyright strike you.
Oh, don't do that. Never, ever, ever do that. You will lose all respect from everybody because you're playing his game. He wants you to get mad and he wants you to copy strike, and then he can point at you and say, oh, look at this pathetic content creator, couldn't even take a small amount of harassment. You do not want that. It's like the number one no-no, besides obviously posting like illegal shit on YouTube. You should never, ever content strike someone unless it's a genuine, like, legal concern. Like, someone like posted something that like you signed a contract with for, like, you know, only certain channels can have this content. Someone actually steals the content and there's like a legal thing, but even that is kind of like, you know, unlikely. Most of the time, those channels just like eventually will get taken down because they're stealing content, whatever. They're not going to be able to monetize. Who the fuck cares? They have like 2 subscribers. Like, nobody cares. The moment you start copy striking because of a personal reason, you've lost all credibility with, and all respect. Obviously, people are going to understand why. But like, you cannot control, because what people are going to do with your content once you put it online. People can have OBS running and be recording your stream even if you unpublish the VOD. You should understand that everything you put out on the internet is forever. Even if it's not. Even if nobody's watching, even if nobody records it or downloads it or whatever, it doesn't matter. You should always have that in your brain, that everything that you say could be being recorded. And you should not give a fuck what other people do with it, because it makes them look bad if they're doing something weird. It doesn't say anything about you. But what does make you look bad is if you start playing their game.
Does she have the clip of that? Are we going to see the clip of that?
It scares me that I literally told him that he does not have my consent. Like, does he not understand what no means?
Okay, that's not how the internet works. People are going to put like photoshops of like you know, like a dick in your face and shit like that. I know it's terrible and people shouldn't do that, and especially when it comes to like, you know, like deep fake shit, and especially when it's breaking the law, such as revenge porn. But like, people are gonna fucking Photoshop shit, they're gonna make fun of you, whatever. That's how the internet works. You should not be shocked when someone takes your content and uses it for their own agenda. In fact, as long as you react appropriately, it's only going to give you more positive. Obviously, not all good news, not all press is good press, whatever. But if you respond without like playing their game or whatever, you're going to get an initial hate raid. But if you show them, and this is what happened with me, like with Box Life, I don't like bringing that up. But this is what happened with me, is I had people come in here who were absolute dog shit people who just never wanted to see me with any kind of good faith. But then there was people who came in because they saw Box Life and they wanted to see if everything was okay. And then they saw, not through me telling them, but through my actions, who I really was. And like, I'm not about like, you know, rage content or like raging all the time. They saw one isolated incident of me having a meltdown. I mean, hey, I'm an autistic person and there was a very stressful situation with a drunk person in my stream. Okay? Like, that's gonna happen. And it's a history of behavior like that with with my dad, etc. He's gotten better, I've gotten better. And people, most genuine people who have like, want to see the best in people will see my behavior later on. They'll come into my stream and they'll be expecting me to be one way, and they'll see me being myself and they're like, oh, she's not so bad. Like, come on. And I've gotten some long-term viewers because of that. I've had people come in, coming in to like troll me, and then they see who I really am and they're like, huh, and then they keep coming back. That's what you want. The bad people, they're gonna come in, they're gonna harass you, they're gonna leave. But it's the people who stick around that matter.
Like
The kind of people that do stuff like this think that no probably means ask me harder. Yeah. No normal, well-adjusted person would do this in the first place.
Yeah, exactly.
fucking scares me. And okay, I'm gonna play the video now.
Okay,
I'm gonna play the super
okay.
cut of the donations.
A raging cum. Brian tipped $4.20.
Wait, was I watching this live? I think I was.
Damn okay.
Am I in the chat?
Hopefully it's your last time too.
She's just like, what? What? Okay.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Species ever even existed. How could I not want to see what this?
Come. Brian tipped $4.20. I found you, and I deeply regret it.
No, it's like these people, they come into my YouTube all the time. They're like, why did this show up on my feed? It's like, well, why'd you comment? You're actually helping my channel. And, you know, it's like they come in here and they think their opinion matters. It doesn't. It's just classic loser behavior.
This guy's like, what the fuck? What? Who's this loser?
Oh, hi, Raph.
She's just like, she doesn't even know what to say. She's like, oh, thank God, something else happened so I don't have to address this. Oh my God.
Yeah, you can't always count on that though. Like, you know, obviously, especially if you're a smaller streamer, you gotta take control of your stream. And this is why I stream even if nobody's watching. I don't care. Because I have the camera on, I have the light on, I have the microphone on. The camera's watching. And I have to always be aware that there's a reason why I'm streaming, and it's because I want to share and process like my thinking and try to improve my own life through that. That's my own reason, and possibly create content. Hopefully one day. I feel like I have a lot to learn as far as being a content creator, but how are you supposed to learn if you don't even try? Like, I don't know. I feel like I'm making sense. I just don't know how to turn it into content that's going to hit the algorithm right. But
take a piss. I'll be right back, and then we'll wrap the rest of this up. This is crazy, dude. She's giving him the reaction that he wants. Well, I mean, what are you supposed to do, right? I mean, and this is, you've got to remember, like, these are like the first few messages. This isn't like 3 hours into it or like, you know, anything like that. This weird boy is just sitting in here sending messages for money. It's like, at least whenever Mr. Beast does this, he donates like a good amount of money. Like, this is nothing.
yeah, and also like this, I know it's like normal to react this way. You get a big raid, never take a raid seriously unless it's somebody that you know. Like if Asmongold raided my stream, or Zach Rar. If Zach Rar raided my stream, I'd be like, hey, by the way, guys, I'm probably going to get rid of like 80% of you right now, but I'm transgender. Like, because I know his audience, right? Like, you know? Like, but if he raided me, yeah, I'd be a little bit excited, but I also know most of them are probably not going to give a flying fuck about me. Now, if like someone else, like if Hassan or Will Neff raided me, well then that's a different kind of thing, it's like, hey, what's up, you guys? It's like, yeah, I don't really know how to respond here, but like we're doing this, and I hope that we can have a good time together, and don't get so excited and don't get your hopes up just because you get a raid, especially if it's somebody you have no idea who it is, because most likely it's somebody with a bunch of bot accounts, or at least even worse, it's somebody with a private Discord that has been stalking your content and wants to get a reaction out of you because they're like on 4chan or Kiwi Farms.
Your stream. I looked for a bit while I was getting ready for the day. Hi. I am playing a game called Outer Wilds. Yeah.
Raging come. Fuck Brian tipped $4.20. You do you spoons.
So this guy named Brian just tipped me.
Confirm that that's
hold up. So there was this guy named Brian that just tipped me.
It is us. Great.
Okay, at least you got rated by like an actual. We don't know. I don't know based on this small amount. It looks like a genuine streamer, not like a hate raider, but.
These are
Raging come. Brian tipped $4.20. Welcome people who just got raided. This stream kinda whack, not gonna lie. Best to get going.
Also, I don't really like big giant like stream alerts. I know like obviously it depends on the community, and a lot of streamers, big streamers and small streamers, will have like a big like raging come, like that kind of stuff. I absolutely cannot stand that. It's so derailing. I'll do TTS, but that's about it. Like if somebody donates, like, yeah, that's one way that I like interacting with chat. And I feel like if there's like a sound effect every single, obviously a normal sound effect is one thing, but I might even mute that if it gets annoying. Like if obviously if I'm getting a ton of donations, then bring it, but I do feel like it takes away the smoothness of the interaction. But then it's like if somebody's donating and they're doing TTS, you want to respond to that, unless it's like some bullshit, then you just ban them. It's like, hey, you think that you can just give me money and spit on me? Like, well, what kind of message does that give? That you're inviting people to harass you by giving you money and treating you like a toilet.
my history. That's why I'm here.
Raging come. Brian tipped $4.20.
This is so weird. Who does this?
One guy.
You know what I'm guessing? It's probably somebody who tried to DM her and got blocked, and then he got pissed at her. You know, it doesn't make any sense. And this has happened to me before, where I've gotten some guy who's come into my stream, said really inappropriate shit, blocked him. He tried to send DMs. I just didn't even, like, respond. It's like they're really into you. They want to interact with you. They want to be your boyfriend. And then you don't react. And then you don't, like, because you ignore them, then they get pissed at you. And it's like, well, now I'm definitely not going to be with you. Like, why do you treat me all nice, and then when you don't get what you want, suddenly you're all pissed? It's just so weird to me. It's really psychotic. That, like, first of all, a content creator should not be somebody that you're trying to talk to on a personal level. They're public figures. You should treat them like you're their fan, not that you're like going to try to like have a relationship with them. That's not the agreement. That's not the dynamic. You're a fan. You're a viewer. You're not a friend. You're not a date. But when people come in, like I had this guy who was like a one-handed chatter, and like, cause he found me from a different stream, and then he showed up to here and he got the wrong he had the wrong vibe. Is all you know, he doesn't understand that what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. And I told him, like, hey, we have a different vibe here, you know, like, chill the fuck out. And he just kept on saying weird shit, and so I banned him. And then he kept DMing me on Facebook and shit. And then it's like, I'm just like not even responding to him. I'm just like block him. And it's like it started out really nice, like, oh, you're so pretty, you're so beautiful, you're such a good content creator. Then after I ignored him for a week, he's like, get a real job, stop with the blah blah blah. Like, it's like
Brian tipped $4.20. Wait.
And she's just like in shock. Like, she's like, is this real? Is this idiot really doing this?
Stop. I ain't is astronomically down bad. Bro is hoping on you any chance he gets just to get shut down. Lil man wouldn't last a second in my hood. Where you at? Aha, lil man STFU.
So, it's around this point that I started DMing Zeems, and I was like, is there any way to turn off, can I like filter out someone from donating? So
Oh, she didn't even
pretty
fucking
sure
know. Yeah, you can. It's super
going
easy.
forward,
but even then, obviously you block them, they're gonna donate again. But what you can do is you can just turn off TTS for a while until things kind of calm down, and then you can turn TTS on back on, or maybe even just the rest of the stream keep it off. You don't want to encourage people to like be doing TTS donos if they're going to be harassing you, because what's going to happen is you block them, they make a new account, and it's so easy to make an anonymous account, and also especially with donating, they can just donate and just make up a new name. Like it's. Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, with like Streamlabs, yeah, you can like filter out, I guess, like, can you actually just filter out based on somebody's credit card information or PayPal? I'd have to look into it.
turned off the text to speech. I think I turned it off. I can't remember off the top of my head, but yeah. What the fuck? What's in the block?
Brian tipped $20. Spudsy, I want you to give this money to Queequeg Theatre. They can use it on an escort. Sure, he had to pay to get laid, but at least he'll be getting some sort of action.
Oh my god. This is so ridiculous.
This has never happened before on my stream.
Yeah, and this is the thing, right? Is like, she's not like a big streamer. So it's not like she understands like all of the nuance to it, right? So like you have some guy, it's like basically this guy is like a level 60 player or like level 53 player, and he's going into Westfall trying to duel level 12s.
Yeah, I mean, basically, like, he's just...
Like, let's be real, right? What's he doing?
He's a loser, that's what.
People that are still here from Wrath's raid, I can promise you this has never happened here before.
Raging come. Brian tipped $3.33.
Yeah, you know what the thing is now that she's like kind of allowing this to go on, the people coming in from the raid are gonna think this is her content now. And if, you know, and now when she does her normal content, like, you know, it's like, it's just like, it's like now that they're gonna think that this was all like, you know, planned, and maybe it was. I don't know. I'm not gonna accuse her of like, you know, doing this on purpose, you know, for content or whatever. But there's a chance, obviously. But that's what people are gonna think. Especially if they just came into a raid and this keeps happening, they're gonna think, oh, okay, like this is all, you know, staged or whatever.
Did
Scripted.
just fall into a black hole? Yes. But don't let that distract you from the fact that Queequeg Theatre has never felt the touch of a woman.
That's even that one is at least kind of clever, right?
And no, yeah, the thing is obviously there's a point where it's like, yeah, it's just kind of fun, silly stuff, and you can just laugh it off. But if that's not the vibe you want for your chat, then that's not. If you're okay with that, like that's like an XQC dono, right? Like this is like XQC level dono, but XQC skips donos. He's like, you know, he's like fuck that. Like, that's cringe. Get the fuck out of here. You gotta moderate your stream to be the vibe that you want it to be. If it's not the vibe you want it to be, you gotta filter it out. And obviously, I'm gonna be real. This is like basic, like, level harassment. I don't want to like downplay the harassment, but I'm not gonna like treat her like a child. She's an adult, and we've only gotten 12 minutes of the video, so maybe it gets much worse. But like, this is basic level. Like, this is not like people coming in with your address and like giving you death threats. And honestly, like, I feel like if you haven't gotten at least one death threat as a YouTuber, you're probably doing something wrong.
Right? But like, this is the least stupid.
I don't know who Brian is, man.
A raging cum. Brian tipped $4.20. I noticed that Denix just said, Queen, maybe it's a friend that's fucking with you. And Denix, you would be wrong.
Oh my.
You would have to have friends for that.
Oh my god.
And Queen does not have any friends.
Okay, this is going a bit too far.
By the way, I need a change. I'm having a hard time breathing. Yeah, so basically I need to get... When I go bra shopping, I need to get one size up because they're just too small. I generally don't want to get something too big because I'm very small breasted. So it's like kind of... I've taken my measurements before, but you know, every brand has different elasticity and stuff like that. So it's kind of a tough situation, getting the right size bra. It's something I've still been trying to figure out ever since I started having breasts. It's a struggle, trying to get one that doesn't restrict my breathing. That's usually why I wear more like pajama-y clothes, like especially like t-shirts that are or sweatshirts, is because like generally like wearing a bra is generally constricting because all my bras are too small. Like this one's good. Yeah, I mean, I have to get the right bra size. It takes a while, and I don't really have a ton of money to keep shopping around to try. But you know, eventually I'll get the right bra size, and I'll be able to get good bras. Obviously, any kind of bra, like they're gonna be restrictive. But if they're fitted right, they kind of feel like this one feels like nice and comfortable right now. Like it's not too... Obviously anything that's on your body is going to be like restrictive. But you know, it holds up my breasts and they don't show my nipples and bounce around too much. Although, you know, it's like if I want cleavage though, I need to have like a good push-up bra, and it's like because my breasts are so small. And if I want to do that, I need to like... My push-up bra is too tight, you know, and it's tough. It's really tough. Wait, was Queequeg here? What the hell? Queequeg was here.
He's posting an address.
So yeah, here is when I actually turn off the
She's
text-to-speech.
like, what the
So he
fuck?
said, I stand on business.
What the
off.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why she didn't block him immediately. I said this earlier. As soon as somebody posts an address, that's just permanent ban, no questions asked. Like, somebody starts posting addresses, it doesn't even matter if it's a meme. Like, that's just really fucking weird, and it's, like, completely against TOS, and if it isn't, then it's like it should be. Because they're gonna start doxing things, and you have no way of verifying, especially, you know, quickly on stream while you're, like, playing a game. You know, it's like, what if they start posting, you know, what if they might actually be like posting other chatters' address, you know?
Fuck is this? Like, what are you doing?
The T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas. The same, like...
Uh-huh.
And then here's the last one.
I think what she's trying to do is she's trying to, like, just play it off. But by responding to it at all, you've already kind of like, you've turned it into the donator stream now. It's not your stream anymore.
Hey Spudsy, this was all for a video. That address was a T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas because, haha, Quee was a great sport about it, and so were you. I'll be leaving now. Have a fantastic stream. So thankfully, I actually have a tiniest little ounce of respect for him because the moment I said it was going too far, he did stop. So
yeah, Queequeg was actually in my stream.
For me for that. Although this whole situation is pretty fucking despicable.
To be fair, I think that he basically just kind of wrapped up the whole bit, right? I mean, I don't even know if he did that because she said it was going too far. I think that he kind of wrapped up his bit. So she's okay with this? No, what she's saying is that instead of this being a 9 out of 10 of making her uncomfortable, this made it an 8 out of 10. Does that make sense? So it's like, yeah, it's like at least, you know, he's not that much a weirdo. But like, yeah, he finished. So like, yeah, she still said no.
It's all for a video. What do you mean?
What do you? Yeah, what do you mean?
Yeah, it's the same person.
Okay, I guess I'll play that one.
A raging cum.
Brian tipped $50. Hey Spudsy, this was all for a video. That address was the T-Mobile Arena in Las Vegas because haha. Quee was a great sport about it and so were you. I will be leaving now. Have a fantastic Straya.
Well,
Straya?
No, if you're making
Stream?
a video about with me, Brian, I will fucking copyright claim you. I'm not giving you permission to put me into one of your videos.
That's weird.
And so right there, I explicitly state that he does not have my consent.
Yeah.
And he disregards that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously these motherfuckers don't give a fuck about that. You know, and that actually kind of eggs them on even more.
But yeah, this is the raw, unedited version of
Which is
what-
like, I mean, that's totally fucking fair. That's not how copyright works. No, no. Yeah, it is actually. If he's using her content, and it's like also like him, it would be one thing if she didn't say this and then he put it in there and he'd be a stupid asshole. But this is like 5 times worse whenever she's literally saying, "Hey guys, by the way, hey,
like, you know, if like Asmongold like came on here and like said, "Hey, Rebecca, like, please don't use my content." I mean, that's obviously, I'm not gonna like ignore that.
Talking to the person directly and saying, "Do not use this." Isn't Twitch a public space? You don't need permission. If somebody said for me not to react to their videos, and then I reacted to their video, then I would be in the wrong. You understand? Because we're not having a situation of a lack of consent, okay? We are in a situation of a, like, strong...
Yeah, like a direct request. Like, that's like very clearly stated.
Strong no. This isn't a no answer. This is a no. Fair use, though? It's not fair use. I don't know. Legally, no one cares. Why does anybody care about the legality? Why would anybody care? Like, do you really think I give a fuck about the copyright law? Why would I care about the copyright law? It's written by a bunch of old fucks with erectile dysfunction that can't even use a computer. You think I give a fuck what the copyright law is? I don't care about that. I'm talking about the intent. This person went in there with malicious intent, harassed her fucking viewers, and then tries to make money off of it by flexing $50 on her and saying, haha, you're in a YouTube video. He's a fucking loser. Get a lawyer, that's it? Who cares? It's
You're
not
not gonna get a lawyer over this, dude.
about whether... I don't care about the legality of it. That is not relevant to me.
Yeah, it's just like you're at the playground and somebody says, "Hey, can you like not push me off the swing?" And obviously, yeah, it's like, "Okay," and then they push you off the swing, you know.
What is relevant is that I think if somebody
Or like you're at the beach and you're making a sandcastle, and you say, "Hey, I've been working on the sandcastle. Can you watch your step?" And then they're like, "Hey, your sandcastle sucks," and then they kick it down. Like, yeah, obviously the cops aren't going to arrest that person, but it's still like a really shitty thing to do.
asks you, don't post this video that you've made of me where you harass me and make me uncomfortable in the video, that you should honor their wishes and not post them. I think that if you don't do that, there are instances where I think that you should still do it. Like, for example, like if you go undercover and it's like a restaurant that's actually like poisoning food, or there's rats everywhere, and they say, don't publish this footage, it'll make our restaurant look good or look bad, I think then you should still publish it. Like, I'm just thinking of like a situation where it would make sense. But this doesn't. This isn't the same thing. There's no greater public good that it serves by posting a video of this girl getting harassed. It's astonishing to me that anybody can see this in any direction other than what I'm saying. It's fucking ridiculous. Morally, you're correct, but you can't stop it. I don't think anybody is against your point. Well, I don't care about legally. Why would I give a fuck about that? I don't care. Why would I care about you? Oh, these are the rules. Who cares about the fucking rules?
Yeah, it's just common sense.
You change the rules all the time.
Just
because
common
she's a
decency,
copyright strike.
you know?
Who cares? Like, then she's gonna figure that out with him in court. That's not my problem. It's not my issue.
There's not going to be a court
like
case.
in my opinion, I think that in general, if somebody doesn't want you, like, this is what we do, right? Is like, if somebody is upset at the fact that I looked at a video of theirs, I talked about them or something like that, I have a pretty much no questions asked.
Yeah, like if Asmongold like reacted to Boxed Life, and I mean like, hey man, like, here's what happened, and like this has really been a really weird situation in my life, and I'm not going to ask you to take it down, but like at the very least, like, can you at least like, you know, maybe help, like, not paint me in such a bad light or something. Like, can you at least let me like kind of explain my side of the story, and like maybe like if you wanted to keep it up, you know, like, or if, you know, if you're not willing to have me on stream to talk to me, then at least take the video down, because like I'm just gonna get a whole bunch of hate for it, and then I'd have to defend myself without a big giant streamer like Asmongold to defend me, you know. Which obviously, you know, that's just how the internet is. Everybody, it's a dog eat dog world. I can stand on my own. I've been hate rated by a lot of you know, like basically all of 4chan and Kiwi Farms. Okay, like I've gotten the wash, rinse, repeat. I've gotten hate rated on Twitter, all by like super alt-right content creators. They're irrelevant losers. But at the same time, most reasonable people, if that's all they saw of me was box life, they would reasonably have the wrong idea about me. And I feel like if somebody like Asmongold were to shine a light on that, that'd be a pretty shitty thing to do, because especially since there's plenty of, that was 4 years ago, and there's plenty more chances I've had to redeem myself. And I feel like if he's going to show something from 4 years ago, he better show something from recently as well. which I'd be like, hey, like, if you're gonna post box life, at least like share something that also shows me who I really am, and not just this like really bad moment. I don't think you would ever show box life to begin with, because the only people who like that kind of content are like super alt-right, like Nick Fuentes fans, you know?
If you want me to take down the video, I take it down. I do. I'll take it down. You don't have to explain it to me. You don't have to like threaten me. If you just ask me to do it, okay, sure.
Yeah, it's a generally good policy. Like, you know, assume fair use until somebody asks. And, you know, obviously, if it's somebody asking you to take it down because of some really pathetic reason, that is what it is. I'm not going to forget that, but I'd rather just take it down. You know, like, you know, it's already been public. You can't undo that. But if somebody asks you to take something down, clearly it bothers them. So it's like, you know, okay, I'll take it down.
Yeah, I got you. For sure. My bad. Yeah, that's you, not them. Exactly. My point is that I believe that I am doing the good thing, and not doing that is the bad thing. Does that make sense? Like, I don't care about whether, like, if she wants to copyright strike him and figure this out in court, go ahead. That's not my fucking problem. I don't care about that. When you take stuff down, though, you're reacting to something that already happened to finish stream. You aren't part of the thing, so it's another reason why it's quite different. I don't really understand how that means anything.
Yes.
Large portion of your chat.
I think like that person may have been thinking like, okay, well, if you came into this person's stream and started trying to manipulate the stream for content and then posted a video, I mean, but then he still said he wouldn't post it if that person said no. So I don't know where that person, what that chatter was implying.
That is mentally retarded. I think the truth is that if this was happening to a guy, people would have a different perspective.
Yeah, there's always the misandry that happens. Like, people think that guys can just take everything. Like, oh, if this was happening to a guy, it's like, you should just take it, be a man, ... The misandry, the hypermasculinity, the toxic masculinity, the hypermasculinity, or, you know, I think it's just better to call it misandry. It's a different issue than misogyny. Don't get it twisted. They're very two different things. But misandry is a very real thing that affects boys and men. A lot of people are, you know, just basically taught that their feelings don't matter, that they should just take sexual harassment and harassment in general. You know, like, you know, purple nurples, for example. That, you know, if you give a girl a purple nurple, it's sexual harassment. If you give a boy a purple nurple, that's just part of growing up, right? That's misandry. That's insanely wrong. That it's acceptable for a boy to get their nipples twisted, but if he was a girl, it would be sexual harassment. It's sexual harassment regardless. It's plain and simple. But, you know, male culture, because of misandry, it's basically just been the standard that boys and men are supposed to just take it. Because, oh, just be a man, stop being a little bitch. That's misandry. You know, that there's so many boys and men that are just like their valid concerns about their personal space and about their lives are just completely ignored. And they're laughed off by men and women. Especially like with dating, like, you know, making fun of a guy because of his dick size, for example. Like, what if you made, and then if it was a man making fun of a woman for her breast size, you know, you flip that around, it hits a little differently, and that's part of misandry. And it's a real problem. You know, it doesn't undermine, it doesn't negate misogyny. Just because misandry has happened doesn't mean misogyny hasn't happened. Okay, I really wish people would stop thinking so black and white. Misandry can happen and misogyny can happen. They're both very different, but they're also both the same. You know, misandry does not negate misogyny, but at the same time, it's like men and boys face some very severe issues. And it's mainly revolved around, you know, this idea that to be a man means you just have to basically put up with abuse and that you can't say no. like especially with like very sexualized things that people say is it's just a joke that I grabbed your ass. It's just a joke that I hit you with a towel, that I punched you in the face, that I punched you in the shoulder, that I invaded your personal space even after you said no. Why don't you just be a man? Like, that's misandry. That's total abuse. And it's accepted. Or it's not, maybe not as accepted now, but like it's historically been accepted, where if that person was a girl, it would absolutely not be acceptable. But it shouldn't be acceptable in either case. Like, you know, somebody twisting a boy's nipples is a purple nurple. But if it was a boy twisting a girl's nipples, now it's a big deal and that person's getting expelled. But if it was a boy twisting another boy's nipples, oh, it's boys will be boys. It's fucked up. It's absolutely fucked up.
I think that a lot of people just instantly react negatively to a girl. I think that they see a girl that's getting donations and they assume that she's doing it because she's trying to manipulate this guy into doing it.
Yeah, that's misogyny. That's the other side of the question. If it was a guy and a guy was having a problem with it, the issue would be that he's being a little bitch. It's the same problem, different language. If it's a woman doing this, it's like, oh, she's just like trying to farm her audience because she has simps and she wants to garner their sympathy. That's the same. That's misogyny. If it were a guy, they'd be like, oh, why is he taking this shit? Why don't he just like, why is he being a little bitch? It's just a little joke. Like, that's misandry. Two different things, but they're both a problem.
She's wearing a low-cut shirt, and so they're like, oh, she's trying to attract guys by watching the stream with her boobs. And
yeah, I mean, it's like if men had something that people, and also people are attracted to men, by the way. You know, it's like, but like, because there's no boobs, unless they're like, you know, kind of overweight and they have man boobs, but even that, men's boobs are very different than women's boobs. Like, I don't have man boobs, I have woman boobs. Mine are just smaller. You know, but like at the same time, like they're still very much breasts. Nobody would confuse. I would get banned if I showed them. If I took my shirt off stream, and I have been banned for accidentally showing nipples, because I have areolas. I have like female presenting breasts. You know, like if I took my shirt off, I would get banned. If Asmongold took his shirt off, he wouldn't get banned. You know, that's a weird thing in society, but people are sexually attracted to female breasts, and people generally, I mean, are attracted to male chests. But there's a weird thing where it's like men don't get that kind of sexualization. It's a different kind of misandry where men are basically invisible sexually most of the time. But, you know, that's a different problem. Like I said, misandry and misogyny are two different things. They're both a problem, but in different ways.
Then they have like this reverse engineering logic of why it's okay for her to be harassed for profit.
Yeah, and in the end of the day, like, that's the problem. And if it was a guy, they would find some other reversed engineering problem. Like, you know, if this was happening to a male streamer, they'd be like, oh, well, it's because he, you know, was acting like a little bitch and he deserves this or whatever. It's all something like that. It's like, oh, he's not being an alpha male, or, you know, it's...
And so, really, there's no actual logic or thinking that goes into this, because all of the thinking has already been done before the video even started. They've already made up their mind before then. So no, I'm not going to waste my fucking time explaining to a person like that why it's bad to harass someone.
No, they already know what they're doing. You basically just want to block them.
I've made it very clear. If they don't get it by now, then they're just being intentionally stupid.
While I was streaming, he did not include all of the donations. He portrayed it in such a way that made it look like I was just getting mad for no particular...
Oh, of course. I mean, it's called clip chimping. People are going to obviously do that. It's terrible. And yeah, the thing is, and this is actually a part of misogyny as well, it is not treating her as equally as I was treat if she were a guy. It's like, it's easier for me to have more sympathy and more empathy for a woman because I'm a woman, but also because I have a different idea in my head, everybody does, of whether somebody's a male or female. And if she was a male streamer, I'd be like, why don't you just put up with it? And that's misandry. and because she's a woman, I feel like I have to wear kitty gloves, which is also really condescending. Women are very strong too, and I feel like it's taking feminism backwards when we treat women like we have to walk on eggshells. You know, but it's also taking it's also keeping men in a very toxic situation with misandry when we treat men like they just have to take everything. So it's like it's bad no matter how you slice it. And the thing is my natural tendency is because I'm a little bit less okay with this happening because she's female. But if she were a guy, I have no, and also like I guess I do have no problem saying this, like, honey, like, you have to expect people on the internet to do whatever the fuck they want with your content. There's absolutely nothing you can control. You don't have access. You can't monitor every single YouTube channel out there, every single streamer. You would lose your fucking mind. You cannot control what people do with your content, but what you can control is how do you respond to it, and eventually they're going to move on because they're going to find out they can't farm content out of you anymore. That's the truth. And it's the only weapon you have. It's fucked up. I wish it were different, but that's the only weapon you have is indifference and, like, you know, taking a stand to not allow people to farm you for that kind of content if it's just going to create negative experiences for you and your stream. And that's it. That's all there is to it. And you don't have to like it. It's not a matter of whether you like it or not. It's just the way it is. And it's unfortunate that people are just pieces of shit. But you can't monitor every single person, especially somebody who's like a nobody, like 0 viewers, 0 subscribers. Someone's randomly going to take some clips out of context and clip chimp because they want it. They're an irrelevant person and they want to steal your content so that they can get some kind of views because they're like, oh, look at this woman. And then they get the most toxic kind of male viewers. That's what people are going to do, okay? And to expect that they're not going to do it is absolutely, like, it's huge oversight. And if she were a male, there'd be no question that I would say that. And so I need to also say that to her because I need to not treat every other woman with kitty gloves. But I also need to not treat every man like they're a punching bag, that they can just take it. So there's misogyny and there's misandry. So if you know, it's like women treating other women like they need to be treated with kitty gloves because they're another woman. Like, oh, we don't want feminism. If we have to walk on eggshells for feminism to move forward, if you have to make all these extra arrangements, it's hurting the cause. Because in the end of the day, if we want true equality, it means we can't be treating we can't be treating women like we're not strong enough to handle something. However, there's a point where it's like it's just bad for everybody. Like, just because somebody treats a man that way doesn't mean you should also treat women that way, because you shouldn't be treating men that way either. So there's certain things that it's just misandry when you treat men that way, and it's misogyny when you expect it's misandry and misogyny. If that makes any sense. It's not just because you're treating a woman that way, it's because men shouldn't be treated that way either. And people have this misandry burned in to their mentality that men should just be able to take it. And that if women don't take it, that you're being, you're being sexist or misogynistic. It's like, no, it's misogynistic because it's misandrist. Misandristic. It's a weird word. People usually don't use the word misandry. And yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, Adult Diaper. I love your name, by the way. You've been following since January 18th. And you've subscribed to me. I forgot about that. Sorry about that. Yeah, I know that you're kind of, there's always people coming in at different points of time during my streaming journey. There's people who've been here since 2019, and there's people who've been here only since, like, January. It's just interesting finding out people's different perspective over like how they see me as a content creator. I really like to find out. Like, you know, that's why I like having people in my stream. It's like you can always find out like what people's opinions are you based on like what time they come. Like, you know, it's like it's a feedback. You know, when people respond to your content and it's like, what does this person think about me when they've only just started following me? It's like, who really am I? What do people see? You know, it's a never ending analysis, you know, like somebody who's been here since 2019 is going to see me very differently than someone who's been here since January 2024, which has only been like a month.
She deliberately said she'd copyright strike him if he reposted. No one's arguing if it's morally right or wrong. What the fuck are you talking about? Well, of course.
I mean, obviously people are.
Yeah, is a copyright strike... So a copyright strike is... A lot of people don't understand fair use. And I think that you might be one of those people. So fair use is a defense. It is a legal defense that you make. Fair use is not a preemptive justification. Fair use is decided by a jury or by a judge. Based off of, there are like 4 different things that are dependent on fair use. Overall, this is what I think. Is that if you are taking somebody's content against, very important, against their will, and uploading it in a non-critical manner that is non-educational for entertainment purposes.
Yeah, and it's specifically against their will. And it's like, obviously, if somebody uses Asmongold's content for entertainment, like unless he goes in and asks them to take it down, like, he understands that people are going to do that. And I think he's okay with that. That's the difference. If it was somebody who wasn't okay with it, then it's like, you know, somebody has every reason to say, hey, like, this is bullshit, take this down. Like, you're using this for, you know, without my consent, and it's to paint me in a bad way. Like, but obviously somebody as big as Asmongold, that wouldn't really matter. Like, these people, it's going to make it worse. But that's a different tier. You know, like, she's a much smaller content creator. Like, you know, you kind of have to, like, kind of advocate for yourself. You can't really, like... it's a bit different. Like, you can't really justify it with somebody like her because you're just punching down. And it's like he said, it's like a level 53 going into Westfall to challenge people to level 12s to duels.
I think that's wrong. And I think that YouTube should take it down. I do. That's harassment. And I don't think anybody should be getting harassed. You do not have the right to harass another person.
Yeah, I mean, it's one thing if it's mutual. Like, you're like, hey, you know, you can both have a good laugh because it's just content. But it's like, if you specifically go in there with malicious intent to harass somebody, especially if the person says no, yeah, it's totally harassment.
You have the right to upload whatever you choose to upload. You do not have the right to harass another person. And
it's against TOS to harass. That's considered harassment. It's like, you know, it's like I'm not even gonna go. I never even fought against Box Life to get it taken down. It got taken down anyway, because of that person who's uploading it had many different infractions against TOS. That person was willingly, like, deliberately going out to harass people, to point his audience at people. I didn't do anything to get that guy banned. People accuse me of it, whatever. They're going to fucking think whatever. I would have every right to. I just didn't want to go through that process. It was too much of a pain in the ass. I didn't want to have this guy control my life that way. But, you know, it's like, obviously, it's like, you know, I consider anybody using Box Life is going to be malicious intent. Unless it was, like, very specifically for educational reasons. Like, if somebody who actually knew me as a content creator and saw the timeline of then and now, and they wanted to do a very genuine, like, you know, kind of like educational understanding to, like, try to understand me and like help me, maybe even help me. Like if Asmongold or Hassan or Destiny like pulled up Box Life and then they actually did some research on me, or they even talked to me in person, or at least on Discord or something, like try to like have an interview with me or something, like that's different. But if some random person says, hey, here's look this angry trans person online, let's make my entire audience like laugh at this person and then hate raid this person, like get the fuck out of here. That's obviously not that's obviously harassment.
Any situation in real life, like for example, if you went into a mall, like, you know, the piano guy, for example, if the piano guy had been intentionally recording those Chinese people, following them around, and
yeah, then they would have like a reason. But like because he was just doing his own thing and then they walked by, they had a problem with it, that like get the fuck out of here with that.
Going around and, you know, recording them in the mall.
Or even worse, like actually instigating them to get a reaction out of them. That is like a crime. That is like stalking and like harassment. It's like that guy who was like going around and like hitting on women and then he freaking used pepper spray on one of the women. Like he went in there, he like followed women in the parking lot and like tried to get reactions out of them. Like that's an actual crime. Like that guy I think he did go to jail.
He would be viewed as a piece of shit. Everybody agrees with this. Why is this even a question? You think it's harassment? She could have blocked him instantly and he wouldn't have gotten his video?
Yeah, but I mean, she's a newer content creator. I mean, a smaller streamer at least. And how is she supposed to know that? She's just like, oh, I'm getting donations, I guess I should just interact with this because it's like, you know, I'm a streamer. And it's like, no, you don't have to take this. And I feel like, you know, it's like, I think people think that if they don't react with the people in the chat, that they're like not going to get any viewers. But it's like, there's plenty more where that comes from. And those are the people that you don't want on your stream. And if you're a content creator worth anything, you're going to eventually get the people who matter coming to your stream.
She's at fault too, Bucko? You think this is harassment?
Did someone just call him Bucko? That person should already be banned. Like, it's her fault too, Bucko. That person probably did get banned.
Yeah, I do. I think it's undeniably harassment, and there's literally no question about it. Yeah, there's no question about it. Can you move on? After I ban you, yes. She already said she didn't know.
I was right. He got banned. Yeah, you come in hot like that, really aggressive, you're very likely to get banned because it's pretty obvious. I mean, it's obvious to me. It must be obvious to Asmongold. He's seen this thousands and thousands of times. People coming into his chat, they come in here with an attitude and an angle. They like question. They're not coming at him with good faith. They're not asking these questions in good faith. They just they're really aggressive. There's no reason for that. Like, it's one thing if you have a genuine like question. It generally comes across. Like when you're genuinely like wanting to have a discussion, it's usually not that aggressive. And most of the people he bans are coming in really hot. Like, you know, like, fuck you, you're wrong, Bucko. Like that's a really fucking weird attitude. Like, get the fuck out of here with that.
How to block him? Yeah, she didn't know what was going on. She didn't know how to block donos. People are so stupid. Yeah, I know. I mean, like, guess what? People don't automatically understand that. Yeah, he took advantage of the fact that she's new. Yeah. Pull up the messages before he banned them. There's no reason to. This is a person who went into her stream and maliciously harassed her to get a response. And then she didn't want to be included in the video, and she was included anyway against her consent. This is bad. Anybody who thinks that's not bad is a psycho.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same kind of thing about like what people would do with like Ice Poseidon, for example. Like, people would like, you know, do like fucking swatting and shit. Like, how is that any? If it were like something like if Asmongold, if somebody found his address and like actually like started doing shit where stuff was happening on his stream because of something they did, that would be a crime, like swatting, for example. If Asmongold got swatted, the person who did the swat would then like use that as content because they made it happen. They wanted to see how the reaction would be. So that they can spread it on YouTube or whatever. That person would 100% be at fault. And it's a different dynamic with somebody who's a bigger streamer. They would have to go the extra mile to get him to get a reaction. Whereas with her, it's like punching down because she's newer. She doesn't really understand these dynamics, and it's like it's not her fault at all.
I feel like I'm completely in the right for getting upset with him. He came to my
She
stream
is. She's
unprovoked,
totally right.
started talking my stream. He called my
He did.
stream whack. I got
Yes,
rated, and
true.
he was like, "How you guys should probably
You should
leave the
leave.
stream." So
Yes.
this stream's whack. He said he regretted finding my stream, and then he still made a video after I explicitly said, "You do not have my permission."
Yeah. So we have somebody right here, and I'm going to address your point because you think you're smart.
Yeah, it's always somebody who think, obviously it's some people, they may not be coming in with like a hot, like coming in hot with like an aggressive attitude, but they think they know what they're talking about, and it's like sometimes they need to get a little bit checked. And this could happen to me too. Like I might think I know what I'm talking about, but I might not,
What is your concern that I'm saying? Because you have enacted the gotcha death match. You are getting banned.
Gotcha death match.
But I will allow you to state your point before I ban you. You literally argued anything uploaded onto YouTube, internet is fair use about some other thing. No, I didn't. I argued that criticism about things is okay.
Yeah, like if you upload a video with like, the intention to like break it down and analyze, and especially if they never specifically asked you not to. It's one thing if someone says, "Hey, don't use this. Like you will get copy striked." Like that's different. Like you can't put the fucking Super Bowl up on YouTube, right? Because they don't want it rebroadcasted, right? So it's like if you say no, then you have no right to put it up. But if it's just like a general, like you find a clip or something, and then you react to the clip and you say, "Oh yeah, this is what happened in the clip, and this is what I think about it." This it's like that's like you adding value to it. But the key word is that you were never asked directly not to do it.
Did not argue in favor of harassment. I never did that.
I don't know why people are so disingenuous. They like try to like pick apart any little tiny amount of leeway they can to kind of justify their position, and this is why he bans them. Like it's just like they're trying to catch him in a mistake, and if you're already going in at that angle, it's like you can't win. You're already a loser. Because, obviously people are going to say things not perfectly. And if you're going to have like this attitude that but you didn't specifically say it this way, you said it this way, and so I'm going to assume that you meant the worst possible, is like, get the fuck out of here with that. I need to make something to eat, so I'll be back. Got some rice with some lentils and chickpeas.
And also, this is re-uploading another person's content in a way that is harassing them. Do we just ban them? You are saying that people didn't think the guy is an asshole, but people said the copyright claim is not valid? I don't know if it's valid or not. That's up to a court to...
It's not about a copyright claim at this point. It's about harassment, which is definitely against TOS for YouTube.
to decide. But I think that whenever you upload somebody else's content without adhering to the principles of fair use, then yes, obviously somebody has grounds to take you to court.
Like if I just uploaded Asmongold's VODs without my camera or microphone and didn't add any content outside of, like if I just one-to-one uploaded his VODs, that's stealing. That would be taking his content and trying to farm it. But I do commentary. That's fair use. And I'm not coming at an angle of trying to like paint him as, string him up, you know, and like put him up and like saying like, you know, trying to paint him as like the bad guy. Obviously there's, you know, he doesn't, you know, he doesn't like that. But like, you know, he generally can't really do much about people like doing that. A lot of people, he gets a lot of hate on Twitter and stuff. I don't do that. I try to use his content as like, you know, a launch pad for my own thoughts, which I think most people who do react content, the reason you do it is because you're trying to add commentary. And sometimes it's not necessarily content, reaction to the content, it's reaction to the idea that the content gives you. And I have a launch board type of brain where I kind of do this like, you know, word association because I'm autistic. So I can talk for like 12 hours.
Or to at least issue a claim. Especially whenever they've asked you not to use the content explicitly. You understand? So like this is what happens, right? So basically, if a copyright claim, if there's a copyright dispute, the person who disputes it makes the claim. And then the person who infringed on the content potentially then makes a defense, and the defense is fair use. So her saying that I can copyright claim this is completely accurate. Now, if you educated yourself in fair use, you would understand that doing this doesn't really fall under any category. And again, this is again against a person's consent. Not without, but against. Not asking, asking is not a thing in this context. It is morally wrong, but not legally. It is legally wrong. No, you don't understand. It is legally wrong.
It's like I say, I'm the NFL. I don't want anybody rebroadcasting the Super Bowl. And then somebody rebroadcasts the Super Bowl.
Did he obtain a license to use the content or not? And also, you have to think again, this is something that is decided by a court. A court makes this decision. You don't make this decision. She doesn't make this decision. He doesn't make this decision. A court makes this decision after hearing the different arguments.
And the court would be like, you know, the YouTube moderation team and copyright team.
A jury or a judge. Nobody knows what fair use is in every single circumstance. That's why it's argued in court. But it is completely within her right to say, I don't like the way I'm being represented, take it down. And then it's up to him to use fair use. She is completely justified in doing that if she chooses. And I think also morally justified, again, because you're talking about legally, I'm saying legally she is. I think that she is also morally justified because this person was acting in bad interest. The guy did half the content by donating messages. Let's stop.
Donating to a content creator does not give you any right whatsoever. You don't get the right to have that person pay attention to you, to respond to you, to look at your DMs, or to remain, or to not get banned. You are a viewer supporting the content creator. That's where it ends. That's where it begins, and that's where it ends. That person does not owe you anything. And I need to repeat this because so many people, they go on, especially like with OnlyFans creators, they think that they donate to a OnlyFans girl, that they are going to get some chance at getting a date with that person. That was not the agreement. The agreement was that to use this platform, I require a subscription because I need to make money. By subscribing, you are supporting me as a content creator, and the understanding, and it's not a one-to-one, but the understanding is that by you supporting me, it makes it easier for me to make better content because I'm going to have more financial incentive to do so. And this goes true for any content creator. You know, if you support a Twitch streamer and you want to see them stream more often, then you're going to want to give them financial incentive. But at no point are they required to. Oh, I donated you $2,000. How come you haven't streamed in a month? Because they took some time off. Because it's not up to you. You don't, it doesn't matter if you donated $20,000, if you donated $20 million. That's your money. The only agreement was that it's your money, and then and that you are donating to them. There is no contract. You know, obviously, if somebody donated me $20 million, I'd probably be a little bit more inclined to make content and not just disappear. But at no point is that donation a requirement for me to respond to it, or to it's not a legal agreement. You do not own me. This isn't an employment contract. Somebody donating to me does not mean that I have to fulfill their request. If someone's, you know, like, for example, on my cam site, someone donates to me and asks me to I don't like doing demeaning content. Like I don't like even consent. Like I don't like doing consensual. Obviously, I don't like doing unconsensual. But I don't like doing consenting degrading. I don't like how it makes me feel. So if somebody donates me money and asks me to call them, like, you know, to spit on them and do that kind of stuff, within reason, I would fulfill that. But like, there's a certain point where it's like, I'm not going to do that. I don't care. You know, I will never do something I don't want to do, that I am uncomfortable with, just for a donation. And I appreciate the donation, but if they're expecting it as like, I gave you money, you owe me, that's an entitlement problem, and that's a you problem. I have absolutely zero I have absolutely zero responsibility for fulfilling a request just because somebody gives me money. And it's a very unhealthy relationship, and you better set a line in the sand, especially when it comes to pornographic material, because any kind of sexual any kind of sexual content is going to be any kind of sexual content is, it's going to be even more important for you to set boundaries. Because what happens there is that it's your mental health, it's your rights, it's your boundaries. It's very important. I guess it's time. Every 30 days I have to relog in to restream. It's so annoying. It like logs me out out of nowhere. It's so annoying. I gotta do two-factor. Ugh. So annoying. Hey, Shogi. But yeah, I hope that's like it. People need to understand that. That at no time is somebody donating give them any right to dictate what my content should be. Oh, is Restream's server down? Is my stream still on? Yeah. Yeah, I think Restream website service is down and chat service. Oh well.
Stop right here. Morally justified because this person was acting in bad interest. The guy did half the content by donating messages. Let's stop right here. That's enough, right, guys? I don't want anybody else to lose any more IQ points. I think we've had enough. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was the one who lowered the IQ points for him. Yeah, people don't. I mean, it should be common sense, but it's not, unfortunately. Some people think that because they donate, that they have the right to what the streamer should and shouldn't do. And it's really unhealthy. It should be stopped immediately.
Okay. Let's keep going.
Like, I'm genuinely terrified that he doesn't know what consent is. And he still went out of his way to put me in the video, and he didn't censor everything. So
okay,
this is where the situation gets pretty f***ing bad. So I was doing,
and by the way, I feel this way about public spaces in real life too. So like, I think that it's completely okay to record in public spaces, but if you make another person the subject of your recording and then they ask you not to post it and you do, you're a piece of shit. Absolutely. That's the difference. And this is something, by the way, that every rational, functional adult thinks.
Danny, you're in chat, right? So I was doing...
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty annoying. You see, I hate this kind of content when there's some asshole walking around the mall and, like, talking to people and using them as a content, and someone says, don't record me. It's different. Where if you're doing your own thing, you're not trying to, like, involve other people. Like, in fact, you even have the camera at a certain angle so that it's not even showing anyone but you. And you have, like, a microphone that's, like, very directional, like, shotgun kind of mic that's, like, trying to only make it about you because you're doing a stream or something. Someone walks by and they see somebody with the camera and then they go out of their way to get in your face in front of the camera, talking and showing their face and say, don't film me, don't film me. It's like, I wasn't trying to film you. You walked by, you weren't even on camera. And then you made yourself come on camera. That's a different kind of situation. And if like you're putting cameras in people's faces and there's a thing called, there's a standard release form that if you film somebody, they have to, you know, sign a release form, or at the very least they have to like kind of verbally consent or consent by engaging with it that they want to be on the video, that they're okay with it. If you record someone and they say don't put me in the video, That's they didn't consent. Usually if you're making a video with people in it, especially if it's in public, if it's going to be on YouTube especially or something like that, you have them sign like a consent form. You know, they consent to having their having this uploaded to YouTube. It's standard stuff. But even if you don't do that, if someone directly says, "Get out of my face," even if you didn't have a camera, like that's just a shitty thing to do. You're now going from fair use to harassment.
DSR 2 days ago, and I was just minding my own business, going about my day while doing DSR, and the video went live. So the video went live while I was in DSR, and I have been getting non-stop harassed on every single social media platform. I have gotten death threats on my Twitter.
Let me see it.
I've had to turn off my
Let me see. I want to see it. Every time people say they get death threats, I want to see it. I want to see it.
Yeah, because then it becomes like a legal issue. I think when people say, I don't know, it's just obviously nobody deserves harassment, but that's gonna happen. Honestly, you're gonna get hate rated. You have to kind of survive it. I don't say that she deserves it at all. She does not. But it's misogynistic to put kitty gloves on her when I wouldn't do the same thing for a male streamer. Obviously, for Asmongold, he's a much bigger streamer. That's not a fair comparison. But if there was a male streamer that was similar size as her, I'd be like, just take it, bro. I mean, I wouldn't, but, you know what I mean? Like, there's just like this kind of teeter-tottering situation where, because she's female, I'm a little bit more sympathetic. Because other women I kind of relate to a lot more, and I kind of feel like harassment towards women has a different acidic nature to it that harassment towards men just doesn't really have. It feels, obviously it's all bad, but it feels like when people harass men, it's kind of like all in good fun. But it feels like, and I may be wrong, but it feels like when men are toxic towards women and harass women, that there's an acidic nature to it, that they don't like women and they want to harass women. But when it's a man, they're just like, oh yeah, hey bro, like, you know what I mean?
Watch. All right.
It's on my YouTube. I've had to lock down my Discord. I've had to private my Twitter and my Instagram and everything.
Yeah, and here's the thing is like, I understand where she's coming from. This is how I felt when I got hate rated and stuff. But if you want to be a streamer, you want to be a content creator, this is normal, par for the course. I'm sorry. I wish it wasn't that way. But you know, it's not that it's okay, but it's just, I mean, I hate to say it, but it's just, it comes with the territory. And yeah, she has every right to private her Twitter. But I've learned just to not play into that, because that's what they want from you. They want you to freak out. They want you to be scared for your life. They want you to close down your social media. That's why they did it in the first place. They don't like you, and they want you to be scared off the platform. So by doing what they want, you're giving them fuel to do it again.
My editor, what's this here? My editor missed the part of blurring her name. I'm fixing it now. Please do not go into her stream and send hate. She's probably standing up for her viewers. Probably one of the nicest streamers I've encountered while doing this. If it becomes a problem, I'll just crop out the clip of the video. Dude, don't be a simp. I would refund that shit. Refund the money for that girl. Too late. Shows getting spam and follow about it. That's crazy, bro. Like, this is nuts. Oh my god.
Everything
And what was the other ones? Let me read some more of these.
No, I mean, obviously, this is one of the moments where you have to ask yourself if streaming is really for you. You know, if you can't, I mean, obviously it's just, it sucks, but it'll pass. This too shall pass. These losers, you know, they're gonna forget. They're gonna do some other shit. All the hate that you get, it's temporary. The people who matter are gonna stick around, and they're gonna support you. Do it for them. First of all, do it for you, but beside yourself, do it for those viewers. Don't do it for these viewers. These viewers are fucking losers. But if you can't handle this kind of stuff, you might need to think about quitting. Unfortunately, I mean, I would have no problems with saying that if she were male. So I'm trying to like check my, check myself with that, because if she were male, I would have no problem with saying that. And I'm like trying to be nicer with her, and that's kind of condescending if you really think about it. Kind of playing into misogyny, and in my personal belief, I've considered myself to be a feminist, and I think that a lot of feminism kind of eats itself. If we're going to treat other women like we need to be treated like a fragile little teeny piece of glass, well, we would never treat men that way. Like, she's tough. She's a grown woman. This is just this is a rite of passage. And if you can't go through this, then you got to find something else, because social media is a fucking tire fire. I've been on social media for like 22 years. I've seen pretty much everything. Obviously not everything. I'm pretty sure someone like Asmongold has pretty much seen everything. But, at a certain point, you just kind of say, fuck it. Like, these are losers. They say nothing about you, and they don't matter at all. And it sucks because it hurts. It's not good for your mental health. But by closing down your social media accounts, you're doing exactly what they wanted. They wanted you to do that.
Lookout, name visible, T-mail quick, it shows her name. Like, I just don't know, like, I'm curious, like, what is the video here? Like, is the video like, hey, I went and I harassed random people on Twitch, and this is what they did? Like, what's the focus of this?
Oh.
You a bitch.
This guy has
It's not a death threat, by the way, but
1.3 million subscribers on YouTube, and he is
remember whenever Pokimane said that Twitch was worse than YouTube?
fully aware
Oh, yeah. This is basically what Twitch is like. It's
that he's fully aware that this is happening, right?
Yeah. Let's see here.
I mean, oh no, this is all on YouTube, right?
Gross clickbait YouTuber ignores requests to not feature a streamer in video, claims I forgot to censor it.
Yeah, this is normal for YouTube, and it's like funny that Pokimane was talking about that. It's like, what are you talking about? The internet is a tire fire, manosphere everywhere, and if anything, Twitch has probably at least like kind of tried like to like kind of make it less.
Blames the editor, lets his sexist viewer base harass her, all while not removing the clip. I mean, has he removed the clip now? Did he remove the, like, at this very moment, is the clip in the video? Okay, well then he's in the wrong. It's not even a question.
Right? I keep having people...
and this is, and again, this is really where this is where the fan base is coming from. A simp has fallen for an e-girl, Construct, the Thought Patrol. This is all about somebody who hates women.
Yeah,
it has nothing.
It's not a fucking surprise. I am not surprised for 1 second that this is what the guys are like and his viewers. Like, it's just pretty damn obvious. It's a textbook case. They're losers.
This has nothing to do with her. This person has had bad experiences with women in their life, probably. Let's be real.
Most likely.
And this girl is just simply an unwilling victim to this person's frustration.
Right? I keep having people adding me on Twitter.
Bro, why you simping? Like, it's actually... She apologized to a notified streamer. This is a joke afterwards. Don't feel bad just because you actually got a pushback. Every other streamer has feels too. Yeah. Refund a bitch. Yeah. it's actually crazy that, like, in my opinion, I do think that YouTube should do something about people that have a financial, like a financial interest in harassing other people. I think this is becoming like a bigger
Oh,
and
absolutely. Like people, it's like because it's just clickbait. Like people, they're like, oh, I can harass this person and then get paid for it. Like that's, and YouTube like doesn't really, they kind of like don't care about it. They probably even promote it. Is it working now? I think Restream is having problems, but it seems to be like the streams itself are probably working. So that's really all that matters. They probably even promote it. So that's really all that matters. Yeah, it seems to be working. Yeah, it's just okay. The chat is working now. Test. Okay, yeah, it's working now. Yeah, I think just Restream was having like a weird. The website and the chat client are having like some issue.
bigger problem on the internet. And like with something like this, let's be honest, like this is like a 3 out of 10, right?
Yeah, this is not like anywhere near. This isn't like the guy that was getting stalked in like Australia, who was like he was like a big YouTuber, and there's this guy who was like in one of his videos a while back, and he's been trying to like harass him, and he like burned down his house. That's a 10 out of 10. Okay, like that's like absolute like committing crimes. Okay, like this is just normal harassment. I'm sorry that she had to go through this. I hope that if she ever, you know, I hope she understands. This is there's more people on her side than there is on his side. And the people who matter are going to stick around. And this is kind of a rite of passage. And if you didn't get hate, it means that if you weren't getting hate on the internet, it means that you're not doing something right. People are, if you're killing it, if you're slaying, doing your thing, not giving a fuck, if you're just doing your thing and you're doing good, you're interactive with your community, you do good by your community, like you're gonna get people who have a problem with you because they're mad that they're not successful. And usually it's these guys, especially with the women content creators, they can't get a girlfriend. And they see female content creators and then they're like, she has more viewers than I do. I have like 2 viewers and they're my Discord channel. You know, they're just losers who just like don't understand that the reason they don't have good viewers is because they're shitty content creators. They're just shitty people. The reason why they don't have girlfriends. The reason why they like nobody wants to interact with them on their streams. I mean, at the very least, I'm not like a super famous person, but people clearly interact with me on stream. Like, I mean, look, I mean, Twice Slicer's here talking. You know, like One Gun Grave. Like, I'm getting people interacting with me on my stream, I think I'm pretty good at interacting with people. So it's like, the people who are haters, it doesn't matter because like the people who matter are the people that genuinely engage with me. And people are going to see that and they're mad because they compare anybody who's remotely more successful than them as like somebody who just got lucky or somebody who must only be getting success because she has tits or any other number of really bullshit self-victimization, placing the blame on everyone else but themselves kind of attitude.
It's not really that big of a deal. But like, remember whenever the guy wanted to jump out of the hot air balloon? Well, that could have actually killed someone. That could have caused somebody to lose their life or lose their job. And these are like legitimate, really bad things that now, because everybody has the ability to like record and broadcast like wherever they want, basically with like technology, you see so many people that are trying to up the ante and harass in public.
Yeah, I feel like there should be some, and there has been like some crackdowns, some actual government crackdowns on social media platforms. I feel like this is 100% something that needs to be discussed as becoming an actual legal infringement. If you use other people's suffering for monetary gains, especially if it's without permission, especially if it's 100% against their permission, 100%. Like, if you're going to be monetizing somebody else's suffering so you can hit the algorithm and so that you can further harass that person, cause further suffering, you should be 100% demonetized. It should not be promoted. It should even, in some cases, be criminally investigated. The internet isn't just this random place that only nerds go to. Everybody uses the internet. It's the same as being in public. It's not the same, by the way. And different platforms have different rules. Obviously, I can do some things on some platforms that if I did that in public in real life, I would get arrested. But because it's like a private business, you know, it's like, you know, 18 plus only kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's allowed there. That's allowed there. It's like if I did it in the privacy of my home, and I am doing it in the privacy of my own home. So it's like it's allowed on those content. Obviously, not everything is one-to-one like real life, but the point is that the internet isn't what it was back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, or even in the early 2000s. The internet isn't this niche that only like super mega nerds use, or gamers. Like people's like grandparents use the internet. They're on Facebook and shit. You know, everybody and their dog, literally, their dog has an account. I mean, the dog doesn't run the account, but the dog has an account. The internet is the new public speech area. You know, so it's like people in certain situations should be held accountable. You know, it's different. It's a little different, but if somebody is specifically monetizing people's sufferings, especially if it's against their will, that should be at least demonetized. To not incentivize people to do more shit. Especially public nuisance content. Like people uploading videos of themselves going up into people's faces and harassing them and just causing mayhem. And a lot of these times, you will see some of these people actually getting like arrested. Like there was that guy in Japan that just like walked onto like... He like walked onto a freaking construction site. The people at the construction site don't know if that guy's gonna like cause a problem. I mean, he already was causing a problem just by being there. He's not allowed there. He's like trying to utilize this for content, and he's going to jail. He could have been stealing stuff. He could have been committing any other number of crimes. They don't know that. They don't know who this person is. This person is not authorized to be there. It was a construction site. That person is a liability too, because what if something fell and he's not wearing a hard hat or anything like that? Like, there's all sorts of many reasons, and none of them really matter, because the fact of the matter is that he's not supposed to be there. And that guy got justice served. You can't just go around being a public nuisance and expect to get away with it. So, I mean, in a lot of ways, it's already kind of happening, but I think people need to get rid of this illusion and delusion that somehow the internet is like completely consequence free, where you can just harass people constantly. You know, like I feel like there are some changes coming to the way the internet works, probably within the next decade or two, like serious like legislative changes.
It's like there are now policies in place. There's like even a term for it. It's like nuisance YouTuber.
Yeah.
This has become, it's become so bad, there's a literal term for it. And I don't know why they're letting this happen.
Well, because they're making money for it, and they haven't gotten pressured by the, by the government, world governments yet for it. Until they actually get pressured, they're just going to keep it up because it's making them money. And I think it's an absolutely shitty thing to do, but it obviously is in their best interest to do so, but that doesn't make it okay.
It's crazy. Like it's telling shit jokes. Yeah.
They would have, they also, it's not 100% obvious sometimes if it's not staged or scripted. Sometimes it's very obviously not scripted. It's very obviously someone being a nuisance. But you can't, beyond a shadow of a doubt, verify that it's not scripted. Like unless it's very obvious and there's like some kind of public record somewhere, or the person actually gets arrested or something.
What do I feel like somebody has to die whenever YouTube literally did anything about it? Well, and also, like, by the way, there was one guy who was harassing somebody at a mall, and the guy at the mall shot him. Like, he was a YouTuber, and the YouTuber got shot by a random person because they were getting harassed. Everybody was spamming W. Everybody was...
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's like that's getting in someone's face. I don't know 100% if that's the right response, but at the same time, that guy, I mean, it's like you stick your hand in a scorpion, a jar full of scorpions. What do you think's going to happen? Especially in some states, open carry is like a thing. And it could be argued that that was self-defense. Because, you know, it could be. I mean, did that guy know that the other guy had a weapon or not? He had a camera. Maybe he would have done something even worse. But I mean, I'm not going to jump in on that. I don't know if that was justified or not. But I totally don't. I wouldn't say W. But like, you know, I don't think people should get shot. You know, but like I think, you know, what clearer way to say that you're a fucking douchebag than getting shot? You know, it's like you're gonna be getting in people's faces and being a nuisance. You're going to get in people, first of all, getting in people's faces and shouting in their face, especially, is considered assault in like a lot of states. I don't know. I think as far as like legally goes, I don't know if shooting the guy can be defended legally, but it's like, come on, like, you know, what do you expect is going to happen? You're going to go up to people's faces, and maybe this was even, no, I don't think it was scripted. I think it was probably in the news or something. What was it? YouTuber shot for nuisance content. Tanner Cook reacted after jury found the man who shot him inside not guilty. Yeah. So it's like, you know, I don't know about, I mean, that's kind of a gray area. It depends on what state you're in, whatever. But I don't actually think that that's the appropriate response. Like, you know, but at the same time, that definitely sends a message. That guy obviously was just waiting for someone to shoot. Let's just be real. That guy probably had some other problem. So I would say both of them are at fault here. That guy was probably just looking for an excuse to use their gun on somebody. That sounds like somebody who's unhinged. But obviously, you know, it makes sense. If you stick your hand in a jar full of scorpions, don't get pissed off when you get stung.
Happy this guy got shot. Or at least not everybody. Well, I know I was. And I think that's what should happen. If you go and you harass somebody like that, you get in their public space, you make them feel unsafe, they shoot you.
Yeah, I mean, it's a safety concern. You don't know what that person's going to do. They might have more than just a camera. They might have a gun. You don't know that, but you know, someone gets in your face, that's considered assault.
That's what you fucking get.
I mean, I don't like guns. I don't like violence. I would never want to own a gun. Because it's like, you could always say like, well, what if you made a mistake? Like, what if you shot somebody and you actually weren't in the right? And now you're in hot water, you know? And more than that, what if you hurt someone so bad they die? Now you have to live with the fact that you killed someone. It's like, that's not something, even if you're justified, I don't think that's something anybody wants to live with. You have to live for the rest of your life knowing that you took someone's life. That's not something anybody, even if somebody is literally in your house with an axe trying to murder you, that's something that nobody should ever have to live with. You know, even if you're completely 100%, 110% justified, nobody can undo that. you taking a life, no matter how justified. Like,
and so that's my perspective on it. Don't do that. You know that you're doing it in a bad way. It's about the intent of the individual. And that's what matters to me more than like what really the rules are.
Yeah, because the rules are there just to kind of like, you know, once something happens, then you have something to work with. Like, okay, is there legal precedent for this? But the situation shouldn't be the other way around. You shouldn't be looking at the rules to decide what is right. You should look at what's right and wrong and then use the rules to see what should, like, the course of action to take, you know?
Because the rules on YouTube are just made up by some nerd. So, like, why would I care about that? But, like, the intent behind the individual is to harass, to embarrass, and to upset another person. And I think that if you create a financial incentive around doing that, you create a very, very bad feedback loop.
Yeah, and like, you know, YouTube should be held accountable for what they allow on their platform. I mean, imagine if they were, you know, if they allowed like public executions on their platform, like to be monetized, for example. Like, I mean, like if they allowed executions, and then like if they allowed snuff films to be monetized. You know, like then it would incentivize people to murder people. Like, that's absolutely terrible.
And I think it's a feedback loop that if advertisers really understood that this was happening, they would completely pull out of YouTube, because people don't want to support harassing other people. And I'm not talking about disagreeing, okay? I'm not talking about like, you know, she had an opinion.
Yeah, that's different. But I mean, going in and like causing negative impact on someone's life, you know, like harassing them especially based on like their appearance or their gender or their sexuality or their race or religion. Like, obviously there's gray areas. I'm not going to harass someone for being Christian. I'm going to defend myself against somebody harassing me because they claim a religious belief. That's a very different situation. I'm not going to say all Christians are bad and that all Christians deserve whatever, but, you know, because not every Christian is like that. Some people use religion as a shield to protect them from their, you know, because they're very bigoted people. And there is really nothing like biblical. I mean, there's obviously like, you know, outdated biblical text that is, you know, against gay people. There's actually nothing in the Bible about trans people. And if there is, it's actually kind of like approving, because it's like, first of all, Father, Son, Holy Ghost, that's like literally 3 people in one person. But also, if you look at biblical angels in the Old Testament, for example, they're like genderless, or they can be either gender. And like, it's a really big gray area with gender when it comes to the angels and stuff like that. Like, all the angels have been multiple genders across different points in the Bible and different translations and different cultures. You know, like, if anything, the Bible confirms transness. and what it doesn't do is it does not condemn transness, and even the whole gay thing is debatable because of translations. So I don't even know. In either case, even if it did condemn gay people or trans people, you shouldn't be like, you know, saying, oh, because this ancient textbook, this ancient biblical text says it, that means I can, you know, harass gay people or trans people and take away their rights and spread in misinformation and cause stochastic terrorism by spreading misinformation and fear-mongering, demonizing people for who they are. That is harassment. Me defending myself against somebody who claims a religious belief is not the same as me going and saying all Christians are bad, or, you know, being like harassing somebody because of their religion. Like, that's what they're doing to me. That's not what I'm doing to them.
About something, and then this guy is saying you're wrong about your opinion. Because if he was doing that, then I would say that he's totally justified. Because it's criticism.
And then obviously shitlords are going to say, oh, but it's my opinion that I wasn't harassing you. Like, fucking loser.
Commentary, and it's adding value. Like in this other case, she's just being harassed. That's it. Good thing not all people shoot at sight. Well, I mean, it depends on who it's good for.
Adding me on Twitter and saying mean things. I got bot rated twice while I was streaming.
Only twice? I don't know how many times I've been bot rated.
You can decipher. Let me show this. You can.
But yeah, I'm not trying to say like that's good, because this is like the first time this has really happened to her, and it's really bad. I remember when it happened to me, I was freaking the fuck out. So it's like, you know, I understand where she is. Not trying to downplay it at all, but like, you know, it is a rite of passage, unfortunately.
Decipher what this name says.
Like, what the fuck is a Budsy Bud, a Bichan? What the fuck?
You can decipher what this name says. These are all of his viewers coming to my stream and calling me really, really foul things.
Oh,
So,
I get it.
I got bot rated twice. We've
Like
had to
what?
ban like
I don't get it. Oh, fuck.
Oh,
yeah, okay.
fuck,
Yeah,
I get
it.
okay, I'm not even gonna say what it is. Jesus Christ.
bot rated twice. We've had to ban like over 200 people.
Oh, this
And
fucking
he
piece
is
of shit. It's someone saying fake crying.
rated twice. We've had to ban like over 200
Like,
people.
no, it's not fake crying. She is genuinely upset. Jules VR. No, she's 100% crying. It's terrifying. And unless you've been a streamer and been hate rated, it feels like your life is in danger. It really does. And you put a lot of time into building up your stream. You put a lot of time into trying to create a positive environment, and somebody undermines that, and it's really hard to know if it's something that you should be scared of. Because you don't know what's going to happen, especially as a new streamer. I mean, especially just generally, especially as a small streamer. I get scared sometimes still. Because you don't know what's going to happen. You don't know how serious it is. You don't know what's real and what's not. And it's genuinely terrifying. Especially if somebody knows your address. In my case. Like.
And he is fully aware that this is happening. This is him right here. He said, "My editor missed a part of blurring her name, and I'm fixing it now. The video came out 2 days ago, and I am still in the video. He has yet to remove my section in the video."
Yep.
It has been 48 hours. It has been over 48 hours. You have had more than enough time to take me out of your video, or at the bare minimum, censor it or moderate your comment section. So he said,
well, I mean, if he's able to comment on the account, then he has access to the account. So he could have also privated the video or unlisted the video until it was fixed.
she was standing up for viewers. She's probably one of the nicest streamers I've ever encountered while doing this. If it becomes
and also, like, you know, obviously if moderators are, you know, obviously you have enough moderators, especially if you're a bigger YouTuber, then yeah, you can remove certain comments. But honestly, if you keep playing the moderation game, they're just gonna keep popping up like it's like it's like the three-headed Hydra. You know, you chop off a head and two grow back. Like it's a never-ending game, and at some point you just kind of have to say fuck it. People are gonna say what they're gonna say, but that's not my decision for her. It's not Asmon's decision. It's not anybody else's decision. It's her decision on whether or not she feels okay. With me, obviously people are gonna talk shit about me. I learned how to just not give a fuck, and I have every right to not give a fuck, but I can't decide that for someone else.
problem, I'll just crop it out of the video. It has become a problem. It has become a gigantic problem. I had to take yesterday off. Like, okay.
Yeah, I mean, your mental health's always more important. But I have to say that if this is the biggest problem you've ever had, I don't want to hold kitty gloves for her. If this is the smallest problem you'll ever have as a YouTuber, then you got off lucky. Because some people get actual, like, people showing up to their house and shit. and I don't want to like, you know, provoke anything, but like I've been pretty lucky, you know, like you haven't been swatted or any shit like that. Like there's so many fucking terrible things people can do, and this is like he said, it's not like a 0, but it's like a 3 as far as harassment goes. Like I don't want to hold kitty gloves with her, but I also don't want to like be like super harsh. And like I said, if she was male, I'd probably still feel this way. Like I don't feel like anybody deserves or should be like, you know, just suck it up kind of thing. Although like I said, there is like an inherent like bias I have if a female content creator is upset about something, I'm more likely to be more sympathetic to her than to a man. Although I don't actually know, because this is obviously every single situation is a case by case, and you know, it's not okay for people to do this to men either. But I don't know that, like I try to check my biases, but I'm also not going to go too far to just like, you know, walking on eggshells. This is something everybody has to just get over. I'm sorry. You have to get over it. It's gonna happen again. And especially if you're a YouTuber who's worth anything. Like somebody's going to have a problem with you. They're going to harass you. Their community's going to harass you. It's going to happen every day. I mean, you know, bigger giant content creators like Asmongold and like other giant content creators like other OTK streamers and such and pokimane, most of the comments are probably moderated out. You don't see even a small percentage. We don't even see like, we don't see like a small percentage of the harassment that they get on an hourly basis of people just constantly coming in with shit. So, you know, it doesn't go away and it only gets worse. But honestly, it's like, you have to decide, you know, this is a rite of passage. You have every right to take a break. I took a big break after all these problems, these kind of problems, but you get stronger and you come back and you have it, you know, this kind of dies away, and then, you know, hopefully it doesn't happen again, but something will happen again. You will get hate. And it's just how you deal with it, because if you keep dealing with it by making it into a big giant thing like this, they're going to keep doing it. If you just kind of like deal with it internally and ignore it and move on and just keep making your great stuff, like keep just making fun community-based content, you know, then those people are going to move on to someone else. They're going to stop targeting you. And then obviously the people who still target you, you know, they're going to find out that too if you keep on ignoring it. You know, don't feed the trolls. And what she did here by making this into a big giant deal is she put fuel on the fire. Now these people know that she's going to react to it.
Streaming is my main form of fucking income. You have made me...
I mean, I don't want to get into that. I mean, obviously that's perfectly fine, especially if she made it work. You should not make streaming your only basic income. You should diversify. Honestly, I can't decide that for her, obviously, but you should not put all your eggs in streaming. It can disappear overnight. And it's because of shit like this. Like, what if you can't show up because you don't feel safe? Like, there's all sorts of different shit. Don't make streaming your only source of income. Diversify. No, I'm not going to tell other... my general advice is, like, obviously nobody should tell you what you should or shouldn't do for content. But, you know, this is why I want to get into the porn industry, is because that's something that can make me a lot more money, and it's diversifying. And it's going to be my main source of income, most likely. And if streaming works out, either because or in different or in complete isolation of that, then that's a plus. But I don't plan on being a streamer. I plan on being a content creator, an actress, a model. That's my job. Not streaming, not even doing porn. Like, it's my job is to be an actress and model. And that's something that's independent of whichever platform I'm in. But obviously that's my choice and nobody should tell you what to do. But I'm just saying, like, you know, diversify.
You take a day off from streaming and you completely took over my stream 2 days ago and you killed my mood. The comment section.
Yeah, I mean, okay, like, I don't want to hold kitty gloves with her. Like, suck it up.
Yeah, the comment section is full of people they keep linking my Twitch channel, and he's not doing anything. I tried to contact him on Instagram.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hard lesson to learn. Getting louder about it makes it worse.
Not respond to me. I tried to contact him on Discord, but he has DMs turned off, so I sent him a friend request. He did not accept my friend request.
Oh no, she should not be doing this. She should not be engaging with this person whatsoever. Should be cutting complete ties off with this person. She shouldn't have made this stream, this video. She shouldn't have done any of this. I should not be reacting to. I mean, I am, but like, this should not have gotten to this. Period. So are we playing WoW? Why does it always have to be WoW, Solid?
I sent him an email.
I mean, I know that you've only showed up like you know, since like January. I'm a variety streamer and I'm a just chatting streamer. I mean, this is actually my normal thing. When I play WoW and stuff, that's like my in-between stuff. You're probably thinking of someone else, Corium. I don't mod for anyone.
He did not listen. He did not respond to my email. I tried to DM him on Twitter, but I could not.
Yeah, I mean, she has to learn the hard way. Unfortunately, I did what she's doing too. I did exactly what she's doing. I mean, I not as, you know, didn't blow up as big as she did. Like, she showed up on Asmongold's channel. Like, obviously, she blew up bigger with that. But at the same time, like, let me give her a sub.
DM him on Twitter because his DMs are turned off. I tried to contact him on almost every single social media platform that I could find that he has an account on, and it was to no avail.
Okay.
Absolutely no avail. Saren actually even commented under this video, and I'm pretty sure he deleted the comment.
Yeah, it's even like, you know, even Asmongold on his channel, you know, he was talking about that earlier. If anybody ever has an issue with being on Asmongold's channel, he has a direct line of communication to have it removed. That's the difference with that's the difference between you know, Asmongold's channel, which is very professional, and this harasser's channel. I don't even know. I'm not even gonna acknowledge who this fucking Brad guy is. Like,
Saren posted. So he said,
Serious question. Take away the stream. Take away the camera. Isn't this just a stripper?
oh, come the fuck off. What a fucking piece of shit. If that was a male, like, what the fuck would you be talking about?
So you think that she's a stripper? Why do you think that she's a stripper? What about what she's doing is like a stripper?
Yeah, people are really fucking psycho.
I'm curious, like, what is the...
Why did this person spam this comment? Like, this person's gonna get banned, of course.
What's the... Like, how do you get there? Because you've typed this like 5 times. I agree with the harassment sucks, but as you said before, talking about your feelings to this extent on the stream is always met with negativity.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like, you know, he already said, like, you know, it's a bad idea to engage with this, but, like, you know, she has every right to do so, and, like, it's obviously very scary, and she felt like, you know, making it public, and now a lot more people are going to be supporting her because of that. And she got lucky, at least with this, that Asmongold showed up. Okay, Asmongold never showed up to mine. I had to fend for myself and figure it out on my own. She has a larger community than I do, and, you know, she was able to kind of, at least, you know, kind of paint the narrative instead of letting this other person paint the narrative. But at the same time, obviously, the best thing, if you actually want to end the the harassment, the best thing to do is 100% ignore it. Never acknowledge it. Don't acknowledge the person. Don't acknowledge the donos. Filter out the donos, etc., etc. But by doing this, she completely put it on the spotlight, and she's gonna get more harassment. But at least now she's also gonna get some camaraderie. Sometimes you have to like say, is the small amount of harassment gonna be worth more? Gonna be worth having like a big, large support network? And sometimes, yeah, I don't know. Either way, she posted this video, so it can't be undone.
Activity. Well, it's general. I mean, I think most people are being positive, and most people support her.
Yeah, this is not the situation where like she was complaining about like, that people wanted her to stream more. Like, it's like if I got upset at you, Solid, for wanting me to play WoW. I'm like, that I don't just play WoW, right? Like, I'm not gonna like sit here and cry about it because all my viewers want me to play WoW and I just want to do React content sometimes. Like, no. Like, you're kind of new here. I do stuff like this all the time. I've been here for like almost 5 years. I do just chatting. I do a lot of content that's not gaming.
But there are obviously going to be like some people who are negative, right? But what I'm saying is that the reason why they are negative actually doesn't have anything to do with the situation. I'm really confused about this.
Yeah, this person is obviously just like, he sees any female's content creator as just like somebody who's the same as what, and also being a stripper is perfectly fine. So many men out there have so much disrespect for sex workers, but these are the same guys that jack off to porn like 20 times a day. So I don't know where the fuck the anger is coming from. They obviously like the product of sex work. They just don't respect sex workers. It's really fucking weird. They need to get the fuck over themselves.
Of course, this is a WoW player.
Yeah, this person, and he was asking him when he's going to play Wrath of the Lich King.
Go into a strip club and throw money and say what you want. It's the same thing. What makes it worse is the person has enabled others to be involved.
You can't say whatever you want. This person ever been to a strip club? You can't disrespect the dancers. You can't touch the dancers. Like, are you kidding me? Giving money to someone doesn't mean you own them. Like, people need to get their fucking shit together. Most people are reasonable and understand basic respect. Some people see women as, if I give you money, you have to take it. That's so fucking weird. No, if you go into a strip club and throw money at someone and be disrespectful, you're gonna get kicked the fuck out. That's what's gonna happen. What is this person fucking on crack? Matt Glad? It's not the same thing. You do this in real life. You throw money at a strip dancer, and you say whatever you want. You're gonna get fucking kicked out or even arrested. It's like this person has never left their mom's house.
Well, that's actually not true. Like, if you go and you harass a stripper, they kick you out of the fucking strip club. Like, you get thrown out. You think they want to deal with...
You're not allowed back in, too.
Yeah, you'd be gone. Like, what is the... Like, if somebody went to a strip club and they were harassing one of the strippers, they would be removed. So, like, how's this even a question? Like, I don't understand. So, like, how is this like a stripper? I'm still not understanding how this has...
If you see this, you're already banned. Okay, so the first thing you're watching this, you're new to Asmongold. If he pulls you up on stream, you're most likely gonna get banned. IDK Sterling. I had to like tell the algorithm to stop showing me that guy. It was so fucking toxic. I'm so tired of those videos, dude. The IDK Sterlings. It's like that music, blah, 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 and it shows like some like clickbait shit. And then he like says, "Oh, well, if you probably don't know about this video." It's like, oh god, it's a good format for clickbait, but it just gets so fucking annoying.
Anything to do with this being a stripper? Does this person have any argument? Like, is there any sort of explanation? Like, you've been spamming...
I think I have Okay, let me. Where was it? Wait. Oh. Here it is.
This man is already dead. He just doesn't know it.
I'm just like, this is basically every single IDK Sterling video.
This man is already dead. He just doesn't know it.
This for a while, and you were celebrating the fact that somebody else disagreed with me in a stupid way that I banned them. Like, what about? I mean, you've been going at this for like how long? You've been doing it for over 10 minutes. You've been doing it for pretty much the entire duration of most of this video. So, like, I mean, and now you're not typing.
He's been going for 40 minutes.
Anything.
Yeah, every time he calls them out, then they get quiet. It doesn't make any sense. You should be under the opinion or under the understanding that if you type something in chat, you should assume that they read every single thing you wrote. Yeah, obviously, they're not always going to. Maybe Asmon will, but like, yeah, they're crocodile tears. Like, what a fucking asshole. No, like, she can cry. They're not crocodile tears. She doesn't know how to respond to the situation, and then she's doing the best she can. And obviously people are going to cry, and it's so easy to say people are fake crying, but I don't think so. I just think that she doesn't know how to deal with this situation, and she's doing the best she can. But like, when people come over and like start chatting, and then he pulls them up, and then they're suddenly fucking quiet, it's like, get the fuck out of here. This person is accusing her of being a baby? Like, I mean, it's one thing if, like, you know, you'd be okay with, like, you know, doing your thing, but, like, he does the same thing that happened to her, and this guy's suddenly quiet. Like, calling him out on his bullshit, and now he suddenly can't talk. And this is the same guy calling her out, saying that she needs to grow up. What a fucking loser. This guy needs to grow up.
All I'm asking you is, like, can you explain your thinking? You and your YouTube editor have been farming people like this guy for months. Don't be surprised whenever there are extreme incels in here. Well, I farm all kinds of people because I talk about things and I give my opinions on them. I take no accountability, and I'm not sorry if there's incels that watch my stream.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it's not like he's going out of his way to farm this kind of discussion. These people just pop up. And you know,
because there are some opinions that I have that incels resonate with incels, and they say, "Oh yeah, I agree with you."
Yeah, and they agree with him, but then it's like, well, that's all that he agrees with. He doesn't agree with your entire ideology of hating women. like Asmongold's pretty supportive of women. He's you know, supportive of abortion rights. He's supportive of bodily autonomy. He's supportive of sex work. He's a pretty supportive guy of women. I don't know why incels think that he would think anything remotely like they do, but because he says some things they agree with, they kind of jump on, and they assume that because somebody agrees with them, you know, like, oh, he's my streamer because he has the same opinion I have about this. It's like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Why do you need somebody to agree with you for you to to have them as your idol? It's so weird. And these are the same guys. These are the same guys who ironically call anybody who supports a female content creator simps. And then these are the same people that will go to a male content creator, and because that person agrees with them, they simp for that person. Like what the fuck?
Sorry for that, because I'm not trying to court incels. I'm not trying not to court incels. I'm trying to talk about what my opinions on different subjects are.
Yeah, I mean, that's all he's doing.
based off of how I see those subjects and where I where I'm going with them, right?
So basically, he's a React streamer. He's adding commentary. It's just a normal fucking thing.
That's it. It's not complicated, is it? Like, I'm not gonna, like, any crazy person that watches me, I don't care.
He doesn't care about me watching him. I'm a crazy person.
Guaranteed there's crazy people that watch me.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you right now, 100%, I'm crazy and I'm watching you.
This person just has no response. How did you not use the word defamation even once now? Is lying about them in public and hurting their personal and professional life with clear damages? Because that's something that's to be determined by the law. Like, I don't care about what the law is. You understand? Like, this is not relevant to me. What I
feel like the YouTube editor, the clips channel editor, is gonna pull that clip some point for something. I can smell it coming. It's brewing, man. This clip is gonna be used by the editor for something that's gonna make him pago. Okay, like this. Watch.
Law is the law. Like, I don't care about what the law is. You understand? Like, this is not relevant to me.
That's gonna be clipped by the clip channel editor with that, like, what's this, Asmongold? And, like, it's gonna there's always a clip. There's always a clip, and that one is 100% going to be used for a Pago moment. Okay, it's gonna be gold. It's gonna be Asmongold.
What I care about is what I think is the right or the ethical thing to do. The rules should always be followed. You should never, like, there is never a point where, because you feel morally aggrieved, you should be able to break the rules. I don't agree with that, because if we had that, then everything in the world would be chaos. But that's not my decision to make. Okay, so this is just a person who spammed me that I'm wrong.
Yeah, and then as soon as he actually gets the chance to actually respond, now he's fucking quiet. Like, what a loser.
Then whenever they had the chance to explain themselves, couldn't say anything.
Yeah, and, like, honestly, like, I rarely talk in Asmon's stream, and when I do, it's like I generally, like, have, like, genuine commentary to try to, like, discuss. He sometimes reads my comments. He'll respond to it verbally, but he generally only pulls people up if they're probably going to get banned. So I don't think I'm one of those people that is at a risk of being banned. Obviously, I might eat my own words one day. I don't know. I can't tell the future. I can't mind read. But I would think that, like, you know, Asmongold's seen me around on his stream and he's responded to me. I feel like and he's seen me on Twitter on one of his threads. And it got a lot of his followers actually kind of and built a respect for me. There was people on his Twitter thread once, and I was saying something. It was about the Harry Potter thing, and people were expecting me to be one way because I'm trans, and because I didn't respond the way they wanted. I think I opened up some people's minds a little bit. Maybe. I can't control that, but I feel like a lot of people, they expect one thing when they go into an interaction online, and it's kind of a pleasant surprise when it goes a different direction, and they kind of, like, open up their eyes a little bit. They're like, oh, these people I'm angry about, it's not because they're trans, it's because they're psycho. Okay. Because, I mean, I am psycho, but not because of that. There's different reasons why I'm psycho.
They know they're a fucking moron. She should have banned the guy. And I said that at the beginning of this video. She should have absolutely banned him. She's right. And she didn't.
Yeah, what would have happened is he would have moved on, found some other streamer to harass. You know, and then none of this would have ever happened.
Know how to do that. Big surprise. Somebody new to the job doesn't understand it. Oh my God.
Says this, and then this is that his viewers said, dude, don't
that
be
she does now,
simp.
yeah.
I would refund that shit. Refund the money for that girl. Too late. She's already getting spammed and follow botted. And then someone says, no, she is toxic. I go and break her soul. And then I went into
People
her
are fucking weird, dude.
stream and told her that and she already knew, and she said she wasn't going to copyright you, low, but she is mad, and I got banned from her chat for talking about it.
This is what
I mean, it's like, you know, you're instigating, you're a pot stirrer. The streamer has every right to ban you for whatever reason that's annoying them. If people come in and they don't listen to, like, saying, like, hey, can you, like, back off on that topic or whatever, and then somebody comes in hot, aggressive, and then they get mad that I ban them because they're like, oh, what about free speech? What about free speech? You can't just come in here with your fucking cock out, stroking other people's cocks. Well, I don't know where I'm going with this, but I just said the word cock and kind of rolled with it.
what people do, right? And this is yeah, what a freak. Yeah, these are freaks. And this is what happens. It's not healthy. No. And also, like, I don't know how much
the solution to this. Easy solution.
T-Mall is really even responsible. Like, he's not really, like, he is and he's not, right? So, like, obviously he fucked up by having her in the video. Obviously he fucked up by not blurring it out. Obviously it was a bad idea. But, like, he really isn't responsible for what somebody else does themselves. No, he 100% is. No, he's not. He's not, because
because people are going to come in and harass you, but they don't get to dictate how your stream goes. They don't. You can just ignore them and ban them. Like, you know, they don't get. How you respond is up to you. You don't have control over them, but you have control over yourself.
The other person has free will, and they chose to harass her. He's not. He's not directly responsible. Now, did he obviously make it worse? Yes, he obviously made it worse. Is he a piece of shit for doing that? He's absolutely a piece of shit for doing that. But it's not caused, like, the harassment. Please do not take these people's agency away from them. These, in a lot of cases, are either late teenagers or grown adults. These are people that, if they committed a crime, they would probably be tried as an adult. Because they have their own autonomy, they have their own free will, and if you take that away from a person, you're not doing them any favors. These are bad actors, and they exist. Here's another perspective, too. These bad actors exist on YouTube organically.
Yeah, it's just the nature of the internet, not just YouTube.
Like, T-Mall might not even be doing, like, for example, like, I do have incels in my community. The same as almost every other
I mean, everybody, because they show up everywhere. He's got, you know, there's Nazis in everybody's community. You know, we don't want them there. There's incels, there's transphobic people, there's racist people. They're not really a part of your community. They like kind of blend in sometimes, and then all it takes is one, like, showing their true colors, and they get banned. They're really not part of the community. They're like viewing the content, though. You just can't change that.
Streamer does. And even some girl streamers have incels in their community by some weird fucking twist of fate. But the reality is that just because I create content that somebody might agree with doesn't necessarily mean it's my fault that they have those opinions.
No, it's like their opinions are their own. His opinions are his own. You know, it's weird when people put that in their, like, Twitter profile. Obviously, your opinions are your own, and it's like it's implying that, like, I just don't know why. I like how he puts it. Like, you're taking away agency from people. These are adults most of the time. At least they should be, because I don't think children should be on social media. We shouldn't have been allowed on the internet, social media. When it first came around, when I was 12-year-olds should 100% not be on social media as it is today, because it's evolved to an insane amount with, like, algorithm pushing content, directing people directly, injecting them into content. It's way different than it was when I was 12, and it was still bad when I was 12. I should not have been on the internet at 12. Nobody should have, but we were, because it was a different time back then. We were the ones who knew how computers worked, and our parents had no fucking idea how to sign into their email. You know, like, it's like, I can't undo my childhood, but the internet was very much a part of my childhood, and it shouldn't have been. I did not belong on the internet. Children do not belong on the internet. And if they do, it's only because of, like, you know, it has to be, and I agree 100% with Asmon on this. The only case is children, at least under the age of 16, should be on the internet is if it's like an app that is like, you know, like YouTube Kids, where there's no comments. You can't have a one-to-one conversation with another person because there are very bad people who are going to try to communicate with these people and get them to do things that they don't have understanding of. And I was one of the lucky ones as far as some of those things go, but I don't even want to get into this conversation too much. But, like, there's things that I know it, you know it, everyone knows it, that I don't need to talk about, that people have seen certain things on the internet that they shouldn't have, and it's just like, you know, it is what it is. But we've learned, and I feel like, you know, I don't agree with all of, like, you know, places like Florida and their legislation, but the bill that says that if you're 16 or if you're younger than 16, you can't be on social media, I think that's 100% a W. I mean, I think if we can drive a car at 16, I think that's when we can start using social media. I mean, because you can drive a car, which is like one of the leading how many deaths per year from car accidents? 4,100 motor vehicle deaths in 2022. 42,000 people died in 2021. 39,508 crashes involving 61,000 motor vehicles. 10% increase in deaths compared to 2020. Yeah, so 42,000 people a year die in car crashes, and we give 16-year-olds a driver's permit. So I think if you can give a 16-year-old a car that can actually end a life, then I think I think they should be allowed on social media. I think 16, if we're going to say 16 is like an age you can drive, then I think 16 is an age you can be on social media. But I don't think 12-year-olds have any place on social media. They should not be on Twitter, where there's literal, like, anal sex and vaginal sex and, you know, oral sex and all sorts of sexual content. And also just very weird fucking just brain dead content with, like, controversies and, like, you know, algorithm literally specifically targeting children, trying to get them to be addicted to their platforms. There's a whole bunch of shit that's way different than when I was 12. It's way worse, and it was pretty bad back then too. You know, like, you know, a 12-year-old could log on to Yahoo Mail or to Yahoo and have a chat with some kind of, like, predator on you know, who's going to, like, show up and, you know, do bad things. That's not good. A child should not be in that situation. That's very irresponsible. And unfortunately, we didn't really know too much about the internet in the early days, in, like, the 2000s. But now we know. And, like, I 100% agree with Asmon on that point. I think 16 is a reasonable minimum age. I don't think, you know, I almost think that 18 should be the minimum age, because if there's going to be porn and we say that 18 is when you can watch porn, then maybe make 18 the age to be on the internet. But, you know, obviously a lot of people are on the internet who are younger than 18, and I think I don't actually know what the right answer is. Laws are there for a reason, but they're not set in stone. They could change. Maybe they should, maybe they shouldn't. I don't actually know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a legal expert. I don't know if anything should be changed as far as, like, you know, age requirements. I think 18 is a reasonable number. I also think, at least for the internet in and of itself, I think 16 is a reasonable age. But obviously we have ages for like sexual content being 18. I think that's pretty reasonable. I think any younger would be just a little bit weird and arbitrary. I think any older would be definitely really weird and arbitrary. You know, I think that's a good starting point. Like, if you can drive a car, you should be able to use social media. Either we raise the minimum age to drive, or we just, you know, we accept that that's, you know, if people can drive a car which causes like 40,000 deaths a year, then I think somebody can log on to Twitter and potentially see a butt.
Did not cause them to have those opinions. Could it be argued that his content cultivates this environment? It's always, it's a pie chart, right? It's like, how much of it is his content? How much of it is his behavior? How much of it is his moderation? How much of it is the culture? How much of it is the YouTube culture? And how much of it is people from outside sources?
Yeah, so exactly. Like, if Asmongold's entire content was based around like incel baiting and stuff, maybe you could have an argument for that. But even in that case, I mean, obviously it's pretty obvious when people like milk a specific type of audience, especially that type of audience, the whole red pill bullshit, Andrew Tate bullshit. It's very cringe and obvious, but like, obviously, like, in the end of the day, they're still not like, unless they're actually committing a crime and stuff, they're really not responsible for, you're taking people's autonomy. They're the ones who clicked on the video. They're the ones who watched the video. They're the ones who commented on the video. And then they're the ones who took any kind of action after watching the video. If there's like a call to action, like, you know, like if they go harass another content creator because they watched a video of a content creator harassing a content creator. So, you know, like, that's a call to action basically. And maybe, you know, that, you know, obviously when it comes to harassment, I think there should be some accountability, and their YouTube channel should be, at least those videos should be demonetized. And if it's a repeat thing, their channel should be removed. Or at the very least, completely demonetized. But I think some behavior should be always moderated. And is it censorship? 100%. It's censorship. But censorship isn't always bad. You know, like, we censor certain content because it's illegal or wrong. Or just, you know, very toxic. Like harassment. It's wrong. You know, that's censorship, yeah, but like, you know, you censor you censor things that are like wrong.
All of these things fit into it.
Got banned from her chat for talking about it. It shows her name in the donation, and it says her name in the donation. Change it.
It's both. Yeah, it's
don't
all
want
of
you to
them.
get copyright striked. Timo, there's people that found out the girl's Twitch name, and they are in her chat right now. You might want to blur her name in the last donation.
Yeah.
Look, her name is visible at this timestamp. Timo, quick, at this timestamp, it shows her name. Quick change before it gets copyright striked. Spudsy Bud is so triggered. Timo, you forgot to blur.
And this is the thing that makes it worse, right? Is that,
Well, here's the thing, is this person is acting like he's doing a good thing, but he's spamming her username. And I believe this is like, this has to be like public, right? Like, these are like YouTube comments, right? So like, this person is also spamming her name, even though, oh, you forgot to blur Spud Sis name. Like this person is literally spamming her name. This person is, I would say, I don't want to accuse, I mean, I don't know. I would say this person is complicit in it. This person is also spamming her name.
like, should she copyright strike the video? Like, I wouldn't, like, I would try, I don't think that she should copyright strike it, because I think that I think this is harassment, and it's not really as much copyright infringement as it is harassment.
Yeah, like, report it for harassment. That's a different.
And I wish that people would use the harassment features on YouTube and report people for harassment rather than copyright striking them. Both? No, right? And if she wants to do that, that's her right to do that. I'm just giving my opinion. I wish that more people would, like, whenever you're being harassed, use the harassment mechanisms and the tools that are provided to you with that versus using the copyright strike mechanism.
Yeah, don't use copy strike unless it's very specifically like copyright strike. Like they stole your video. You know, they're you know, if it's not like harassment, really, yeah, that's perfectly reasonable.
Because I think that's more accurate.
His name in your last dono, and they are talking about it in her stream right now. And you can find that streamer want to say something, Spudsy. So
yeah, so exactly, like people are fucking like,
unless, bruh, that chick is actually cringe. I saw the game she was playing is cringe and got insta banned.
Can't take a joke. This is the mind of a YouTube commenter.
yeah, because they think that they have complete agency over what the streamer's doing. It's not up to them how the streamer responds. Their opinion does not make it true.
Of a red pill community YouTube commenter. That's it. His video title is Trolling Celebrity Streamers with Donations. It was so deliberate.
But she's not a celebrity. She's a smaller streamer.
Yeah, I mean, there it is.
Celebrity?
Of course you got banned. It's just that this is... Remember what I said about like how a lot of these guys that are always like, oh, well, you can't even talk to women now or you're going to get charged with sexual harassment?
Yeah, and then you look in their DMs. All it would take is probably looking at a single DM to know exactly... To know exactly why they're not getting... they're not getting any response from women, like.
And if you actually listened to them and spent any time with them, you would realize that immediately what the real problem is.
Yeah, it's like probably because they have all this fucking anime shit in there. I mean, I don't want to like shit on like anime fans, but like usually it's like a very specific type of person who has these kind of opinions about women. Honestly, I feel like there might be a small percentage of these people, they're just closeted trans. Maybe they're just envious of women, and maybe they want to have a female body. But I highly doubt that. And it's most likely they're just like really fucking entitled, and they don't want to take any ownership over anything that goes wrong in their lives.
It's like the one guy who talked about how he had all these problems with women and he used to be an incel, and then you go into his room and his room is full of a bunch of like fucking like half-naked lolly figurines.
Exactly.
It's like, it's obvious.
Take a joke. You gave her over $50 and her response is to threaten to copyright strike you. First of all,
$50.
no amount of money will let me. No, you.
Well, you have to
cannot
understand that like this commenter's probably 11 years old, so like $50, like he only gets that on his birthday and Christmas. So it's like in his mind, $50. I mean, like that's a lot of money, right? Think about how many V-Bucks that is. And
exactly.
So like, yeah, obviously.
give me enough money to let you harass me and harass one of my viewers. I do not care how much money you give me. I, thankfully, am a decent enough human being to not
Well, maybe she does care, but it needs to be more than $50 fucking dollars. It needs to be like at least like $400, like $1,000, like $700. Like you want to harass somebody? Come on, $50.
If you're not going to donate $10,000,
it's nothing.
about the money when it comes to people's mental health and people's feelings.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna read what Saren just said. Man can't control who watches his videos, but he can't control what's in it. He clearly has no intention of doing the right thing. If he had the intention of doing the right thing, he would take me out of the video.
He should.
I tried to contact him.
He should take her out of the video. Absolutely.
Because my mom that's German took all these things.
Yeah, and this is my opinion. Like,
obviously he should, but like it's like she's not going to be able to make that happen. She tried. It's not going to happen. At that point, you know, it's kind of like any further damage to your mental health is because you refuse to ignore it. And I hate saying that, but I don't want to hold kitty gloves just because she's another woman. Okay, I gotta be tough, okay? Like, if she wants to be able to put up with being a streamer, at some point she's gonna have to get over what people think about her. It's all there is to it. You know, I would have no problem saying that to a guy streamer.
I'm not going to get into
because I'm biased towards being more aligned with other women because I'm a woman and I feel safer around women. I feel like I feel like women deserve to be heard more, and that's kind of fucked up in a little way because it's like I basically have some misandry against men, and men don't always deserve that. So obviously these type of men, kind of deserve some criticism, but, without even knowing who the person is or what their beliefs are and just based on their gender, like I see a guy and even subconsciously, even if it's not consciously, subconsciously, I'm thinking that person can take more abuse than if he was a woman. Because I feel like men, at least subconsciously, I kind of feel a bias against men, and I'm trying to check that. I'm trying to do better, because I've had a very negative experience with a lot of men in my life, and I'm a woman, and well, growing up I was considered male, and I was not treated well by males, and then as a woman, my interaction is very different with men, but a lot of it is because I've learned a lot growing up how men might treat me, and so a lot of that is not really about who I am now, it's about who I was. So it really has nothing to do with gender as far as that goes. It's more like how men have treated me regardless of gender, like whether I was expressing my gender as male or female. I've had a mostly positive interaction with most men, especially in real life, since transitioning. But a lot of that is because I'm older and wiser, and like I don't put up with toxic people. When I was younger, I put up with toxic people I shouldn't have, and I think subconsciously some of that carries over. Even when most men I meet now are very positive and very good people. But I think subconsciously I have a bias against men because I trust women more. And that also goes both ways. Sometimes I shouldn't trust someone just because she's a woman. Some women are very untrustworthy, and I should not, inherently just assume that a woman has good intentions with me just because she's a woman. And, and likewise, I shouldn't assume that a man has bad intentions just because he's a man. It's really hard to get rid of these subconscious things, okay? Like
YouTube TOS. I think that it's wrong for him to put her in the video when she said not to put him in her in the video. He's not offering any critique. He's not offering any criticism. He's not educating an audience. He's just annoying people for content on YouTube, which is like, I mean, come on. Like, what are you doing, man? Just take her out of the video. Like, how's this even a question? I disagree. No amount of money can buy harassment. Yeah, but it makes it a little bit easier, right?
Yeah, if somebody donated $1,000, I'd probably still ban the person, but at least, like, if they're going to do TTS, at least, like, kind of laugh at them or something.
I mean, like, I try to just always with everything, I try to just be as raw and honest as possible. I do. Like, I'm just trying to be as raw and honest as possible. And I understand that might grate people the wrong way.
Yeah, I mean, it's a social grace. Not everybody really cares about. I don't think Asmon cares about it. Maybe he should. I don't know. I think he may have convinced himself that he doesn't care, but I think he would. Maybe a lot of situations would kind of go, I don't know. I actually don't know. Because I don't know him. And but at the same time, like, maybe you're blocking off a whole social interaction window by not allowing yourself to kind of like take a step back and allow certain social graces. That if you're just always raw all the time, it kind of blocks out certain like kind of pleasantries. If that makes any sense. So I feel like, being raw all the time doesn't, it's a good, obviously, especially for making commentary, that's a very good trait to have. But sometimes it's like, you know, you don't have to be so hard, you know. You don't have to be so raw. Like what's the real goal here, you know? Like, are you just trying to like smell raw sewage? Like,
but I do think people would react better if you gave them $5,000 than $50. Like,
yeah, I mean, even $50. Like, I mean, thanks for the money, but I'm still gonna ban them if they're breaking my, if they're just being really fucking rude.
Really? Of course, like.
Yeah. Okay. Let me. Oh shit! Someone just said this. To be honest, I have been a fan of Timo for what the fuck. Wait.
What was that all
honest,
about?
I have been a fan of Timo.
Was she just pulling XQC? Like.
For what the fuck? Okay, this one right here.
What do fark?
To be honest, I've been a fan of Timo for a while, but I went to Spudsy's stream to see what happened. Timo left out some context and some clips that he didn't share in the video. All I'm going to say is that he may have gone a bit too far. This person's an actual decent human being.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the only person this should really matter to is her. It's not my decision or Asmongold's decision or anyone else's decision. But at the end of the day, like, this shit happens all the fucking time on the internet. Like, I'm sorry, this is not the worst thing. Like,
they actually did their own research and they figured out what he actually said to me.
I mean, I'm just saying what I feel. Okay, like, this is... I'm not gonna be mean about it. I'm not gonna call her a crybaby. But like, you know...
Too far, you say?
Okay. I mean, I agree with him.
Why has the girl been
True.
blurred? Oh, I know now. What? Spudsy wasn't blurred, watch out. Didn't blur everything of Spudsy. By the way, dude, the streamer that got mad at me for doing video with her in it, she wasn't fully bepped. I was able to find her, but no, she's saying her Twitch name. Just wanted
like,
to, like...
what I don't understand is why she took this amount of effort, or her mods made this amount of effort to screenshot every single relevant thing for her to review on stream. That's what I'm confused about. Why is she zooming in so fucking hard on this? And it's you know, if she weren't a smaller streamer or a newer streamer, I would just accuse her of farming this for content, because it's like, why is it? You just move the fuck on.
Let you know so you don't get copyrighted. Bro,
like, it's not worth all this. I just don't know why she's doing this to herself.
Was being such a female dog. I'm very sorry that she was so mean.
I hate that passive aggressive bullshit when people are like, I'm sorry that you feel that way. I'm sorry that she had to be so mean. Like, what?
It's just like, you have to understand that, like, a lot of the people that watch this kind of stuff are like, they're like little boys. They're unironically
yeah, they're like Andrew Tate, Sneeko viewers, etc.
boys. So that's what happens.
And this is honestly why, like, you know, children should not be allowed to, you know, just have conversations on social media. Any kind of app, internet app that kids should be allowed to use should have no ability to have comments. Like, you know, you should not be able to have direct messaging. You know, like it should just not be a thing. It should be like YouTube Kids. Like, there should be no ability for a child to comment. I feel like anybody at least under the age of 16 should not be able to have comments on videos where they're gonna get, like, you know, drawn into like red pill communities, for example, where they're gonna say, hey, like, I'm your friend. I want you to believe the same things I believe. And it's if you're like really young, you don't really have many people, you might have not many friends, maybe you're bullied in school or something, they're going to be more likely to be pulled into these weird communities online. And a lot of the times, these are probably grown-ass men trying to take these young men under their wings. It's really kind of weird.
Yeah, I mean, really, like...
You harassed me. You harassed one of my middle schoolers who's probably, like, they're a bunch of incels, dude. Holy, I did nothing wrong. And this is what someone says. Yeah, it's crazy. She's on sub only mode now. I've never seen a more idiotic
Yeah, and this is honestly, she should, and I think she's almost there. That's how she should be reacting. She should see this for how ridiculous it is, that these are all fucking losers. She should just like laugh that these people even happen, and she should take pride in the fact that she's living rent free in these people's heads.
sensitive sense of humor lacking.
These are always people like this is people like their idea of a sense of humor is being mean to somebody else. And the moment that you do that to them, they get upset.
Right?
Like, not everybody likes being harassed and fucked with. Like, let's be honest.
Big shocker.
Can we move on? This is boring as hell. Do you really expect me to just stop the video that I'm watching because you don't like it?
Like,
what do you think?
You realize that you could just click onto a different streamer, right? Like,
what do you think is going to happen? You think I'm going to just like end the video because you don't like what? Too bad. Stop. Then I banned him. Anybody who tells me to not watch something or to move on past something, this is an instant permaban. There's an instant permaban.
Oh, I can't with these fucking comments.
Mm-hmm.
Not wrong. Wow, I totally know us.
yeah, I don't want to do like the, it's worse, grass is always worse on the other side kind of thing. But imagine these kind of comments if you were trans, honey. Yeah. Imagine. Or if you were black. Yeah. Imagine.
I
don't want to like pull the privilege card. I don't like that, but at the same time, like, I don't think I think everybody has like, it's obviously really terrifying for her. It's not like it's any less than what it happens for me because I get targeted for being trans, etc. I don't think that she should have to suffer just because I do. But yeah, this is like, for me, this is like a 1 on the annoying scale. For her, this might be like a 7 or an 8. At least at the moment. And maybe it's going to calm down after she streams for a while and she gets used to it. Maybe it'll be a 1 for her eventually. But yeah, like this kind of stuff, this is like a 1 or a 2 for me. As far as this kind of harassment. This isn't people coming in with transphobic rhetoric, trying to push for me to end my life, because of, tropes of transness, of trying to spread misinformation and propaganda that are anti-trans, of, doxing my address, all sorts of weird shit. Like,
wrong. I explicitly said that I did not want to be in the video. He did not have my consent, and he does not care. So that's why I'm talking about this. He hijacked my stream when I went live the other day, and when the video went live,
you respond to his comments. I'll get to that.
Okay, I'm not going to show this because this is personal stuff, but on the day that the video went live, I got 189 followers on Twitch. Yesterday, while I was offline, I got...
you stop reading comments? Well, I mean, like, wouldn't this kind of stuff bring more views and attention to the guy's channel? I can sort of understand her reasoning for the video, but it feels like throwing gas on the fire. Yeah, and like this is kind of like what the problem is with content like this, is that it definitely does draw attention to the content, but there's also like there's a lot of people on the spectrum of enjoying content like this, and I think that there's a lot of people, for example, who enjoy like the posting annoying videos of annoying somebody but like whenever they see that it's actually truly hurting somebody or harassing them, it's not fun to watch anymore.
Yeah, like you know, by showing like, hey, like, you know, like with Cutie Cinderella about the, you know, the revenge porn thing. You know, like this is what it looks like. Showing people exactly what their actions are causing. Most people, not all, but like most people are genuinely like decent people, and if they understand the reality of what their actions cause, it makes them feel bad about it. Some people, when they start to feel bad, they get angry because they don't want to feel bad. But some people are able to deal with those emotions and process them. Some people, they double down on their behavior. They say, oh, you're just trying to make me feel bad. Why are you ruining my bad time? Those people obviously can't really be helped. You know, it's like you try to help them. You're like, all they know is that is that you're mad at them. They don't care about why you're mad at them. They don't want to take any responsibility for why you're mad at them. All they see is that you're angry with them. And they're like, why are you angry with me? What did I do wrong? And it's like, well, how about I explain what you did wrong? And they're like, I don't agree with you. And you know, these types of people, I don't know if they can be helped.
And there's also people that like it whenever a person gets harassed because they have some sort of like resentment towards, you know, a girl or people that play Final Fantasy or streamers in general, right? And so there's definitely like there's a huge spectrum of people that watch content like this. And I would say a video and commentary like this does affect that, in my opinion, middle ground of people that see some.
Yeah, there's the people who can go either direction, and at least you can kind of take play the first move to kind of help those people along towards seeing like at least your side of things. Instead of just, you know, maybe they're going to be swayed the opposite direction if you didn't speak up. So it's like every now and then you should speak up about stuff. But if her primary concern was with preventing further harassment, she should have just kept quiet about it. Just kept streaming and just ban everybody. Don't reply to them. You know, don't acknowledge them. Turn off TTS. Whatever you have to do. Eventually they'll just leave.
Something like this, and it's off-putting to them that the content that they were watching is now like it feels weird, right? It's kind of like what happened with like YouTube pranks.
Wait, this is Final Fantasy 14. It looks like Mora. Final Fantasy 14 Mora. Do they have Mora in Final Fantasy 14? Yeah, because this area looks like Mora, like... Like that bridge up there. Like, that's what it looks like. Like, it looks kind of like Mora. Yeah, I don't know, man. Do they have a version of Mora? I know they were gonna do like Final Fantasy 14 with Final Fantasy 11 instances. What did they do with that? What did they do? Or is that not yet? Would instance dungeons be possible on has several instances that reference Final Fantasy 11. Characters in different feelences. Final Fantasy 11 and Final Fantasy 14.
Had started Rogadin, and this is no longer the case in Final Fantasy. Fields found in Final Fantasy XI. The name Roland Berry can also be seen in Final Fantasy XIV with the actual berries that can...
Oh yeah, there's references to 11. There's a lot of content in 11 that I have not done yet. There's so much. I quit playing I played again on retail, but I have not caught up to the complete endgame. So far away from endgame. Like, so far away from endgame. It's insane. I barely even just got started with endgame content. Like, even just getting gear. And it's like, I stopped playing in like 2009. And there's like 15 years of content to catch up on. But there's like a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. Is Final Fantasy 11, Final Fantasy 14, going to have FF11 raids? It's having its third crossover event with 11, but this will be bigger. New Alliance raid series. This will give players a glimpse into the world of Final Fantasy 11 and launch in 3 patches.
Hey everyone,
Oh, it's still just predictions.
Mr. Happy. Theories people could have. Honest interpretation. One of those.
It's probably going to be a Dynamis. And it's probably going to be a Sky, and it's probably going to be a C. I'm guessing. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think. Well, nobody knows. It hasn't. What's the new expansion that's coming out? Echoes of Vanadil. What is that? Dawn Trail Echoes of Vanadil. Get a glimpse. Is this actually the official? Yeah, it's the official Twitter account. Is there a video? Or... It all begins with a stone. Oh shit, is it gonna be Abyssia? The servers of Final Fantasy 11 are not going to be shut down. They're literally like keeping it long-term support now. It says get a glimpse, but this is not a glimpse. This is like a... I don't know what the fuck they're going on with this. Dawn Trail Echoes of Vanadil. Is there any substantial evidence given yet? Or is it just all speculation?
That's a different. Yes! In alliance with Final Fantasy 11.
So our newest alliance raid is Echoes of Vanadil.
That is awesome.
MMORPG として大先輩であるファイナルファンタジー11運営開始からすでに21年、その運営20周年を記念して我々
Ooh, ants.
What is Yoshiki's current goal with 11?
He's in charge of it, but it's like a super small team.
20 years of Final Fantasy 11. We are turning to our MMORPG senpai and stepping into Vanadil to get a glimpse of this wonderful, exciting world.
Wait, what do they mean stepping? I don't know. That
a lot of 11 back. So yes,
this would be mind-blowing.
A lot of people watching on the stream as
Yeah, I don't think we know yet. I don't think we know yet. I just don't think we know yet.
After people discovered that they were fake, that people stopped watching YouTube pranks, basically, right?
Yeah, you basically, you know, like you kind of ruin it for people, like by showing them like what it really is, and then like people kind of get tired of it, you know.
112 followers, and today so far I've gotten 27. I average about 10 followers a day, so I have been getting follow botted. I have been getting also a lot.
I don't think she's getting follow botted. I think it's just people following her so they can talk in her chat, because she probably had follower only mode on. I don't know if she's getting follow botted.
You should put sub only mode and then make some more money.
Followers. A lot of people have been creating accounts with the sole purpose of saying horrendous shit to me. And honestly, I'm pretty fucking disgusted.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how to put this gently. Maybe I've just been on the internet for 22 years and I'm like really thick-skinned. But there's worse things. like get the fuck over it. Like, Jesus Christ. People are gonna say mean things about you on the internet. Maybe I'm just too grizzled from the internet. But
I am standing up for myself. I did not give my consent to me in this video. His community went over his way to harass me.
Well, I mean, I don't think that's really the point. The point is that, like, she actively said that she didn't want to be in the video.
yeah, that was all there was to it. Like, anything after that is just kind of nuance.
Like, it would be one thing if she never said anything about it, and if she never said anything about it, I would have been like, oh, well, yeah, you know, he's an asshole for doing that, but, like, you know, it is what it is. But, like, actively saying no is very different than saying nothing. And by the way, again, every normal person thinks this. If you think that there's not a difference there, you have an agenda.
Yeah, for real.
Me death threats. I have had to lock down every single one of my social media platforms. My Twitter is...
I mean, you could just try, like... I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to tell her what to do. This is her first time dealing with this. They want you to lock it down. And then they're still gonna harass you. You know, there's gonna be people who try to infiltrate so that they can screenshot stuff and then do it on their own shit. The best thing you can do is try to, you know, take it, you know, either ignore it completely or just take advantage of the extra exposure. That people are gonna come to your side because you're clearly in the right. And if they know that the other people are in the wrong. So you kind of just, like, let it play out. I don't know. There's a point where it's like, yeah, you start, like, you know, reporting accounts, but honestly, like, I will never let somebody intimidate me into locking my account. I made social media so that I could be public, so that I could have my voice heard. I'm not going to quiet my voice just because somebody is mean to me. But that's me. I've been on the internet for like 22 years, or 24 years. Since I was 12, okay? I'm 36 now, okay? I'm a big girl, okay? I'm at this point, I'm in too deep, okay? Like
everything is private.
Yeah.
I stream for fun, and people like T-Mall are...
But yeah, like, she has every right to do this. I'm not saying she doesn't. I'm just saying that's what I would do. And that's what I did, is I just kind of stopped platforming it and stopped responding to it.
The exact reason why people hurt themselves over the internet.
Of course.
Yeah, and it's really messed up. I really wish people could see things differently, but they feel how they feel and they react how they react. And unfortunately, people are gonna, you know, cause self-harm because of this. But I wish I could help these people understand that you're giving these people power they don't actually have. They can't hurt you. Only you can hurt you. And if you let them hurt you, if you let yourself hurt you, you're letting them hurt you. And it's really hard because you can't just say that because it's not that simple. But in the end of the day, it really is. But it takes a lot to figure that out. You can't just tell that to somebody. They're not going to get it. You have to experience it yourself, and you have to go through the hurdles yourself. And so I totally understand where she's coming from. And I wouldn't be so harsh to say that, like, you know, she's being dumb, or, you know, any one of these other people with some kind of weird anti-woman agenda. Like, not any of these other people. I don't know why I looked at Asmon's chat as the first response to when I said these other people. But
so this guy makes videos of other people. Fine, fair. So when you say you didn't want to be a part of it, he goes ahead, he doesn't care. Yeah, no, he doesn't care, because unfortunately, I am a small content creator. I don't have a voice. So he probably goes to smaller content creators to harass them.
Somebody's just trying to tell TMZ you don't want to be in their video. I think that paparazzi is parasitic, and I think it should be illegal. I
yeah,
think
you're getting in people's spaces, you're invading their lives, invading their privacy. I think it's ridiculously toxic, but it's gonna happen, obviously. And if you're a celebrity, the fact that you honestly, it's not something anybody should want, but like, I mean, it's just a unfortunate side effect of any kind of success. Like, people are going to be interested, and some people are gonna not have any moral barriers. And they're going to invade your life to get some kind of reaction or some type of content. And I guess in the end of the day, all you have to do is just kind of do your own thing and just accept that there's going to be bad actors.
It's just it's stalking.
100%, yeah.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm completely consistent about this.
Like, if somebody came over and every time Asmongold and obviously any other OTK or any other streamer is out doing an IRL stream and somebody's out there stream sniping them, trying to get on stream, trying to get them to react to whatever, that's just abuse. That's harassment. That's stalking. Or trying to catch like Asmongold, like going into the strip club or any kind of, that's stalking. But like, you're following somebody around, that's like really suspect.
Yeah, absolutely.
But like, unfortunately, sometimes, unless the person is being very obviously egregious with it, it's kind of a legal gray area. They're like, oh, you took a picture, but like, you followed that person around for 20 miles. Like, to get that picture, it's kind of really fucking sus. If you have to do all this kind of weird shit to get a photo or a news story, then maybe I just feel like these people have no moral ethics. That all they care about is making money and calling it journalism. It's just kind of weird. But people are going to do that, obviously.
Get reactions out of them, and then he puts them into videos, and because I have 8,000 followers on Twitch, so isn't this all actually 100% actually reportable YouTube? I highly doubt YouTube is going to do anything, because
it's unlikely that YouTube will do anything, but I do think that like harassing and trolling people, and then whenever they say like, don't put me in your video, I do think YouTube should at least like message this person and say like, stop doing it. Or like maybe a community guideline strike. Like, I mean, is this enough to like say somebody should get their channel banned for this? Like, it's very hard to say. But I do think that YouTube should like respond or at least give them a warning. Be like, hey, if you're going to fuck around with people like this, like, you need to make sure that you get their consent before you upload it, right? Especially if
at least she has a leg to stand on, because she literally said that. But like, I think in most cases, YouTube's not really going to do much.
Nature of the interaction is hostile. She can get the video removed for harassment. Well, that's up to, I mean, that's up to YouTube, right? I don't know.
the content he took in question came from my Twitch. So it's not YouTube content that he took. Yeah, I know, like, there's no way that was sincere. If he gave a about what was going on, he would edit out the section of that video.
I will give him a little bit of credit and say that I don't have any editing software on my PC, and if I wanted to edit that part of the video, I would have to go on a second PC and do it. And he has said he has like 1 million subs or something like that. So he probably is in the same position where he doesn't actually edit the videos himself. So he has somebody else do that completely for him. You can do it on YouTube. Yeah, but he might not know that. I know that you can do that on YouTube now.
He would, yeah, he would completely edit it out. He would filter out the comments.
Yeah.
But he's not. He doesn't care. It's this kind of pranking content that it's disgusting. He makes content dedicated for actual fucking children.
Oh yeah, I mean, I used to watch bum fights. Like I was a 14-year-old before. I would have loved stuff like this. Absolutely. And I bet 14-year-olds now love it. For sure. Like I totally get it. I know bum fights, yeah, we used to watch bum fights constantly.
Let me... The goal is making money for reviews. Because, yeah, I am far from the person he tried to portray me as. He tried to portray me as someone who is a bitch and can't take a joke. I can take a joke.
You shouldn't have to take a joke. The whole idea that you should have to take a joke is ridiculous. If you go over to somebody and you invade their space and you disrespect them and you're rude to them and they push back on it, no, it's not their responsibility to take a joke. It's your responsibility to act like a normal fucking person. Like, you banter with friends. Like, you don't banter with, like, a random person you've just met. That's not how you communicate and act around people.
I can usually take a fucking joke, but when it comes to the part where you're harassing me and you're harassing one of my viewers and then I start getting death threats, yeah, it's not really a joke anymore now, is it? When I have to private everything and take a day off from something...
Well, you have to understand that what she needs to do is she needs to make it to where, like, it's follower-only mode for, like, 30 minutes. Because, like, any kid that's going to make an account like this isn't going to have the attention span to sit there for 30 minutes. Like, within 5 minutes, he's going to be on his phone thinking about something else, watching the next Andrew Tate clip, and he's going to have totally forgotten about this situation in a half hour because he has to take out the garbage. So, just give it some time, and it'll be fine.
Yeah, that's generally the solution.
You can also set it to verified users only with phones.
Yeah, you can do stuff like that.
That's also a pretty good idea, too.
It's a good filter.
Because most people aren't going to go through the effort of getting a fake phone number just to argue with you for 2 seconds in chat.
Yeah, except for the worst people.
Timo tweeted right now. Yeah, I'll look at it after this.
It is ridiculous.
It's definitely a good filter.
It is ridiculous. And the thing that scares me the most is that this guy is a father. He has a daughter.
Jesus Christ, what a fucking loser.
I really hope
what an actual loser.
That he doesn't raise his daughter the same way that
he's definitely not leading by example, being a fucking YouTuber, harassing women streamers like this, and just like smaller content creators, even if they're not just women, like just harassing people who are smaller than him. Like, what kind of message is that sending to his daughter? Like,
and portraying himself to his community.
True.
Like, that is not an ideal thing. Did Ginger Kratos give you any advice? Just say my piece. I'm showing that, like, these are all the bans that I've had to go through.
Yeah, and the thing is that this is gonna happen, like, every single stream as she gets bigger, too. Like, it's like an initiation almost. It sucks, but it's just like, especially since she's bigger than me. Like, she has like a lot more of a involved active community than I do. Like, you're gonna get more haters, but you're also gonna get more supporters, and way more supporters than haters, to be honest.
Okay.
I've had to ban people constantly. I've gotten hate messages in his video.
I doubt she's gonna be doing a video like this like a couple months from now, when this is like the 20th time this has happened. Like, this is gonna be just normal. Like, she's not gonna take screenshots of everything. Like this should be the final. If she I don't know if she should have done this at all. Maybe she should have. Maybe she shouldn't have. I don't know. But it should be the last time she does this. She should not do this again. If she starts doing this again, I'm just gonna assume she's farming.
Oh, everything. And I did nothing wrong. who
No,
was
she
harassing,
didn't.
his name
Yeah, she didn't
is
do anything
T
wrong.
Small or whatever the T-Mauled.
I do think there's also like an element of reality to this, and it's hard for me to have a conversation about this because wait, did she dox his daughter?
Wait, what the fuck? I think somebody's making that shit up. Oh no, someone's accusing her of doxing her daughter just because she said he has a daughter.
What?
Yeah, someone like really slippery slope, like absolute least charitable thing ever.
Wait, what are you saying? You typed this 3 times. Why are you typing this 3 times? What is this? Anyway, while this person, this will probably take 15-20 minutes for them to explain themselves, I'm assuming. Right? Yeah. And so anyway, there is a certain reality on the internet that you will experience harassment like this that will happen no matter what. Even if this guy never made a video about her, there will be people that will come into your stream and collectively harass you.
True.
And there is like, it doesn't
even matter how small you are either. Someone like me who has like, you know, a few people who pop in, it doesn't matter. They'll always find somebody to target. It doesn't even matter if I wasn't streaming. Like they find people on social media to harass. That's all they do.
Make it okay whenever it happens, but you have to be smart about how you handle it to reduce it from happening more often. It's kind of like whenever I was getting annoyed on Twitch, or sorry, in WoW, whenever I turned off the setting that showed other player names, it immediately made people stop doing it because they really only wanted to have their character name on the screen. And whenever they couldn't do that, well, then it's not a problem.
Yeah, true. Like, I mean, you're giving them a leg to stand on. Like, you know, like all they really wanted was that they got recognition. You take that away and then, you know, they got nothing.
To give them exactly what they wanted? Well, yeah, but you can't expect a person. Is it possible that she brought his daughter up in a way to indirectly bring grief to his family for what he
what
did?
a fucking piece of shit. There's no way you could misconstrue what she just said to that. She brought it up because it's like, I hope that what makes it bad is that he's doing this and he has a daughter that he's like, you know, his daughter like supposed to be setting an example for. That's why she brought it up. What a fucking weird person.
Good. So you're changing the point. What about it is doxing? Like, no, you said doxing. Like, let's get back to your point because you're changing what you're saying now. You're talking about like some sort of grief or whatever. What is the doxing? Yeah, and so anyway, it's good to have tools and resources to remove this from your to lower the chance of this happening. Thanks for raising awareness on this, Asmon. Laws are limited because of free speech. This kind of...
No, like the thing about like making your account private, like, yeah, obviously, yeah, that can help, like short term. But if people know that if they harass you, you're going to get off social media, they're going to keep harassing you because they want you to get off social media. They want your life to be upended. If, you know, there's no reason why you should be harassed off the platform. You have every right to be here just like anyone else does. I have every right to be here on social media. I shouldn't be harassed just because, oh, why are you on social media? You're going to get harassed because you're transgender or because you're autistic or because you're a woman or because you're dumb. I mean, you know, like, I'm going to get harassed for whatever reason, but I'm not going to stop doing what I love to do just because some random person doesn't want me here. I'm going to ignore those people, and if they're very problematic, I'll report them, and, you know, I'll definitely block them, but at no time am I going to do something to upend my life by like blocking by like making my account private and lowering my chance of getting public exposure, because that's the time it's like you're starting to make it so that you're not really growing your brand. You're closing down your growth because of something somebody else did, and at that point I'm not gonna let that person have that victory. Because it's gonna make other people say, oh, if I harass this streamer is going to make their account private again, and they're not going to be able to grow their stream, or they're not going to be able to grow their YouTube channel, or you know, if you stop making content, if you stop streaming, if you stop doing whatever you're doing, that you're responding by your actions to what that's exactly what they want from you. They want you to stop doing what you love. Because their life is miserable and they want yours to be miserable too.
Harassment is walking the line. I don't care about the law. You're never going to put somebody in jail for this. He could be doing it in another country. It's never going to matter. I only care about talking about whether this is like a good or a bad thing. The law does not dictate morality. Usually it follows it to a general degree. But it is not a one-to-one. And so you should never use the law as a barometer for what's right and what's wrong.
Yeah, exactly. It's supposed to be like an afterthought. Like, is it right or wrong? And then is it illegal? Like that's the thing. Like, you shouldn't be doing something just because it's legal. Like, slavery was legal in the United States, like in the 1800s. Like, just because it's legal doesn't make it okay, and just because it's illegal doesn't mean that it's not okay. It was illegal to possess marijuana in most states, but they made, that doesn't mean marijuana is wrong. It's people need to be more serious about marijuana, because marijuana has some serious side effects that people people don't really respect. The problems that can come from long-term marijuana usage. They say, oh, it's not as bad as drinking, and that's true, but it has its own. It doesn't mean it's not bad. With heavy usage, especially chronic usage, there are actual medical concerns for not consuming marijuana. Like that. Just because it was illegal didn't mean it was like wrong. But it was illegal for the longest time, and so many people's lives were ruined because of possession. It's absolutely wrong that it was illegal.
She points out that he has a daughter, something people wouldn't really know unless she brings it up. Can you define doxing for me?
Yeah, this person does not know what doxing means.
Because, actually, wait, no.
If he if she got a picture of his house and showed a picture of his daughter with her name and her address and the address, like, that's doxing. Like,
we're wasting too much time on this.
Yeah, ban this person.
This is insane. Has he made it public that he has a daughter? Yes. Okay, then we all know it's not doxing.
Unless only she knew about it. Like, if it's public knowledge, then she just found the public knowledge. Like,
he's obviously a retard. There's no reason to even spend a second longer thinking about this. Anyway, but yes. Anyway, like, if she wants, like, I will sit down with her and explain some of these things that she can do. Because there's a lot of streamers that are new. They don't understand this stuff. And of course, right? They have no idea, because why would they? But, like, streaming on Twitch, there's a lot of, like, kind of pitfalls that you can walk into that you might not really understand, because...
Yeah, I mean, like, being trans is something that you just can't do as a streamer. Nobody's gonna like you.
You're not familiar with what the game is. I mean, it depends, man. I'm all for generally being a good person. One day morality changes and being good is now a crime. I'm sorry. I'll jump on the hate wagon and not go to jail. I don't care what people's opinion is. Like, if I think something's wrong, then it's wrong. I don't need anybody else to tell me whether it's wrong or not. Everybody else in the world can think that I'm wrong, and if I think I'm right, then I'm still right. Why would you ever let your own thinking be decided by a democracy?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, have some confidence in your beliefs. Even if, you might be wrong, but, like, you should... Why would you be so adamant about your beliefs if you didn't believe you were right? If you're not sure, then say you're not sure. Don't act like you're sure. I don't.
What you agree with and what you disagree with. Nobody else gets to tell you what you are okay with and not okay with. That's your right as a being that exists. Don't give that away.
Yeah, you don't need. Yeah, you don't need a legal system to tell you what you think is right or wrong. Just because something's legal doesn't make it wrong, doesn't make it right, and just because something's illegal doesn't make it wrong. There's certain things that are just wrong. There's obviously a lot of things that are illegal and are wrong, but something's going to be right or wrong irregardless of whether or not there's some kind of legal correlation. Like, some things are just wrong. Like murder, for example.
But let me play another video for you guys.
Here we go.
This is from my stream, actually.
Like, I know people like to meme about this, but I'm betting that the vast majority of people, if it was legal to murder somebody, I highly doubt most people would do it.
Right.
Some guy with 1.3 million YouTube subscribers. Sorry, I just got a follow from someone. Someone just followed me. Their username is SpudssyBud KYS.
Oh, let me make sure you guys can see it. Yeah.
This is why I'm not ignoring this situation. I'm having people like this. And he made a video, and I'm in it. And I told
It's
the guy who
deranged.
made the
Yeah,
video that
it
I
is.
did not want to be in that video. And I said to him, like, if you put me in that video without my consent, I'm going to copyright strike you. I'm not linking it. No, I don't want, like. And for the past, like, 5 hours, I have been getting harassed on almost every single social media platform.
Now, I have to say, Final Fantasy 14, as far as like storyline and music and just general like graphics and everything, like 1,000 times better than World of Warcraft. Like, just listening to this music right here is just like so fucking amazing. I will play Final Fantasy 14 again at some point. I have a lot to do in the free trial. I'm really into WoW. And I can't really, I just, Final Fantasy 14 is going to require a very dedicated effort. There's a lot of storyline. I'm a controller player also, by the way, so it's a little different for me. Playing Final Fantasy games is more of a storyline oriented thing, and Final Fantasy 14 is very storyline oriented. It's going to be it's a different vibe. WoW doesn't really feel like it's a storyline centric game for me. There's a different vibe that I have when I play WoW. It's more like it's a game. Whereas obviously Final Fantasy 14 is a game, obviously. But like it feels more like playing a solo game. As far as like the vibe, I don't know how to explain it. Most people are probably going to think I'm dumb, whatever. I have my own personal understanding of how I relate to each video game I play on stream. And so, like, if I were to play Final Fantasy 14, it would be in a way that's like, I really want to like play like the storyline and stuff like it's a different vibe. It's like it's almost like a single player game, whereas WoW feels like a multiplayer game. And obviously they're both multiplayer games. And they both have storylines. That's not what I'm not saying like one-to-one. I'm just saying that the kind of style of vibe that I have when I'm streaming a game is different for every game. And I'm not always in that kind of mood as a streamer. I'm not always in the mood where I want to play a specific type of style. Whereas like I attach Final Fantasy 14, it has a vibe that feels very single player to me. Whereas WoW has a vibe that's very multiplayer to me.
Okay.
And of course that might change in the future, you know, obviously, especially if I get to like, you know, pass the free trial and get into endgame, you know, and you know, all that kind of stuff. Like, that's something for the future. Final Fantasy 14 may or may not end up being a long-term gameplay. I think my brother's probably going to play Final Fantasy 14 when Dawn Trail comes out. Because of the Final Fantasy 11 stuff. He's still playing retail Final Fantasy 11. I cannot get back into it. I'm also trying to, there's only so much time. And I barely have enough time to play WoW. And I'm just focused on WoW right now. If I'm going to play at all. So if I'm going to play, I can't play both Final Fantasy 11 and WoW. And I definitely can't play Final Fantasy 11 and WoW and Final Fantasy 14. Like if I'm going to play WoW, I can't play Final Fantasy 14 or Final Fantasy 11. I can really only play one at a time. And I think maybe Dawn Trail might be a good time to get started again, at least with the free trial, and get up to, the next tier of content, do all the storyline content, get up to Dawn Trail, do Dawn Trail content. That might be a completely different thing. There's going to be a complete Final Fantasy 14 arc of my stream when I'm ready for that. I don't know when I'm going to be ready for that. It might be at Dawn Trail release. It might not be. It might not be for a long time. It might not even be until the next expansion. I have no idea. But as soon as I start playing it, I'm going to be locked into it because that's how I play games. I don't do something unless I want to do it.
Was this just like fucking the town music? Jesus.
1.3 million subscribers, yes. I know.
Yeah, honestly, Final Fantasy 14 probably is like the best soundtrack out of, like, by far, out of any MMO out there, except maybe Final Fantasy 11, but I would say Final Fantasy 14 has so much more. So even, obviously, the Final Fantasy 11 soundtrack, like, come on. Yeah, like there's just no comparison. But Final Fantasy 14 OST, there's a lot. Like there's a lot. There's just a lot. There's like a really good variety in the Final Fantasy 14 OST, and I'm really excited to finally go through it eventually. Like take an actual serious attempt at playing 14 and not just kind of trying it out like I did. I really, and I'm doing that with WoW right now. I'm actually giving WoW that time. Because I've never given WoW any kind of serious dedicated playthrough. I've given 11 3 years of dedicated playtime. like actual 3 years of Earth time over the past, like, you know, between 2000, you know, like 2 years of playtime between 2004 and 2009, and then like a year of playtime between 2016 to 2020. Okay, like that's about it. 3 years of my life have been in Vanadil. Okay, I think it's time to give World of Warcraft a chance. Maybe not 3 years of a chance, but, you know, who knows in the future, whatever. Time goes on, gameplay gets happened. You know, 14, eventually I will give that time, but I can only devote my efforts into one single game. As far as like that kind of game goes, like a Final Fantasy 11 or a World of Warcraft or a Final Fantasy 14, those require a significant effort of attention, and I cannot give that kind of attention if I'm playing multiple games. I just can't. If I want to actually give World of Warcraft an honest playthrough, I'm gonna have to give it a lot of time. And I can't be playing 14 at the same time. And if I'm going to be giving 14 an honest playthrough, I can't be playing 11 or WoW. It's just how it is.
Okay. Okay. You have to understand, dude. I do not want to copyright strike him, but for the past 3 to 4 hours, I have been getting non-stop followers, and people have been saying horrendous to me. They've been saying horrible to me. I did nothing wrong. I just didn't want to be in the video.
Guys, update his video. Yeah, I'll talk about that whenever it's over.
People are DMing me on Twitch. I haven't checked Instagram yet. People are commenting on my YouTube videos.
Okay.
Mostly finishes around there.
Yeah, got it.
But yeah, this is pretty much what happened. I haven't really been on the internet yesterday. I am actually quite upset because I have
The only update after your take and viewers calling him out on it? Yeah, it's probably true, but at least it happened. Like, I'm not going to shit on the guy for doing the right thing. Like, he should have done it earlier. He's being a piece of shit for not doing it. He shouldn't have done the video in the first place. Yeah, he did a lot of bad things, but at a certain point, it's like, okay. Like, the good thing happened. All right, now we can move on. You know, that's my perspective, because like my goal is usually to solve a problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
hardhead old man. Me? Oh, hi, Casey. Casey, what the fuck? Why do I always say that the wrong way?
I have quite a bit of things to do this week, and this is messing with me a little bit.
Weird name. Casey.
It's
like high C.
It's not funny. It's harassment. I did absolutely
Casey.
nothing wrong. I was a butt dial. Yeah, I just wanted to talk about it.
Yeah.
It's more likely Spuds gets taken down. Yeah, it is. It's unfortunate, but I am nobody in comparison to him. He has 1.3 million subs on YouTube. I have 1,000.
Bigger number, better person. You know how it is.
And also, lesser number doesn't mean better person, obviously. Sometimes people are very small viewers, you know, streamer, but like that doesn't make them like okay. Sometimes people are very small viewers and they're also terrible people. And also sometimes, you know, sometimes people have more viewers and they're actually decent people. So it's not like everybody who's like the big giant, you know, streamer is somehow the bad guy, you know?
Like, I'm nothing compared to him. I don't have a voice. So...
Well, I mean, Asmongold's giving you a voice, at the very least.
I was honestly really dreading talking about this on stream, because if I do make a video about this, I'm gonna get nonstop hate. People...
Oh, you'll get that no matter what. And the more...
Yeah, even if you didn't talk about it, even if you, especially as you get more successful, and honestly I wish it was different, but especially because you know, being being a female content creator. You know, like you wear glasses, that somebody's gonna have a problem with that. You're a female, somebody's gonna have a problem with that. You know, if you were black, they'd have a problem with that. If you were trans, they'd definitely have a problem with that.
The more popular you get, the more hate you're gonna get, and there's nothing you can do about it, and it'll never stop until you quit making content.
Yeah, so just, you know, you kind of have to see it as a force of nature that just exists. It shouldn't exist, but it does. And you just have to do it, you know, just ignore it and the best you can, and just, you know, do your thing anyway, because you obviously do something because you love doing it. And why would you let somebody else decide how you're supposed to decide whether or not you do it?
That's just the way it is. I get hate all the time. All kinds of bad stuff happens to me, and it'll happen to you too. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's not fair. It's not right. And it's going to always happen. So it's like, it's not about, like, it's not about avoiding it. It's about being able to reduce it and being able to deal with it in a healthy way. Is life a public image? It is. It is. That
sometimes just like kind of detaching your own self-worth from your internet persona and like not getting emotionally attached to it. I know that's like Asmongold's advice generally. Be your own North Star, all that kind of stuff. I think that's true generally. And I just think that like in the end of the day, like, just don't go out of your way to make it worse. And it's actually easier than it seems. Just kind of do your own thing. And generally, people are going to see the weirdos for being weirdos. And the people who truly matter are going to support you. And just focus on them instead of focusing on all the losers.
That's the truth. And it's like I can understand like some people might see some dissonance with what I'm saying, right? Because I'm going and I'm saying like this guy's wrong for doing this, he's bad for doing this, but at the same time I'm saying it's going to happen no matter what and you need to just deal with it. And like both of these two things are true at the same time.
People aren't going to care that I got my feelings hurt, because in the eyes of the internet and in the eyes of the young kids that watch his content,
true.
I apparently took it too far. I couldn't handle a joke.
Yeah, they just don't know how terrifying it is. If they went through it, they'd know exactly why it's fucked up. When your social media is getting bombarded with anonymous hate threads, it's terrifying. But you know, you kind of get used to it. It's just how it is.
I'm a for he gave me $50. You're being such a. I don't care.
Yeah, this is just the way that kids are, right? I mean, like that's the way it is, and yeah, nobody cares about feelings. Well, I mean, she does, right? And that's really what matters. And so if she cares about it and it bothers her, then that's obviously what the issue is.
Yeah, like for me, obviously, you know, I just stopped giving a fuck. I wouldn't expect her to feel the way I do. I've been on the internet for 24 fucking years. Like I'm kind of like a monster. Like I'm not normal. I wouldn't expect her to be like me. Like
I'm trying to rationalize. Yeah, you can't rationalize the thought process of a 10-year-old. Right? You're not going to understand that. It's not going to make sense. And there's also plenty of adults that do that. But in a way, it's less steep the less that you're known. Well, yeah. I mean, and this is kind of like what the problem is, because like this guy brings up a really good point in chat. I'll show you guys his message. I've been trying to bring up like good commenters and good chatters sometimes too, because I do feel like it creates a bad feedback loop whenever I only bring up bad boys. But like this guy brings up a really good point too. He says it's less steep the less you're known, isn't it? It is. Like,
yeah, when this is brand new, it's absolutely terrifying. And it was absolutely terrifying when it happened to me. I was freaking the fuck out trying to do damage control.
Nobody knows who you are. Nobody can harass you. I assume that you get adjusted to it as you grow, but imagine taking it to the scale of hate out of nowhere. Yeah, exactly. It's like you're level 15 and it's fine whenever you're fighting other level 15s. But if you have a level 30, if Stitches comes in from fucking Duskwood and he starts attacking you and you're not leveled up for that, well, then you're going to be fucked. And it's like, yeah, if you're max level, it's totally fine. You can handle it. But she's not max level. She's just getting farmed. Yeah, she's level 5. She's not ready to do Stitches. She's not even ready to do Hogger. No, you're right about that, bro.
When I tried to contact him on Twitter, let me actually find that screenshot. But when I tried to contact him on Twitter, I said,
yeah, and people in the chat right now
Somebody
are
says
just,
you can't have feelings if you're gonna work on Twitch.
people in our chat right there are like being really fucking like, maybe they think they're supportive, but like, I mean, maybe this is ironic or whatever. People says, you do have a voice, you're the most cute strummer. You're a nobody he used for more views. Clearly you're not a nobody. This is a very passive aggressive comment. Basically, I think maybe I'm being uncharitable, but what it sounds like he's saying, this person's saying, is that he's saying that because he's using you, it makes you more. I think maybe this person thinks that they're saying something really nice, but like, it's like basically saying, well, if you were a nobody, he wouldn't be using you for content. That doesn't make it okay, though. And it's like this is a hard comment to parse, and I don't know if this person realized that when they typed it. This person's like, woman equals invalid opinion, Sag. And I think this person's being sarcastic. It's ironic how they mock your feelings while it's their own fragile. Yeah, I mean, seems to have supportive. Just, I don't know. Maybe I'm not used to. I don't understand her community at all. I don't know if these like this. I don't know. I'm just trying to look at these messages from an outsider's because I literally know nothing about her or her community. So if I'm just going to read these comments, I would say these are generally good comments. Maybe this was obviously, if this is probably not literal. I think this person was being sarcastic, like kind of being on her side. I'm gonna guess. Otherwise, this person's like actually a loser. But most likely, I think this person was being sarcastic. Someone says, I think this one may have come across as weird. This is very ambiguous. You're a nobody used for more views. Clearly, you're not a nobody. This could mean two things. This could mean that this person is accusing her of being upset for nothing because she should be thankful that this big giant YouTuber used her for content. Or this could be somebody who's trying to cheer her up, saying that she's clearly not a nobody because he used her. So this could mean either thing. So like, I mean, obviously in the single comment, like it's really hard to like parse sometimes, especially if I don't know if that person's a regular in her community or not.
No, you're right. You're right. That's true. True.
God, I need to find it. I sent the message at like 6 a.m. my time because I couldn't sleep because I was getting nonstop. Thankfully, though, there have been a few of his chatters that have. There have been a few of his commenters that stood up for me, but the Instagram message was pretty much along the lines of, I contacted him. I asked him like, hey, can you please take my section of your video out? I am getting death threats. People are harassing me on every social media platform, and I even said I will give you all of your money back. Just please take me out of the video. I don't want to be in it.
Yeah.
So thankfully, there are some sane people that watch him. Someone said,
well, there's, I mean, like, you have to understand.
Yeah, this is like when people say all press is good press. It's like clearly not. Like the kind of press I got, for example, with what happened with me, that was not good press. That was not good press at all. It attracted all the absolute dog shit, worst possible people on the internet towards me. I got no real love from anybody else, and because of these people, most people who are probably not even part of those communities would see that video of me and just assume that I'm a toxic rage content creator, like raging and screaming, and see me at my worst. Not even my worst, but like at least my worst on stream. And it's a video I deleted that I clearly did not want to have public. And it's like this other person made a big giant spotlight on it, and then I got a whole bunch of hate from the absolute like most dog shit people that could ever show up on my stream, and they still show up to my streams and to my YouTube videos constantly. Constantly having a problem with me, constantly harassing me, and there's really nothing I can do about it. But it would have happened anyway because I'm transgender. Eventually somebody would have found some reason to be harassing me, so I just kind of mentally ignored it because it was inevitable. It's just, even if I wasn't trans, if I was just any other woman, just being a woman on the internet is going to attract harassment, unfortunately.
Like if this story was, if like, for example, you broadcast this story on like mainstream news, or Philip DeFranco covered this, or any sort of content creator with a wide mainstream audience covered this, the guy would be unequivocally in the wrong.
Yeah,
like
people like downplay that, like the situation because it's just on the internet, and it's like, okay. And I think that example is perfect. Like if this was on national TV, it would be 100% in the wrong for like a super big like broadcaster to rope her into his bullshit content. You know what I mean? Like if
an average general population that sees this would view him as being completely in the wrong in every capacity. The only people that...
Oh, you mean if it was like, if this situation happened and somebody put it up on their national TV, that person would be laughed at because it's like, why the fuck is this this person is as a loser? But this person, the thing about YouTube, and I guess fortunately and unfortunately, the thing about YouTube or any social media is you kind of get an echo chamber, and you can have a niche of an audience. And 100% of your audience is basically a very specific type of audience. And it's easy to think that just because people agree with you, that you must be right. And people get this weird echo chamber effect. And they think that what they're doing is normal because their audience thinks it's normal. And it's a really huge pitfall. And I hope that this guy has like a come to Jesus moment or whatever, where he just realizes he's being a piece of shit, and what kind of man is he being as a role model to show for his own daughter. Like he's acting like this as a grown ass adult, and his daughter's gonna find out about this one day, probably.
That don't see that are other people that are like angry kids on YouTube, which is like a 3 to 5% of the actual population. I don't think anyone disagrees with that. Yeah, normal people would shit on a guy. They would.
Yeah, it puts things in perspective when you stop thinking about everything as just only existing on the internet. It's so easy to do because our lives are, especially those of us who are on the internet, our lives revolve around it. But if you really think about things, like, for example, like, and I'm going to use this as an example, like, percentage of Republicans who support trans rights. There was like a very specific, there was something that, like, generally, like, most people are actually pretty supportive of trans people. I don't know what these other things are. Yeah, there's 2 national surveys. People see it as political theater. Like, if you only go to the internet for your opinions, all you get are dog shit opinions. Most favor protecting trans people from discrimination, but fewer support policies related to medical. I mean, obviously, this is a matter of course, though. As soon as they get more knowledge and information, this opinion of theirs will change. When they think of medical care for gender transitions, they don't understand that by taking this away, that's the same as discrimination. Because you're denying medical science. Some are uneasy with the pace of change. It's because it needs to change. People need to be protected. People need to have their medicine. People are dying because of the way that, you know, we're being treated. Young adults, Democrats more likely to say society hasn't gone far enough in accepting people who are transgender. 36% of adults think that we have not gone far enough to accept people. 38% think too far. And 23, so that basically like 59% of people think that supporting trans people is right. I mean, it's hard because you see this number, but you have to combine both these two numbers. Because these ones are thinking we've gone too far because they think everything's woke. Like, obviously, Republicans, only 10% think we haven't gone far enough. And it's like, not everybody hates trans people. But you know, it's so easy to look at the internet's opinions and think that is resembling even anything remotely close to what reality is, because most people are not on the internet as much as people like to think they are. Most people do not use the internet, and they definitely don't use the internet. If they do, they definitely don't use the internet the way that people like me do. Or that like people like Hassan or Hassan viewers, or, you know, any other kind of like Ben Shapiro viewers, or like people who are constantly online getting into political arguments are not normal people. And it's so easy to forget that because that's all you see. If you go in a room and everybody's wearing a red vest, it's so easy to determine that everyone in the world must wear red vests. But if you go into the next room, you see 9,000 people wearing different colored vests. But you just went into a room that had 100 people wearing 100 vests that were all red. Do you understand? Like, if you go into a place where everybody is one thing, or the majority of people is one thing, and that's like that in that very specific demographic, in that pool of people, in that sampling pool, then it's easy to think that that's the majority, when the majority is very different than what that is.
I followed her, and she was getting death threats on Twitter. She was actually very nice. Some of you followers need to stop it. Ain't that serious? You're making it seem like T-Mall is a bad person.
Yeah, it does make him look really bad. It does.
Scalet person said I was being a bitch, and they were gonna come and harass me on stream and hurt my ego or something like that. And then, so this person is defending me to her. This commander guy's an actual Chad. What is wrong with you people? Leave her alone. Just get laughs from T-Mall and stay out of other people's business. Cut the clip out, bro. Followed her and I told her I came from T-Mall. She's a very sweet individual. Watching her for a good 30 minutes, commenting back to me. Then she would get some threats on Twitch, and that's when she had to break down on stream and put her comments to subscribers only. She really thinks she can't continue streaming anymore because of some of y'all. And then, here's Saren. Actual fucking Giga Chad Saren.
Yeah, and I know, like, obviously she's very frightened and she's very upset, but if this is gonna scare you off from streaming, then it's probably for the best. Because it's only going to get worse. If you don't have what it takes to handle this kind of stuff, you should not be streaming. You should not even be on the internet, actually, because the internet is absolute dog shit tire fire. And if you can't handle this, you're definitely not going to be able to handle this as a career. Especially if this seems to be her primary source of income, she needs to diversify. Because streaming is the only platform. Yeah, I mean, it's even YouTubing. You're not getting those comments live. You make a video and people make comments, but you don't have to read them while you're filming the video. If when you're live streaming, people are going to be commenting while you're making the content. It's very distracting. It's very nerve-wracking, and not everybody can handle that kind of stuff. Because you have to react in real time. You might not react properly, and it might make the situation worse. Where if there's a situation with a YouTube video, you can wait it out. Wait like 24 hours before you respond to it. But if it happens on stream, you might fuck it up right away and make it worse. There's a whole bunch of stuff that can go wrong. Streaming is the only platform where people think that the viewers can dictate how your stream is supposed to go, and they can criticize you in real time. Any other social media platform or any other content creation platform, you at the very least have that barrier of you don't actually have to worry about them while you're making the content. The only thing that's the only thing that's similar is if you're doing like Chatterbait or something, because that's also live. But then, the people who are going to harass you there, they have to also watch you doing sexual stuff. So most of the people who are going to harass you probably don't want to see that. So they're probably not going to be there, but you'd be surprised. You get some weirdos. But for the most part, especially with Twitch and YouTube live streaming, you get people who just come in and they try to derail everything that you do. If you want to actually make a living, I would highly suggest doing something besides streaming, like making YouTube videos, or doing some other kind of content. I'm not going to tell her she needs to do OnlyFans, but if that's what she wants to do, then she should do that. Nobody should be made pressured either direction to do sexual content. But I'm just saying that I'm lucky enough where I really want to do sexual content. So, the only thing holding me back is gender dysphoria, which is life crippling. But we don't need to get into that again.
It becomes a problem. Brother, she was subjected to hours of harassment, which left her crying, and you still haven't done anything about it. Threats on Twitch, and that's when she had to break down on stream and put her comments to subscribers only. She really thinks she can't continue streaming anymore because of some of y'all. And then...
Wait, what happened?
Saren.
Why did it...
Actual f***ing Giga Chad Saren. If it becomes a problem, brother, she was subjected to hours of harassment, which left her crying, and you still haven't done anything about it. It's already a problem, and it's still there. Your red-pilled Andrew Tate wannabe viewer base are disgusting, and you lack the brain cell to have any sense of urgency on a serious matter. I sub to say this, lol. I don't think he meant for it to go that way. I'm really sorry he's got a terrible fan base. I actually had just...
I mean, the thing is, you can't be responsible for what your viewers do. I mean, you can be responsible for what you do and what, some degree of the intent behind it is. But at the end of the day, it's to a degree. Yeah, it's not that you are or you're not. But ultimately, everybody is responsible for their own behavior. And that includes his viewers.
Absolutely. 100%.
Check out your stream from there. No hate. You were defending your chatter and didn't want to be in a video. Honestly, I feel like what was meant to be a joke and good fun has turned into something much different.
I don't think it was meant to be a joke at all. This person clearly came in aggressive, trying to cause problems. I don't think that was supposed to be a joke at all. I think this person is just very sick in the head, and either that or also sick to the head. But the reason might be because he has a really large fan base of a very specific type of viewer, and he doesn't know how to. He's drunk, from being popular, and he doesn't know how to set his foot down over where his moral lines are. And I don't know what that's like. I've never been that kind of level of famous or anything like that. But at some point you have to draw a line. Just because it's popular doesn't make it right.
I feel as though it went the opposite direction of how it was supposed to go. And I'm really sorry you're receiving hate and harassment for it. That's super uncalled for, especially when you had no reason to receive it. Yeah. I did nothing wrong. It was, yeah, no, I honestly am pretty scared to talk about this anymore and put this video on YouTube because like I said, I am so unbelievably small in comparison to him, and people are going to see my video and assume that I'm just trying to like.
Somebody says, could you think of a solution for harassment? Yeah, don't let people talk to each other. That's the only way to solve harassment. Don't let people talk to each other or interact with each other at all.
Yeah, you can't solve it.
If nobody can interact with each other, then you won't have any harassment. Problem solved.
Basically just post and ghost. Just don't give a fuck. Post stuff, look at your analytics, make good videos. If it does well, keep doing it. Don't read any of the fucking comments. And you'll never see any problems. You'll just see money. Like
So the truth is that you can't really stop it, but you have to give people the tools to be able to deal with it. Now, is Tectone bullying Enviosity any different than this? Envy doesn't take Tectone's jabs as a joke, and he feels threatened, but Tectone keeps shitting on him because Tectone wasn't using Enviosity. Whenever he says mint picker, and then somebody calls Enviosity a mint picker, then I don't think that Tectone's calling him that. He's not bullying him by doing that. Also, like, I had no problem saying that Tectone like probably shouldn't have put him in the title. That was stupid. I said that was bad. Actually, you know what? That was a gotcha. That is a permaban. I was actually just thinking about that. Yeah. Fuck. I guess their name got lost. So I'll ban them next time they say something stupid. It won't take that long, I'm sure. But yeah, anybody that does a gotcha like that, who like intentionally misinterprets two different situations to try to like argue with me, this will be a permaban, but I will answer your question. It'll just cost you your account. And also, Enviosity brought up his marriage after that, and that's what I really criticized.
Get attention or something when I just don't want to be harassed. I didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, okay, so that's the end of it. Yeah, this is really bad. This is super bad. So yeah, I totally support her. I'll link you guys the video and we'll see what this guy, so this guy apparently responded for that. So there's her video. Make sure, yeah, I mean, if you agree with it, everything, give her a like. I mean,
like there's
give her some support.
everywhere.
I mean, she's only got 1,000 subscribers, right? So like coming out with something like this is probably really scary, and you know, you're like worried about getting harassed, etc. Anyway, so let's read it. So this is what he says on Twitter. Hey, usually the donating to streamer videos are in good fun, but this situation clearly has gone too far. I should have never posted the clip of her in there, and we'll be removing it. It's currently updating now. If any other streamers were upset by it, please contact me. I mean to poke fun and give donations in a way to do so, and I admit it goes too far sometimes. If I do this again, I will likely reach out beforehand.
This guy had plenty of opportunities to it's like now he's saving his ass. It's kind of bullshit.
What happened? Donate funny and sometimes rude things to streamers for a reaction. I think that you can donate things, but just like don't be rude to them on purpose, right?
Especially when she specifically said not to use her content. She was clearly mad, clearly not having fun. It's different if somebody's like, oh, that was good fun. How is this funny? Are you going to make a YouTube video? Oh, that's awesome. Like, that's different. Like, if that, you know, like, oh, that, you know, it clearly was only fun for one person involved, and it wasn't her.
Right? It's just like, the truth is that
someone called me out for once, and this is another example. Someone called me out and called me like a hypocrite because I was doing in the town square. I was doing a live stream playing flute, and before that there was a guy playing violin. I can bring up the video. There was a guy playing violin, and in just a second. Content live. I think where is it? Was it IRL? I think this was it. Playing flute in the park. Oh, there it is. Playing flute in the park. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. Here it is. So I had my GoPro. I was testing out live streaming with a GoPro. Why is it not loading? So this guy was playing violin in the public, and I was kind of just starting my stream. I was gonna do my thing, but I saw him and I said, hey, I should record him. And I'm like, I'm kind of keeping my distance. I didn't want to interrupt him while he was playing, and I waited until he stopped playing. In there. God, this is clearly not wanting to load. It's like having problems. What's going on here? Okay, so yeah, so then I got up and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna approach to see if this is okay to film him. It was like really bad. Yeah, I think the like playback quality.
I'm live on YouTube right now. Yeah, what's up? Hey, you want to give a shout out to your socials?
I wish I had any.
Oh, you should start a Twitter.
I guess I should.
You start a YouTube channel.
Maybe, yeah.
You need a camera person?
I think I'd probably just do home filming for a while.
Oh, okay. You need an editor?
I've got some decent editing skills.
Oh, cool.
Good enough.
You notice how like I didn't keep hounding him out of it? Like I asked him and then he said, you know, he didn't need one. And I'm like, okay, I wasn't like getting really aggressive about it. I just I moved on.
Yeah. Yeah, you should get yourself on TikTok and on YouTube and Twitter.
Yeah.
You need a social media manager?
No.
Okay, cool.
I think
You want to play together? I need to warm up, but...
And you see how I was walking away after he said no several times about things? I started walking away because I thought he was like wanting to be left alone. But then I said, do you want to play together?
What kind of stuff do you play?
I can play... I went to college, so... like, it's been a while. I've been really depressed, and it's been really hard. So it's like... I was like, do you know a lot of like jazz progressions? Well, you know a lot of popular music. Do you know video game soundtracks? You know
a little bit.
You know, Zombie. It's like I almost thought you were playing the chord progression to Chrono Cross. Like,
Yeah.
so,
It's just 4 chords, so
Yeah.
lots of music.
what do you have like? I'm sorry to like put you on the spot like this. If you want me to go, I can go. I was gonna play here, but then I saw you here, and I'm like, whoa, it's another musician.
I've been here for a couple hours, so I'm probably packing up in
Oh,
just a
okay.
little bit.
Yeah, see, I mean, I was trying to be like, you know, I was like, I was ready to leave, but he didn't seem to have an issue.
You want to play something before you go?
Depends on what you know.
Well, let me warm up a bit. Maybe you can match me. Yeah. I'm gonna put my stuff. Is it all right? Where's all right to put my stuff?
And yeah, I was a little flustered. I'm not used to like talking to people in public, especially on camera, especially on stream.
Anywhere really.
I was trying to be polite.
Yeah, you made some good ball today. I'm not.
And then I played really badly. this violin is clearly the star of the show here. Wasn't the greatest musical interaction. I was really out of my element here. But anyway, I started doing my own thing later. He left. I mean, he left, and then I started doing my own thing. I was like kind of, you know, playing the flute. Then this guy showed up. And what's funny is like people, I don't know if it was in the comments or in the chat, people were trying to compare PS5 has no games. People were trying to say that I was acting like a schizo, but when this guy showed up, that I was being like, you know, I was expecting, like people said that like I should have, like I was acting like a schizo, when in that situation I was very like, you know, maybe I was a little aggressive, but I did back off. And then, like, you know, I said I was starting to actually back away because it didn't feel like he was like really wanting to talk or anything. This guy showed up, and this guy was being very like intent on like wanting to. Let's just roll the clip.
Me, I don't. You want...
Why is it taking so long to load? Like, what the fuck?
Oh yeah?
Let me ask you about your rig.
Oh yeah? I'll say. You want to say hi to YouTube? I'm live right now.
Are you live on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm live on YouTube.
Hey, I want to do what you do, man, because, and I just want to know. I just want to know what your rig is and what you're using. Is that a GoPro?
Yeah, it's a GoPro.
Okay, so how much was your total GoPro? How much was the GoPro?
Well, you know, if you want to reach out for business, you can always email me. You want to advertise how much money I'm carrying. So, yeah, sorry, I don't want to answer all that.
All right.
So now, like, he's in the position where I was in. The difference is I'm the one with the camera, and he showed up to my thing. The other thing was, like, that guy was doing his thing. I had the camera. I showed up to him, and I was, like, asking him if he was okay to talk about stuff. And when he said no, I backed off.
I don't know you.
Do you have a card?
Huh?
Do you have a card?
Yeah. You want to take a screenshot? I don't actually have a card. You have something to write with? Yeah, usually I just, you can just find me if you Google Rebecca Lauren. REBECCA LORAN.
Rebecca Lauren?
Yeah, Rebecca Lauren.
All right.
Yeah. You could, you might want to, okay. Yeah. Well, thank you for the tip.
And here's the thing: is he tipped me, and then I said thank you.
I have a YouTube channel myself, but I've only got 2 videos on it.
Oh yeah? I'll give you a follow. What's your channel name?
It's called TRYG Tunes.
Oh, TRYG.
Yeah, and I followed him on YouTube.
I don't do Twitter.
Well, I'll send a tweet.
Well, I'm just curious.
And I advertised his channel.
Yeah, yeah, sorry, now I knew it. It's just like, if you're on social media, that's a little different. I mean, you know, there's some random people sometimes that, like,
right.
You know, people might want to
Hey,
say
I'm legit, and
yeah.
I'm a how should I say it? positive person. I'm not gonna mess you around in any kind of way.
So basically, I got this backpack, and inside of this I have the GoPro case. I basically keep like batteries.
So.
Can you not reach for things in your bag, please? Can you actually just please leave? You're making me really uncomfortable now. Okay, I don't know if you're gonna like try to stick me up or something.
It's my radio.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I may have overreacted, but like he reached his hand in his thing, and it looked like he was gonna like shoot me or something.
Yeah, I'm not really used to doing stuff outside, and I have like a lot of expensive stuff, so I'm like, you know, I kind of get wary if somebody comes to me and reaches in their pocket. I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna. It was just my radio. I was turning it off so we could talk.
Yeah. Okay. I apologize. I'm just I'm not really used to going out here and doing all this.
Right. Well, I admire you for doing that.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No, I mean it's just like sorry. I feel bad like accusing people. I get really paranoid about stuff because I'm really scared. You know, it's like there's a lot of crazy people out there. So. Yeah, I mean, I shouted you out on Twitter. I'm gonna get back to my plane. So thank you for sharing all that. I'd like to, you know.
I'd like to talk.
I'm sorry, it's my stream. Can you just please leave?
All right.
Thank you. Sorry, I don't want to be rude, but this is my. I'm just doing my thing here.
Like, did you notice how the other guy didn't tell me that? He didn't say please leave, and then I stayed. Like in this case, someone was calling me a hypocrite. And it's like, it's a very different situation. This guy showed up and we were kind of amicable. And then when I was uncomfortable, I said, can you please leave? And he didn't right away. And then some commenter was like, oh, you show up to this, you put a camera in the other guy's face without like a schizo. And you can't even like, you know, the other guy does it and you can't handle it. It's like, that was a different situation. Like that guy, I like backed off even. I was about to like just leave because I thought he didn't want me around. But then he was like, no, you're okay. And I think at one point he said, you have every right to be here. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm not going to be like in your face if you don't want me to. And he said, well, you have the legal right. And I'm like, it's like what Asmon was saying. Just because it's legal doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Like, yeah, I could like put the camera in his face because it's a public space, but it's also like there's a point of rudeness. Like, you know, I played until it was dark. It was a very different situation with the guy who showed up to my camera than what it was with me showing up to the guy playing with my camera. Obviously, I could have done it better when I just like went right up. I didn't know what to do, so I just like, okay, I have my camera. I guess I just go up to him. And like I was ready to like, you know, if he had a problem, I would have just left. You know, but he didn't. He was like, yeah, you have every right to be here. You know.
It's just a shitty thing to do. You're just going to be rude to this person for content. Like, well, that sucks.
And in neither of those situations was I specifically trying to use somebody to make them uncomfortable specifically for my content. Like in both of those situations, like I wasn't like being in that guy's face. In fact, I was like trying to, you know, back off away from that guy. And then the other guy, I was like, he came in, I didn't like use him for content. I just like, you know, talked to him for a little bit until I didn't feel comfortable. And then I told him that I wasn't comfortable. And then he did leave. He wasn't too bad. But you know, he was a little bit kind of defensive about it. Some people usually get like that. I don't think they really understand the point of view that it's like for the person that they're talking to sometimes. They kind of like don't give people like, they don't really think about it that way.
Like, I get it. I've done it myself. I know, but like, it's still bad. It's still obviously bad, especially when they say they don't want to be in video, you know? The goal is to have fun with it, and I want both of us to leave the situation laughing, which most streamers don't mind. Clearly, she did, and I posted it anyway. It wasn't cool of me. I'm old enough to realize I shouldn't have posted it. So I'm removing the clip from the video. It should take a few hours, I'd imagine. Okay. I was not able to personally reach out to her. As I looked her up, she has me blocked. Understandable. This should have never happened. I need to be better.
I mean, yeah. At least he didn't like double down on doing bullshit. He could have just this has happened before where people just completely double down on being toxic.
I mean, like, again, it shouldn't have happened. He fucked up, but I feel like he did completely take accountability for it. And really, this isn't that bad of an apology. Like, he didn't blame anybody else. Like, I don't think this is that.
I feel like there's a lot to learn from this video from all sides. I feel like when Asmongold does a video like this, responding to that situation and talking about it, it's like a tutorial for like newer streamers. Like,
not bad. Like, I've seen a lot of apologies, and for me, like, whenever I determine like whether an apology is a good apology or not, it's about whether the person takes accountability for what they did or whether they blame some other sort of outside force. This person is taking accountability for what they did. They said that it was wrong. They're fixing the problem. Now, is this happening as a result of maybe me watching the video? Probably, yeah. Now, should it have happened before? Absolutely. But at the end of the day, the guy isn't doing it. He got rid of it. He apologized. And that's the best you can expect out of a situation like this.
yeah, I mean, you can't undo what's already done, but what you do now is what, makes, the adults from the children. He could have just doubled down and been a total child about it, and just made his whole entire career and platform based around being a toxic piece of shit. And obviously this happens all the time. And so when you put things in perspective that way, it kind of helps you appreciate, even obviously it's still a shitty thing what he did and all that. It kind of it sets it from the context of how shitty the rest of the internet is. It kind of makes you appreciate a little bit. I don't think the situation was like, honestly, like I said, I don't want to like diminish like how terrifying it is, especially if this has never happened to you before. And she's bigger than me, so she didn't even have the kind of issues I had. Like, I only have like, what, 4,000 followers on Twitch, and that's like a debatable. But what it happened to me because I'm like autistic and trans, and somebody from like Kiwi Farms found me, like a Nick Fuentes fanboy, made a video from a VOD of me having a meltdown and made it go viral in his little circle of circle jerks. And I got a lot of hate from it, and I still kind of do. But it only happened because like I have these other two things, being autistic and being trans, that makes me more of a target. She hasn't had to deal with that, and this is the first time she's had to. And I remember when it happened to me, it was terrifying. I could only imagine if I had if it was even more viral, like if it hit like 1 million viewers rather than like 30,000, because the video that came out, it went out to like at least 30,000 people in 24 hours, and I got a lot of hate for it. And then I even had a lot of There was like a period of time where I was kind of engaging with it a little bit. I was trying to give people benefit of the doubt and stuff like that. I even had my dad on stream, and we talked about, stuff growing up. And the thing is people noticed, the people who mattered realized that I'm not the person that I was painted as, because the truth will set you free. And the truth wasn't what this Nick Fuentes fanboy wanted. And as soon as people see who I really am, they understand exactly what's going on. And that's the difference, is like, and also the same with her. Nobody's going to blame her. Anybody who does is just like a really toxic person. And the best thing you can do is just kind of ignore it. It's going to keep happening. And you just kind of have to just learn how to diminish it the best you can. If people come into your stream talking about it, just ban them. Don't give a fuck. Even if they're like a 10-month subscriber, if they're causing problems, ban them. Don't think that somebody giving you money or being a longtime viewer gives them any right to harass you. And if you allow it to happen, more people are going to do it.
And his future behavior is going to really be the indicator of whether he's sorry or not.
Yeah, if he keeps doing shit like this, then that's one thing, but...
Like, I can't hold this person accountable. Can't really do anything. I'm just saying, hey, I think this is wrong. People made mistakes. Yeah, it was a mistake for sure. It was.
People get, I mean, I don't want to, like, you know, apologize for people, especially if it seems really shitty to thing that he did, but I can also maybe imagine what it's like when you have like 1 million followers, like 1 million subscribers, and you get a lot of views on your channel, what that can do to your, what that can do to you psychologically. I don't know what that's like. Only people who've had, like, you know, hundreds of thousands of views on their videos, millions of subscribers, etc., only they can tell you what that's like. Nobody can actually know what that's like unless you've gone through it. But I would be guessing that there's a lot of confusion over your motives about things, and like why, whenever you take an action, you have to ask yourself doubly as hard as you normally would, is if what you're doing, is it because you want to be popular, or because it's actually what you want to do, or if you're doing it just to get some views, because you don't want to lose them, because you're psychologically attached to your success. And when you let the most toxic portion of your viewers dictate your content, I feel like you've started to lose.
But whatever he did now, trying to fix it, the damage to the girl has been made, unfortunately. That's the worst part. It definitely is. Yeah, and he really fucked up. He did definitely fuck up.
I don't, like I said, I don't want to diminish her experience, but if it wasn't him, it would have been someone else. And it's going to be other people too. There's also going to be people who are much worse, who do much worse things. And it's not going to get better. It's only going to get worse as you get more people following you and stuff.
Absolutely. It's not even a question. Obviously, he fucked up. Also, he tried to contact her as bullshit. I don't know if that's bullshit or not. I maybe it is, maybe it's not. But at the end of the day, you know, the rest of it is pretty much accurate. I watched part of T-Mole's video uploaded earlier. He showed the part where he said he doesn't have permission to use her as content. His immediate response was, fuck it, if I blur her, she's going to play that game. Fuck it, I'll blur her if she's going to play that game, and then proceeds to leave her name unblurred. What the fuck? Yeah, and like, I have no problem. Like, he obviously acted in bad faith. He did something wrong. Like, everybody sees that he obviously did something wrong. Nobody's saying that he didn't do anything wrong. My perspective is that trying to, like, force somebody and, like, shit on them and bully them and attack them, like, my goal whenever I look at a situation like this is solving the problem. I don't care about punishing this person. I can't do that. I don't want to go and harass them. Like, if they do it again, then I'll make another video. But the reality is, same as I would with anything like this. But the reality is that this person did a video. The video was bad. He got called out for it. The video's gone, and he apologized in a way that I think is relatively fair. Ultimately, he'll only gain popularity out of this. I think that you have a misunderstanding for how YouTube works. I wouldn't say the problem is solved, though. The damage is done. She's still going to get harassed. Yeah, I agree. I think that's what's going to happen. His apology's hollow as fuck means almost nothing since he's fixing it now because he got caught. You're right. But at least he's fixing it now. At least something is happening. That's my point. Like, I understand that. I totally understand what you're saying. I totally get it. But yeah, there's the video of this girl, and, you know, if you want to counterbalance it, try to give her some support. I think that she deserves it. This is really kind of shitty that happened to her. It fucking sucks. People sometimes need outside motivation to change themselves. Yeah, and, like, I mean, I'm not going to go through and debate whether he's really sorry or not. He could have doubled down. He didn't have to delete the video. He could have tried to pull, like, oh, Asmon's being a simp card. There are people that believe that. And, you know, he could have tried to play that game, but he didn't play that game, and I would say that's just a positive thing.
Yeah, I mean, that's what perspective gives you. When you see a lot of different kinds of behavior, it makes some kinds of behavior not okay, but it makes some kinds of behavior a little bit less harsh than it would be. I think I'm done for tonight, though. Okay, I'm gonna leave a nice comment. Yeah, I think this whole situation is pretty normal for small streamers, and I'm glad that this was an opportunity Asmon took to shine light. Obviously he must have if she wanted him to take it down, he would have. Obviously, the whole theme of the video was about that. I don't think that he would have, I don't think she has a problem with him reacting. But at the same time, like, I feel like it paints a good kind of lesson as a portrait of what being a streamer is like and the kind of hate that streamers get. I think it's a really good, like, kind of, I think it's a good kind of, like, overview of, like, what kind of things that you can expect getting into being a content creator and being a streamer, etc. Yeah, I'm going to head out. I'm gonna take a break. I'm going to gonna just spend some time to relax. Me and my small boobies. Okay. I've been reacting for 6.5 hours on an hour and a half video. I mean, at least I didn't go 12 hours. But yeah, I think that's a situation that's in and of itself, it really sucks it happened, but it's pretty normal for that to happen to people. But I think it can be educational for people to know, like, how do you actually respond to a situation like that? I don't think there's ever a solid, like, this is the answer kind of situation. But at the same time, the best thing I know to do from my experience is just to keep doing my thing. Show, don't tell. Because if people are giving you hate, don't give them a reason to hate you. Just kind of keep doing your thing. Eventually they'll get bored because they'll realize that you're not going to play the game that they want to play. Like the Kiwi Farms people, for example, they want you to be Chris Chan. Don't be Chris Chan. It's pretty simple. If you don't play their game, they're going to leave and they're going to try to play it with someone else, unfortunately, but at least fortunately for you. And I don't think there's ever a solution. You can't solve dumbassery. People are just shitty people. It's always been the case. People have always been terrible. The best you can do is surround yourself with the people who actually matter. Because there's going to be people who aren't shitty. People that care about you. And especially, obviously, and we're just talking about your stream and your social media. If you actually go beyond this, you should find your happiness in your own personal life. You should not find happiness through your stream. You should not find happiness through your social media followers. You should find happiness in your personal relationships that are off of your stream. They may sometimes overlap depending on, what your life is like, but at the same time, there's going to be things that are just not part of your stream, and you should find your happiness in those things. People you love, partners, friends, family. Those are things that matter. And if you're happy with that, all this other shit that happens on social media is just a big joke. And yeah, it can be terrifying, and I know exactly how I don't know exactly how she felt, but I know what it felt like when I was getting hate rated. I felt like my life was over. I thought my social media presence was going to destroy my life. I thought that I was in danger. But no worse danger than anyone else, really. I mean, look at Destiny. That guy gets death threats like every minute. He seems to be doing okay. Okay, and I'm not Destiny. So if you're not as toxic as Destiny and he's okay, I think I should be fine. Anyway, I hope you have a good night. Happy Valentine's Day. If you don't have a partner, that's perfectly fine. Happy Palentine's. Okay? I'll be your pal. I'll be your Rebecca pal. Okay? And you know, you don't need to be in a relationship with somebody for your life to have meaning. Okay? Valentine's Day is corporate bullshit. Don't give in to that. Don't think that you have to get married or that you have to have kids just to be happy. You can be plenty happy. There's so much to enjoy in life. There's so many amazing moments you can have. Don't define your happiness by whether or not you're in a relationship or not. You owe it to yourself. And also you owe it to a potential partner to respect yourself enough to not need somebody to give that kind of happiness to you. It should come within. And if you're using somebody else to make you happy, it's never going to work out the way you want it to. Anyway, bye-bye.